Hello, hi, I'm back again. We're gonna do some more Spark to Wildfire. Hello. Just waiting for some things to kind of get set up on my end. You know, technical stuff. But yeah, Spark to Wild. We've got more of Spark to Wildfire. A lot more, it seems like. Which I'm not, like, mad about. I'm just like, wow. This chapter is long. Long. Hi, Bunny. I'll do my best to get out of danger. Believe me, I'm not in it because I want to be. Yeah, slightly early. Hi, Cole. I know this chapter seems to be pretty long, so I am starting at 9 here. Give myself an extra hour to try to get through it. Hi, Ashrost. Yeah, you're right. When am I not in trouble? Or what you would say if it's the new hot dude. My hold is in danger, girl. I mean, what? Oh, gosh. Oh, wow. Well, unfortunately, I think right now all of me is in danger because of monsters. But also, yeah, like, in this game, when am I not in trouble? Also, when am I not getting put in the hospital? Like, this just happens all the time in this game. But yeah, so, because I do want time, I'll just get into it. Although I will first ask, how is everyone? I hope you're all having very good days. This one's iteration. It's our turn now to fight desperately just to stay alive. And then we've got 4, I can count, 4 achievements, and oh my, I'm noticing something I don't like. Drive the trolley or watch the trolley passing. Trolley problem? That's not gonna be fun. I don't want to have to do a trolley problem. This also makes me wonder if I'm gonna have to do it twice to get both. Because select open fire or select don't open fire. Also, I'm noticing, like, down here for members to deploy, obviously there's Vera, but then there's 2 commandants? What's that about? What's that about? Oh, we're getting right into the gameplay.
Transport shuttle will reach the landing zone in 4 minutes. Watch where you are going.
Drop supplies immediately! All our equipment sank into the sea. Hetero creatures are still on our tail!
So that's...
Drop sequence initiated. Stay clear of the buffer zone.
That's what new Hotman sounds like.
How many of these things have we killed? They just keep coming.
Vera, Honeth, what's your status?
Heading right for it.
You better get out of here before I get down. Wherever I stand, my death. Go ahead and struggle, you piece of junk. Enjoy crushing every one of you to pieces. Wherever I stand, my death.
Why are they all pouring out of that building? Look out! The nearest wave of hetero creatures will be gnawing at our legs in 3 minutes tops!
Damn it. This is too much energy to see.
I'm about to arrive at the drop point.
You dare get in my way!
Huh? Initiating forced activation. Forced activation failed. Second forced activation failed. Can't stop here. Oh, you just finished up having breakfast for dinner and your day was very good? Well, that's fun. I love having breakfast for dinner. What did you have? Did you have waffles? Did you have pancakes? Either of those are great. Third forced activation failed. Bloodshed. Warning, risk of mind deviation detected. Please do not cut off the mind connection. I repeat, cut off the connection. Initiate forced activation. Warning, this operation may cause irreversible damage to the mind. Confirm. Obtain the supply. Hey, you've got the... give you... construct performance. The side effects. Human body. Massive.
Oh, our great commandant. Of course you're pulling another suicide stunt. Don't you dare get in my way! Not enough. Your body.
I'm almost at the drop point. Obtain the supply. Teddy!
Hey, that armor you've got there is still an experimental phase. It'll give you construct level performance for a short time.
Ham, eggs, toast, and a side of potatoes and avocado. Ooh, that sounds fun.
But the side effects on the human body are massive. Can you handle it?
I've already got myself a room at the Star of Life. Yeah, I'll say it. Why not? The flesh is weak.
That's it, 3 minutes up. The hetero creatures are all closing in. Transport shuttle has reached the target area. Location data synchronized. Proceed to the coordinates immediately.
It's fine. Oh, hi. I almost missed you. There's still time. I won't just sit here and accept my fate.
Coming closer. I probably won't make any time. That hot-headed red-haired devil is... Oh, hey, you! Get in that shuttle now! Don't stick around!
Rally up now. We're not leaving anyone behind. Eh? I have my own signature. Ah!
No! Hetero creatures have breached the transport aircraft! It's taking off again. We must shoot it down. We can't let the hetero creatures leave this island!
I guess I'll do it.
Well, it's all over now. I still count down together. I wonder how long it will take for the Parliament to argue before pulling up this island. While we're still on it.
The moment they notice hetero creatures climbing onto the small transport, you and Hanif raise your weapons toward it. Through the comms, Hanif's voice also joins in. It's taking off again. We can't let it leave the island. Actively destroying the transport means cutting off their own escape route. But if they don't attack, No one can guarantee the hetero creatures won't spread beyond the island through this oversight. An overwhelming sense of risk weighs heavily on their chests. Now, the lives of both the people aboard the transport and the 3 on the island rest in their hands. Come in. Ground calling. You call the pilot repeatedly, desperate for even a glimmer of hope, but only hear chaotic static from the other end. Come in. Please respond if you copy. Hanif sprints to the scene, his expression growing increasingly grim as he takes in the sight of Vera collapsed on the ground and the transport lurching erratically in the air. No matter what, we have to make a choice now. No. It's already over. You lower your gun with a heavy heart and turn to look at Hanif, who stands there, panting for breath. Both of them simultaneously hear eerie gnawing sounds through their headsets, as the violently rocking transport suddenly steadies for a moment, as if someone has forcibly regained control and adjusted its position to point downward. Then, it plunges into a steep dive. The two of them watch as their last hope, the transport that had barely taken off moments ago, trails black smoke as it plummets toward the ocean below. Clearly, the pilot on board had also realized the severity of the situation and decisively chose self-destruction, sacrificing the vehicle. The glow of the crash and the explosion illuminates half the night sky before being quickly swallowed by the pitch-black ocean waters. Only the residual shockwaves from the explosion roll in from the distance, stirring up sand and dust from the island that strike your face with unforgiving force. Self-destruction. The absolute last resort. Hanif reloads his weapon with gritted teeth, his voice filled with frustration at their situation, yet also with boundless admiration. But damn, they died like a true hero. We won't get such a glorious death. Catch. Just found this new gun from the airdrop. With our only support aircraft destroyed, we have no way off this island anytime soon. As long as we're stuck here, Babylonia can't simply use the Longinus arsenal to destroy this entire island. Fortunately, you and Vera are valuable enough. If I were the only one left, Babylonia wouldn't hesitate for a second. But on the flip side, every second we delay, that damned evolution on the island accelerates. This Eve the Ascendant mentioned will assimilate more and more hetero creatures. We need to eliminate Eve as soon as possible, or the situation will only worsen. Easy for you to say. Just us, and a construct who's already down? Hanif points at Vera, then irritably holds his head in frustration. Let's check the tracker first. Where has that Eve creature gone now? The Commandant takes out the tracking device Hanif handed over earlier. The red dot is still blinking, but it has moved to a dark structure at the center of the island. Hanif lets out a loud, sharp inhale that screams, I knew it. It's moving so fast. I knew that gene bank was trouble. The scanner already showed the highest punishing readings coming from in there. I bet all those new humans are gathered inside. So are you getting what I'm saying? In our current state, charging into the gene bank to hunt down that Eve might sound a bit more dignified than standing our ground in a desperate fight while waiting for the Longinus arsenal to arrive. But it's still pure suicide. Is there really no other way? When will Grey Raven arrive? Two all-out battles have pushed her garnet frame to the brink of total failure. Vital fluid has dyed her hair an even deeper red, with deep wounds covering her body that are painful to behold. Their situation has deteriorated into a dilemma, without even a moment's respite to think clearly. Suddenly, you look once more toward the sea. The shattered remnants of the transport aircraft still burn as they float on the sea's surface, reflecting as faint ember in your eyes. Run toward the sea! What are you doing now? You suddenly scoop up Vera, who has entered standby mode, and sprint toward the sea with wild abandon. The seawater rises past your feet, your knees, rapidly engulfing your entire body as you sink into the brine. If I can find some maintenance tools, there might be a chance. Bone-chilling waves crash against your face, even splashing into your mouth, but you don't dare to slow down. Boarding the garnet frame, you make your way to the transport wreckage and search around with a flashlight. Soon, you find your target. The seawater has extinguished most of the flames on the transport wreckage, and by some stroke of luck, the cargo area remains intact. Just as you thought, there's a chance. You struggle to drag Vera up onto the skeletal remains of the transport, then use the power of your exoskeleton to pull off the damaged outer shell. Help me out, Hanif. Hanif follows behind, swimming with difficulty. He suffered numerous cuts during the recent battle, and the salt water is now stinging each wound mercilessly. First running, now swimming. What is this, triathlon? Water tastes awful. Watch out! Hanif suddenly raises his arm and fires at something behind you. A hetero creature that was about to launch a sneak attack shrieks as it falls back into the sea, creating a frustrated splash. You barely glance at it before turning around to continue tearing at the cargo container's outer shell. Didn't even notice that hetero creature behind you. Get that you're looking for maintenance components, but you've got to keep yourself alive first. Not just maintenance components. There's a sleeping pod inside. Han's expression turns serious. He considered countless solutions, but never anticipated this kind of surprise. He quickly helps you by delivering several kicks to the cargo container. Fortunately, neither of you has neglected their physical training, and after a burst of exertion, the two of you actually managed to tear off the outer shell. Oh, I bet he hasn't neglected his physical training. He looks like he works out. Oh my god. The sleeping pod inside the container immediately slides into the water, bobbing with the waves. You lunge for the pod cover, using your authorization to initiate the startup sequence, the same procedure you followed back in Atlantis. Meanwhile, Hanif's gaze catches a detail in the corner of the sleeping pod. Hey, why is this marked with Corono's emblem? I don't care if it's from the Science Council or Corono. As long as it's... You have no time for caution. After unlocking it, you fling open the pod cover and peer inside. As long as it's Vera. Another Vera lies in the sleeping pod. Her eyes are tightly shut, her hair resting peacefully on her shoulders, her bionic skin unblemished and pristine. This is the ultimate weapon, yet to be baptized by the fires of battle. At the sight of this completely undamaged frame, you suddenly feel a pang of emotion. But Hanif's gaze sweeps once more over the Corono emblem at the pod's opening, and a certain serial number he's seen before. If Vera transfers to this frame, bet she really could wipe out every last one of those damn things. As you prepare to carry the garnet frame inside, you catch a hint of sarcasm in Hanif's tone. What is Corono planning? Don't give me that murderous look. Yes, I know about the core design of these constructs. They're powerful, but just powerful. Nothing more. Aren't you being overly cautious? Besides, you don't have any cards left. You don't help her transfer to a new frame, she'll simply die like this. Hanif points to the red warning lights flashing on Vera's garnet frame, then simply raises both hands in surrender, showing you that he has nowhere to run. Sorry, but there's no time. This kind of pressure decision makers have to bear. FOS must have taught you that. Your gaze returns to the construct in your arms. Just like in every mission before, Vera would claim she didn't care about anyone, yet she always kept everyone well protected. Your fingers trace the outlines of countless wounds covering Garnet's body. Vital fluid seeps out, coating your hand, only to be washed away by the ocean waves. The battle against countless hetero creatures has completely drained all functions from this frame. In all your time together, you've never seen her in such a state, teetering on the edge of total system failure. You take one final look at her, forcibly suppressing an inexplicable sense of familiarity and loss welling up inside. If there are any consequences, I'll bear them myself. Right now, keeping her alive comes first. How long will it take for her to successfully adapt to it? I'm not sure. I've never seen her in this frame before, I think. But time waits for no one. I'll have to carry her on my back and let her adapt as we move. You tie a rope around your waist and Vera's, hoisting her onto your back, and secure everything with a tight cross knot. Let's go. We'll follow the coordinates to find that Eve now. You really are insane. Seeing someone so eager to die is a first. No, a second for me. This is not a death wish, Hanif. Every step we take is to escape death, not embrace it. You tighten the rope and look toward the building in the distance, that gene bank, with a different kind of fire flickering in your eyes. It's our turn now to fight desperately just to stay alive. Data synchronization progress. Initiating. Yeah, so that's gotta be where the flashback arc, like this flashback, is beginning. I'm gonna do this one more time just to get the other achievement.
Transport shuttle will reach the landing zone in 4 minutes. Watch where you are going.
Drop supplies immediately! All our equipment sank into the sea. Hetero creatures are still on our tail!
Copy that. Drop sequence initiated. Stay clear of the buffer zone.
How many of these things can we kill? They just keep coming.
They're heading right for us.
Better get out of here before I go down. And struggle, you piece of junk. Enjoy crushing every one of you to pieces. Wherever I stand.
Why are they all pouring out of that building? Look out! The nearest wave of hetero creatures will be gnawing at our legs in 3 minutes tops!
I used up too much energy to speak. Enjoy crushing every one of you to pieces. Wherever I stand is my battlefield. Don't you dare get in my way! Oh, our great commandant. I stop. Enjoy crushing every one of you to... Not enough. We must survive.
Hey! That armor you've got there is still next, but the side effects on the human body are massive. Can you handle it? That's it, 3 minutes up. The hetero creatures are all closing in. Transport shuttle has reached the target area. Location data synchronized. Proceed to the coordinates immediately.
No! Hetero creatures have breached the transport aircraft! It's taking off again. We must shoot it down. We can't let the hetero creatures leave this island!
This time, I don't open fire.
Well, it's all over now. Let's all count down together. I wonder how long it will take for the Parliament to argue before pulling up this island. We're still on it.
Alright. Achievements! Yay! Next up, surprise troop. She knows the melting snow will turn to mud, making this desperate winter escape even more difficult. This struggling convoy cannot withstand another attack. Data synchronization progress 75%. Several researchers in white lab coats dash hurriedly about, synchronizing constantly uploading data to the hands of every supervisor. Okay, I get it. Synchronizing constantly updating data to the hands of every supervisor up and down the chain of command. Something wrong? Been half a day already. Not too promising, but it's still the best result we've had since beginning tests on this batch of frames. In just half a day, her mind data synchronization progress has already reached 75%. Most constructs can't even hold up to 75%, and quite a few show tendencies to go berserk and haywire before even reaching half that. Power system's major overhaul and the Inver device's receptor is developed to an extreme degree. And add everything up, and the demands on the mind are just too high. Do you think she'll make it to the awakening phase? She will. Even if her hardware specs don't meet the standard, the resilience of her mind is worthy of our trust. Let's trust that for now. After all, she is Corono's hound. Following the eager gaze of the staff into the testing chamber, 2 crimson frames are visible, their eyes closed as they undergo adaptation to their new bodies. They float in transparent liquid, unconsciously rotating slowly, with connection cables from their bodies tethered to larger equipment like umbilical cords. 2 identical faces face each other, and an endless sea stretching between them as a mirror, reflecting each other in perfect synchrony. BPN 13. Executing activation protocol. Hound, time to wake up. Can you hear me? Vera nods slightly within the transparent chamber, her visual modules making slight movements as she begins to observe her surroundings. It's a cold, heavily guarded isolation room, with people outside communicating with her remotely through devices installed within. The entire world appears with a strange unfamiliarity, like a dissociated reality. Do you remember what you're doing here? She parts her lips, releasing a string of tiny bubbles as her vocal apparatus gradually begins to function normally. I'm undergoing new frame adaptation. The new frame is a special model, completely different from your previous support type. Can you adapt to it? Oh, so Rosen isn't her newest frame. Currently, no sensation. Good. Wait, her mind isn't ready yet. No, tests must be conducted under the most extreme conditions possible. There won't be a better opportunity than now. Preliminary assessment indicates Hound is in good condition. Permission granted to begin baseline testing. A male researcher outside the window insists on continuing the dialogue with her. Hound, focus on capturing key words. I was the shadow of the waxwing slain by the false azure in the window pane. Memorized. Test start. On the punishing battlefield, sometimes you must kill comrades infected by punishing with your own hands. You approve of this practice. She blinks gently. Kill. After experiencing various battlefields, you believe you developed psychological trauma or more severe symptoms of mind deviation. Trauma. A wave of dizziness suddenly washes over her. While fighting for Corona, you felt that everything might be false. False. Your existence might also be false. False. Her chest burns with heat, as if something inside has ignited on its own. Minor mind deviation detected. What is this? She struggles to lift her head, noticing a device plunged into the chest of her new frame. She tries to push through the viscous liquid to grab the device, desperately clawing at it to pry it out and discard it. Only BPN-13 can withstand this modification. I can't allow you to rush her testing just to... You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window. Mind deviation levels exceeding controllable parameters. Terminate the test. Yes. No. You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window. Window? Right. She tears free from countless umbilical cord connections, fighting against the rage coursing through her entire body as she drives her fist into the center of the transparent bubble. Some observers scatter with screams, but many more display excitement as their ambition flares in response. The flames of ambition smolder in their eyes, reflecting both the cracks in the window and the construct's frenzied state. Window glass. Did you see that? The test. It's a success. I have no idea what they were testing. Data synchronization progress, 76%. But I guess that was the reaction they wanted. Vera suddenly falls into a daze. She stands motionless as her hands instinctively rise to cover her cheeks. Memory data cycles through her mind in an instant. She closes her eyes, struggling to grasp reality. Moments ago, Granny Wang had brought her back to the conservation area 062, where she was attempting to transport the sample, and after that, she barely got 2 sentences out before being interrupted by several young men and women who also came from the FOS Military College. Then, the corrupted suddenly launched their assault. She lowers her hands and tries to open her eyes. After several seconds of blurred visual feedback, her visual module finally regains clarity. Why am I suddenly remembering my frame compatibility testing? This frame is still far too unstable. Watch out! Vera sweeps her spear sideways to take down a corrupted, seemingly unaffected by the disturbance in her mind. Or so it appears. Shut up! I see it! This unexpected corrupted assault forces everyone onto a new battlefield. Once again, Vera charges to the front line. She expected it would be like before, fighting alone at the front. But this time, Surprisingly, several others managed to keep up with her. Hound, you and that high-ranking commandant clear a path to the left. Engines roaring, Granny Wang drives her vehicle straight into a mass of corrupted, bringing along Kent, who stepped up as a temporary replacement, and several young faces. Vanessa leans halfway out the roof hatch, using her earpiece to contact Vera, who's not far ahead, while simultaneously shouting through an old-fashioned megaphone at the refugees behind them, who are in complete disarray. All armed personnel who can still move, grab your weapons and join Kent at the front. Everyone else, follow Granny Wang's directions and evacuate in an orderly fashion. And what the hell are you saying? We both know these corrupted are a different breed. Those weaklings who can barely hold their own on a normal day will just end up as cannon fodder if they charge to the front now. Weaklings? Most people in this conservation area are indeed useless in the face of such an onslaught. Vanessa frowns, repeating the word. I suppose we can agree on that. But unfortunately, your thinking is too outdated to be useful right now. You want to discuss tactics with me? Vera raises her hand to cleave through a corrupted lunging from her left. This frame's power and equipment represent Corona's finest technology, and she wields it with practiced ease. Don't flatter yourself. Why would I need tactical advice from a construct? I haven't fallen that low yet. If you manage to survive, then I might consider sparing you a glance. I was studying military tactics when presumptuous brats like you weren't even born yet. Get lost. Go bother someone else. I don't need your help. Vera kicks over another shrieking corrupted. Her chest burns. These past few days of high-intensity battles have left her frame unusually excited. Vera's movements are too dramatic, yanking you off balance. Another burden. You just had to tie us together with this rope. Fire. See? I'm not useless. Like I care what you... Ah! Wait, hang on. There's still too many corrupted. One that slipped through their defenses tears off a piece of Vera's bionic skin. Vera! Why did you... That look in your eyes again. Vera, wake up! Faster, maintain the connection. Chaotic consciousness data flickers past like a rewinding tape. She has no idea where these data fragments are coming from, as if they've appeared out of nowhere. Happening. It's becoming more and more frequent. What's wrong with you? Your concerned questions slip into her ear, yet all it does is spark irritation in her heart. Need to look with you after this is over. After I deal with all this. Hang on a moment. I'm actually gonna be right back. I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Sorry to stop right in the middle of a scene. Hello, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, I just had to go to the bathroom. I was trying to hold it in until I finished this scene, but then I looked it up and saw this scene is probably going to take a while. And I was like, no, I don't think I can wait that long. So here we are. Alright, let's get back into it. Need to talk with you after this is over. After I deal with all this. This endless running has no end. But then current you, so very different from the little commandant, suddenly speaks. Ugh. Constantly burning yourself out like this isn't ideal. You'll be devoured by the corrupted swarm sooner or later. And what should I do? Why are you denying me? Why suddenly reject everything I've lived for? The principles I've used to survive since I was born? I'm being a bit unfair, I know. I'm just wondering, could there be a better outcome to what's happening right now? What nonsense is this? You should try trusting others. Relying on them for once. Trust who? Those clowns crashing around in the vehicle? I don't belong with them. That bunch of fools running around with a loose screw in their heads. You can try trusting who I am now. Trusting the people in that vehicle. If you can't keep up, just fall back on your own. Disgraceful. The noise in her earpiece becomes unbearable for Vera. She rips it off in one swift motion and flings it into the corrupted horde, letting them tear and gnaw at it, shredding the young girl's cold voice to pieces. Yet the metallic creaking of corrupted bodies pressed together, the screams of refugees behind her, and the roaring of engines still flood her auditory module. This is my battle and mine alone. Should I even try relying on others? As the corrupted grow in number, her destructive urge rises like lava from a volcano. The burning sensation in her chest returns. Had enough. Ever since I met you, I've been dragged into this damn charade of having to pretend, to deceive, to play the good person. Wearing this mask just to hide from you righteous types. She flicks the mask off her face with the tip of her gun, grabs you, and fixes her garnet red eyes on you, as if searching for answers in your gaze. But she must admit, no matter how she looks at them, this is unmistakably the same person. It is too late. Let me make this perfectly clear. I am a Corono construct. How did the little commandant react? She tries to see clearly, but she's already starting to lose focus. Vera going through her napalm era? Yeah, she's about to blow the fuck up. Miss Frame was deployed to the battlefield for the first time. So the mission was simple, just find some documents and materials and deliver them to the nearby base. Oh, it's a K-pop Demon Hunters reference. Sorry, I didn't know. I haven't seen the movie. I have seen the men though, and I am not immune to hot man. But when the corrupted appeared, you just had to rush out and play hero. And I tried to save you. Wasted those materials on you and... Damn it all! Great, now my frame's unstable and I can't even remember the initial test protocols. my eyes were set on Abby or romance, or Genu. I think it was Abby and Genu who I was gazing upon. Because I know one of them is the one with abs, and I think that's Abby. And then Genu's the main guy, right? Those were the two I was like, ooh. Those are the typical picks. Wow, okay, yeah, I am basic. I know that's not what you meant. I'm basic. I'm a basic bitch. A faint reflection of herself seems to linger on the blurry window glass, preserved in her mind, while beyond the spiderweb of cracks, unfamiliar yet agitated faces stare back at her. You know what I think it is? I honestly think it's that when I was young, I like drank too much of the like typical like damsel in distress getting saved by a handsome prince Kool-Aid. And now like that's my ideal type. And I feel like that is kind of basic. You're right, pumpkin spice season almost is here. I've actually never had a pumpkin spice latte. I don't really drink coffee. It's usually too bitter for me. You might say I just haven't had it with enough like milk or sweetener. And that's probably true. But I don't know, I'm just like, I guess I'm normally just like, I have other drinks. I do sometimes get hot chocolate from Starbucks though. I like hot chocolate. Have any of you ever had Mexican hot chocolate? It's like the same, but with a bit of cinnamon. It's really good. Hi, Peach! I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the lurk. Oh my god, it's really good. Yeah, it's just like regular hot chocolate, but with Peruvian hot chocolate. I think that's probably the same. I assume. It's just hot chocolate, but with a bit of cinnamon. And it's so good. Yeah, it's really, really tasty. Highly recommend. And honestly, it's probably something you could do yourself. Like, just take, like, some instant hot chocolate mix and put a little bit of cinnamon in it. I don't know if that would work as well, but maybe. You made brownies with condensed milk. Better alternative than using water or oil. Ooh, that does sound good. Ugh. I like brownies. I like really sweet, gooey brownies. Now I want one, but there aren't any nearby. Unfortunate. Alright. But she can't remember anything more. I understand now. I'm going haywire. But I'm still somewhat sane. Cut this damn rope and regroup with those jokers in the back. You're a chocoholic. You like your sweets with chocolate filling or frosting. Honestly, I don't know if I'd say I'm a chocoholic specifically, but I am a huge sweet tooth. So I feel you. I really, really feel you. And chocolate filling or frosting is very, very good. Our alliance, born of naive goodwill and pitiful cause and effect, ends here. But she still takes one more look at you, along with the chaotic crowd bustling behind you. I can hold off the corrupted ahead for a little longer. She places her hand on her chest, curling her fingers as if to pry something out from the center of her collarbones. Once I pull out the safety plug from this frame, everything will end. Do you understand? Before I completely go haywire, you need to run to... You heard everything she said, but before her final warning, you grabbed her wrist. There's another way. As you speak these words, Vera senses the landing of a mind beacon within her mind. Why should I trust you? Sorry, I haven't really tried this on the field before. But if we can just hold on for one more second, we'll have another chance. What's the point? Vera is familiar with this emerging technology, and her frame is equipped with a system to connect with mind beacons, but she still feels uncomfortable. It's like allowing someone to peek into her mental world, which feels very strange. But the mind beacon lands anyway, plunging into her mind, attempting to calm the raging tempest within. Her memory data is being retrieved in a fumbling manner. She can feel that you are inexperienced with mind connections, clumsily stumbling through her past experiences, trying to find anything that might be useful. What is this initial test content? Should I trust you? I can't remember clearly. It's... murder, shadow, window glass, false. The vast expanse of her mind envelops a beacon, and you, or rather the person you are now, cannot find the answers in time. Is this our only option? A stubborn, ill-timed burst of static suddenly comes through your earpiece. You guys are... Hey, did Hound mess with the comm device? We've successfully evacuated many refugees from the rear. Are you guys at the front still alive? Help! You've done well. Hey, just hang in there for 10 more seconds and... What? 9, 8, 7... Let me explain. Prepare for impact. The explosion will begin approximately 30 meters ahead of your position. $30 Are you trying to send us to our graves? 4, 3... Vera, get down! What's with that gaudy humanoid figure up ahead? Something's wrong. Why is it coming towards us? Granny Wang, didn't you say... Huh? No, doggy. On the other end of the communication, Granny Wang seems to have lit a cigarette, her arm casually resting on the steering wheel as she lets out a long sigh. Oh my, that kid is still quite unreliable. The next moment, a burst of colorful smoke suddenly rises, and before anyone can react, the bombardment begins. A violent gust blows Vera's hair forward, strands wildly slapping against her face. The surrounding corrupted are sent flying, giving Vera a brief reprieve. You desperately cling to Vera to avoid being blown away, while the powerful explosive force has already lifted those behind you into the air. Just in time! Oh, it's Leia. Oh, that must be Simon up there screaming. Granny Wang remains silent, only lighting her cigarette. God, what a cool old lady. Before they crash to the ground, a flexible whip lashes out from the extravagant colored smoke, wrapping around everyone and placing them safely enough in a secure location. Everyone saved! A vibrantly colored young woman descends from the sky, drumming and singing to herself as if completely oblivious to the chaotic battlefield around her. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. In the most dire hour of need, here comes the most powerful construct descending from the heavens. What a tremendous feat! Quick, give your thanks to the great Leia, the legendary hero. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Simon collapses into a sitting position on the ground, adjusting his glasses, which have lost half their lenses. This is who Granny Wang mentioned. The special construct temporarily stationed in Conservation Area 062. Leia descends from above like an angel, breaking through the corrupted encirclement. She and Vera, both constructs, have been fighting fiercely on the front lines for a long time, finally securing the crucial time needed for the evacuation of Conservation Area 062. Only after confirming that most civilians have been evacuated from the conservation area did Vera, with Leia's support, retreat from the front lines with the humans. Together, they joined the tail end of the refugee column. Granny Wang's small pickup truck was destroyed by Leia's indiscriminate explosions, forcing her to drive a large transport vehicle at the front instead. The rest of those still able to move are relegated to the back of the line, advancing on foot. Everyone can tell that Vera is not in good shape. According to you, she has endured numerous hardships lately, exceeding her frame's load capacity, resulting in symptoms of mind deviation. She used to wear a mask, acting all mysterious and secretive, but now she doesn't hide anything at all. What was the point of charging so far ahead? In the end, you still had to be carried back by everyone, didn't you? Hound urgently needs rest and maintenance, but it's only a matter of time before the corrupted catch up. For now, escape remains our top priority. And so, the current scene is somewhat difficult to describe. The construct's weight far exceeds that of normal humans, so the main responsibility of carrying her falls to Leia, who is also a construct, while the humans insist on walking alongside them, lending their support. Vanessa frowns and pinches her nose, examining Leia for a good while before speaking sharply. I heard you're not a Babylonia soldier. You're just a construct attached to Granny Wang. I'd like to experience life in Babylonia, but I still have some unfinished business, so I'm putting it off for now. Besides, Granny Wang is amazing. When she and Shepard found me, I was dead set on following her. She provides frame maintenance parts, all kinds of supplies, and she's someone who always has my back, no matter what I want to do. Granny Wang really raised herself a good dog. It's rare to find someone who can be ordered around so easily with just a bone. Huh? Are you talking about me? Leia, who was just compared to a good dog taking orders, bewilderedly points to the tip of her nose. With her movement, Vera nearly falls off her back. Watch out! See? I was right to tell you to help support Hound. We can't rely on just Leia. If only I could request an exoskeleton. Speaking of Hound, what exactly is her background? Vanessa points at Vera, getting to the heart of the matter. Babylonia. I don't believe you. Give me an explanation. Not convenient for me to explain now. When we return to Babylonia, please help me keep what happened on the surface confidential. Impossible. That's your responsibility, so don't force the burden on others. We'll decide after we return. I heard you attempted the newest mind beacon connection with her without authorization. At most, you only practiced on simulators back in FOS. Weren't you afraid you might kill her? The situation was critical. If I hadn't initiated the connection when I did, she might not have survived until now. You don't finish your sentence, but the image of Vera desperately clawing at the device on her collarbone remains vividly fresh on everyone's mind. It's hard not to suspect you two have something on each other. Hey, Hound. Stop pretending you can't hear me. I've studied the clinical symptoms of construct mind disruption. I know you can still hear what I'm saying. Vera slightly opens her eyes in response. Unfortunately, her visual module is as blurry as a human experiencing a concussion. After briefly glancing at her surroundings, another wave of dizziness forces her to close her eyes again. So, what brilliant insights do you have now? I already said, I haven't sunk so low as to discuss tactics with a construct. But if you're lucky enough to survive, I might deign to give you a moment of my attention. Do you still think your theory is correct? Your tactics have an excessively individualistic style. You believe that as long as you alone can hold the line, everyone else should be classified as assets who should just stand behind you and be protected? It's embarrassingly obvious how old you are. Only the Golden Age could produce such a mindset, brimming with that dazzling ideal of individual heroism. But times have changed, and what we've learned is completely different. In complex ground environments, protecting everyone is impossible. The correct approach is to sacrifice some expendables while preserving the essential personnel. Vanessa, that's your own tactical style, not everyone else's. Almost forgot about you. Vanessa points mockingly at the rope binding Vera and you at the waist. One's a pitiful relic from the Golden Age, with a head full of laughable traditional heroism. The other's a delusional innocent, foolishly trying to trade the most worthless sacrifice for honor in this apocalypse. You two really are cut from the same cloth. No wonder you're tethered together on the same rope. Rest assured, once we're back in Babylonia, I'll report issues of your misconduct to our superiors in full detail. Your inappropriate attire, ideological distortion, malicious competition. Vera begins a retort, then falls silent mid-sentence as memories from her past surface. But it's enough to make Vanessa's skin crawl. I can also ensure that neither you nor that idealistic commandant ever make it back to Babylonia. You can both rot down here on the surface instead. Big talk. I'll say it again. You're welcome to try. As the tension between Vera and Vanessa sharpens to a razor edge, a colorful figure suddenly slides into view, studying both women through the gap in their standoff. With her back to Vera, she studies both of their sour expressions from below, with exaggerated, theatrical interest. Oh my goodness! Two women with such vicious tongues appearing at the same time! Is this how everyone from Babylonia talks? Perhaps it's some kind of fashion trend? So sophisticated! It's not your place to butt in, you tasteless, chaotic dork. Here you go again. Simon, pale-faced, closes his eyes once again. As an injured member, he should be in the vehicle, but severe motion sickness forced him to walk instead, returning to this shattered FOS squad. Vanessa, please don't pick fights with everyone we meet. Don't think you're in the clear just because you're with Granny Wang now. Once I graduate, we'll have plenty of chances to meet again. You'd better pray you never fall into my hands. What are you going to do to me? I'll make sure you're the first one I send in for a complete makeover, head to toe, to get rid of that tacky style of yours. That's it? Huh? Wonderful! The young lady from Babylonia is truly generous. Funnily enough, they do end up on a squad together later. Time will tell if she makes good on that promise. Far from being intimidated by the warning, the peculiar character excitedly drew closer instead. Luke, be my witness. Once I finish my business and go to Babylonia to join the elites, I'll seek out Lady Vanessa there. Let's get down to business, Leia. Granny Wang mentioned you brought back a suspicious person. Where are they now? Leia and Vanessa simultaneously jerk their chins forward. One can't free her hands, while the other can't be bothered to lift a finger. In the transport vehicle up ahead, under the watch of that useless acting supervisor Kent. Don't worry, I've got that criminal wrapped up tighter than a mummy. Criminal? Criminal? Are you certain of his guilt? Did he confess? He just mumbled nonsense for ages, babbling about being some messenger of the gods and the true purpose of punishing. Obviously, he's just a lunatic with delusions of grandeur. Is this the researcher who left early that you all mentioned before? Vera forces her heavy eyelids open, looking toward the large transport vehicle not far ahead. A sense of foreboding arises within her. Like, the cause of the leak is still unknown, but they discovered that someone left the research facility right before the virus leaked out. That person has now completely disappeared. Leia left the moment she received the news. Yes, we've already sent a construct to find the person who left earlier, hoping to uncover some clues from them. She hasn't returned yet. We're not just twiddling our thumbs either. Like on that final night of the Golden Age during the raging blizzard, an eerie red flash briefly appeared in the distance beyond the windows of the military hospital. Something isn't right. Vera begins to struggle on Leia's back. Huh? You want to get down? Are you sure you can walk? I didn't take Kent's explanation seriously at first. Didn't believe a mere researcher could cause such a massive crisis. Simply impossible. Someone must be backing him. But if this is true, Leia really manages to capture the target. That night, she opened the window. A couple of snowflakes drifted onto the back of her hand, their iciness accompanying her vigilance. It's snowing. Now, a few snowflakes drift onto Vera's eyelashes. It's snowing again. If he's truly suspected of causing something this massive, then detaining and interrogating him should be our top priority. Vera locks her gaze on the transport vehicle ahead, loaded with elderly and vulnerable civilians, as her fingers reach for the weapon on her back. She knows the melting snow will turn to mud, making this desperate winter escapes even more difficult. This struggling convoy cannot withstand another attack. I'll go up ahead to check. You draw a handgun with barely any ammunition left and decide to scout ahead. First, tell me everything you know about that person. He's a very gaunt old man. Thinking about it now, it was pretty scary. When I found him, he was even humming a tune. Alert, we have a situation. There's gunfire at transport vehicle number 3. Kent is on that vehicle, but he's not responding. I'll lead the other vehicles away while you get over there now. Suddenly, everyone's communication systems activate simultaneously as Kent's channel opens on its own. Besides the disturbing screams, everyone also hears the voice of an old man humming a tune. Including Vera. Everyone hears that song. What song is that? I made it up. Don't worry about it. Leia seems completely insulated from the approaching danger, still innocently reciting the mission target's name. His name is... Haynes. Oh, maybe now she's gonna flip her lid. I'm gonna take more of my drink. More of my dink. I'm dinking oiter. Dink my oiter. Flesh and blood. Heroes were always born from disasters, especially this time, when the red-haired death is willing to let the hero have its flesh and blood. A blood-black void begins to weave a network. Cells connecting, reconnecting, joining with the central stem. Data synchronization progress, 85%. Snowflakes continue to drift down at a leisurely pace, while the wind, stirred by the people rushing past, throws everything into disarray. Inside this train car packed with the elderly and vulnerable, chaos has clearly erupted, or more accurately, a one-sided massacre. Those who rushed here immediately spot Kent's body sprawled at the edge of the car, along with the body of the mother, the woman who had tried everything possible to keep her daughter alive. No! No! Aww. Not the mother. The sudden turn for the worse leaves everyone feeling untethered, each person engulfed by a wave of disorientation. If the daughter and Granny Wang die too, I'm gonna throw something. No, little baby. The girl stares vacantly at her mother's body, her hollow gaze fixed unblinkingly on the corpse. Haynes grips the only gun among these people, taken from Kent. Judging by the bullet hole in the back of Kent's head, he probably never noticed anything before dying from the sneak attack. Now the gun barrel is pressed against the girl's head. I've been eavesdropping on your conversations, and discovered a familiar face among you. She stopped my first incident, and now she's here to interfere with this finale too. What a fateful connection we have. This bastard. Vera? Vera grits her teeth, struggling to dismount from Leia's back as her right hand clamps firmly around her weapon. You're still as young and sharp as ever. You haven't changed at all. Well, you're still as ugly as ever. You're something that should have died decades ago. You don't look any different from back then. Haynes, who's backing your cloning operation? Two figures, separated by decades of time yet unchanged in appearance, stare at each other from opposite ends of a gap several meters wide. Haynes doesn't answer Vera, instead focusing intently on examining her frame. Constructs. To think that detestable professor's research would become one of the greatest technologies of this era. How does it feel to become a construct? Is it just like I predicted back then? Replacing your fragile human form with metal. Have you crossed that river yet? So, hold on to that ambition of yours. With just a touch of evolution, you can easily wade across that river. Like replacing this fragile flesh, removing the inferior genes within it, and substituting them with... Hand over the child. Seems you are still drifting in the middle of the river. That young lady, on the other hand, is far more enlightened than you. Miss Vanessa, if I heard correctly, that is your name, isn't it? Among those pointing their guns at him, he spotted a young woman with silver white hair. Your thinking is very straightforward. Discard what's useless, preserve what's valuable. Now all the trash is dead. That Kent, who clearly couldn't manage things, along with a bunch of sniveling old folks and children, and that interfering woman. When mentioning that interfering woman, he spits out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Nothing but a raving lunatic. All right. Now this child is also a burden. Haynes tightens his grip as he presses the still-hot gun barrel against the girl's skin, burning her. Vanessa's expression turns utterly grim. Yeah, girl. Getting a we're not so different from this guy must really suck. So the eavesdropper has taken an interest in our casual chat? The previously unresponsive girl suddenly contorts her entire face after seeing Haynes' spit. Extreme rage overtakes her expression, her innocence instantly replaced by an anger completely inherited from her mother. Die. 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 Let him die. Kill him now. My god. When you've got a little baby girl yelling at people to kill you. Haynes tightens his grip on the girl's neck and smashes his gun butt into her cheek, knocking out her newly grown permanent teeth. No! She needs those to eat chocolate. She needs to have cookies with those. I'm sure they can give her good replacements in Babylonia or something, but what if she can't get there? Burden, don't speak. And the rest of you better not move. State your demands. I already told you. Didn't you understand? I want to see which ideology will triumph. If you want to save this deadweight, send over that red construct as an exchange. I happen to have something to discuss with her. Haynes gestures toward Vera. I never asked for your name before, but the code name Hound suits you well. A sharp blade, an obedient dog, both equally useful tools. Hand her over to me and I won't kill the child. Hound, trusting him would be the height of stupidity. Don't need you to remind me. Vera quickly surveys her surroundings, but finds nothing noteworthy except for ruins in every direction. He should have killed everyone by now. Keeping that girl alive means he must have something else planned. It's definitely not just about catching up with an old acquaintance. What is he? A familiar urgency erupts in her chest as her mind becomes a tangled mess. Simply standing there, facing off with Haynes is already taking all her strength. If I could just take him out with one shot. Don't you always love trading risk for reward? Haven't you always wanted to be the hero? Didn't you always want to stand at the front of everyone? Come on, let them see what choice you make. The humans notice that the double-edged gun shaft in Vera's grip is trembling slightly. Her long-suppressed rage, nearly strong enough to snap the handle in two. That is Vera's stance right before she attacks. Is she going to attack head-on? Let me guess what you're thinking. Whatever crosses Haynes' mind makes the muttering, deranged old man break into a wide grin. You must be thinking how to kill me as quickly as possible before I can even pull the trigger so you can save her. Too bad that's the wrong choice. Shut up! The lance tears through the air, violently impaling Haynes through the chest. A sickening blend of sounds fill the air, ribs shattering, heart torn to shreds, spine disintegrating, as he's instantly pinned to death against the vehicle cabin. Haynes spews blood mixed with tissue fragments as the delicate standoff shatters in an instant, prompting almost everyone to spring into action. People rush toward the cabin filled with corpses, all trying to pull the girl out. Meanwhile, Haynes manages to fire that bullet anyway, aiming straight ahead. The bullet races forward, traveling against the current of air torn open by the lance. Only your peripheral vision catches a glimpse of that fleeting shadow, revealing the bullet's true target. Vera! Vera sees the bullet too. Even with her visual module already blurred, she can still make out its trajectory. But she can't dodge it anymore. The thrown lance nearly depleted all power, her body still locked in a forward-leaning pose. She slowly falls, leaving her unable to dodge the malice originating from her past. Vera! Crash! You roar out her name, darting in front of Vera, the action accompanied by a discordant metal clang as the bullet pierces through the sample box and strikes directly into your body. Both of you lose your strength and fall, but you still spread your arms, deliberately cushioning the falling construct's body. The two of you collapse awkwardly onto the ground in a tangled heap. Uh-oh, that box had virus samples in it. That's bad. Vera refuses to close her eyes for even a second, trembling as she tears at your jacket and shirt. You've been shot! Meanwhile, a new disaster unfolds, giving no one a moment to catch their breath. No, everyone stay away from him! No one notices that a certain container inside Haynes' stomach has also been blasted into fragments by the attack. Man. Yeah, Strauss, nothing ever goes right in this game. At least not in the middle of a chapter. Not until the end. His gaze gradually grows cloudy, yet his hoarse voice still reaches everyone's ears through Kent's communication device. I knew you thought could save. Cue the days in PGR when shit doesn't go in a handbasket. Ugh, wouldn't that be nice? He's talking to Vera. Uh-oh. Wrong. His gaze is fixed on the two people collapsed nearby, Vera's hair burning like a fire. You think... You thought you found someone willing to support you? You think you're brave enough now to stand proudly before everyone? You should have gone back to the mud, to be broken, to be crushed, to be trampled and devoured by countless beasts. There are many words he wants to pour out to that woman in red, But this is enough. Soon she'll know that she made the wrong choice. You deserve this. Well, the Divine's messenger has already illuminated the correct path for me. Haynes' final gaze turns toward the sky. Atop the ruined building, a pair of eyes remains perfectly still, appreciating this catastrophe unfolding directly below. And he does not mean the angel Gabriel, he means the ascendant Gabriel, who's dead now in the present day. So we don't have to worry about him anymore. The owner of those eyes seems to acknowledge Haynes' final bow. He raises his arm, steadily pointing to a location not far away. Haynes understands this signals the beginning of a new operation. I did it. The new seed is already. Like a black hole devouring matter, the putrefaction begins at the center of Haynes' abdomen and spreads at a terrifying speed, consuming his bones, organ, fat, and skin, along with the girl kneeling nearby, howling in despair. Accompanying this suicide attack, everyone's punishing concentration alarms begin to sound in unison. No! That child is still in there! That child... Haynes has samples in his body too. Everyone stay back! Sensing danger, Granny Wang stops abruptly and firmly grabs the two youngsters still trying to rush forward, yanking them back. Vanessa's hand has already touched the rear panel of the vehicle compartment. The pain from the concentrated punishing immediately spreads from her fingertips, blood quickly soaking through her glove. If you want to be corroded until there's nothing left, not even your bones, then just keep standing here. Vanessa and Simon are quickly dragged away. Before their eyes, Haynes and the girl melt into pools of decaying flesh, quickly sliding down the spear Vera had thrown and spreading across the ground. No! They killed the little girl! God damn it. God damn it. The humans nearby witnessed everything, and their intense emotions finally burst forth. Oh. I shouldn't have... Shut up. Don't say another word. Vera grits her teeth as she tears open your shirt to examine the gunshot wound. God... They got me. I thought the mom and the daughter were safe. I thought they were gonna make it out of here. Ah, damn it. I should have known. I should have known better. Even she couldn't have imagined this damn scene would play out again. Over these past few days, you have already rushed in to shield her from 2 deadly attacks. Oh, and for the record, this is not the first time that PGR has killed a child on screen. And the other time they did it, it was a lot worse. This is the less terrible of the two, if you can believe that. If I hadn't taken that mother's gun away, they would have had at least one extra gun to fight back against Haynes. If anyone's to blame, it's... The bullet hole leaves scorched black marks on the human's clothes and skin, but no blood comes out. No blood at all. No blood. Something blocked it. What blocked the bullet? A sinister thought worms its way into her mind. She immediately pulls the sample box from your hands. Her strength has waned considerably, but the box still tumbles to the ground from your grip. A pitch-black bullet hole appears before her eyes, with stabilizing agent rapidly leaking from inside. I was wrong. Granny Wang! A group of corrupted is approaching us! Leia, being a construct, is the first to sense the imminent attack. Corrupted group approaching! They shouldn't have been able to catch up so quickly! There's no time to evacuate! Regroup immediately, everyone. Prepare to engage. Granny Wang glances back at the vehicle cabin, where Haynes's remains lie as nothing more than a spreading puddle of mangled flesh. It mingles with crimson blood and crimson punishing, seeping through the crevices of the surrounding ruins, seeping ever deeper. Above it, those who tread upon crimson ground are already trapped in a desperate situation. Perhaps I shouldn't have said those things. I shouldn't have gotten out of the car. If I had stayed inside. The electric car, driven by Haynes, thunders past. Due to the choices made by several young people, it charges back and forth on the tracks, circling around and crushing every innocent person on each branching path, sparing nobody. Someone really utilized punishing to this extent? An ascendant could. With her wealth of experience, Granny Wang firmly believes this isn't something Haynes could accomplish alone. There must be an existence behind him that far exceeds anything she can imagine, supporting this chaos. But no one has time to investigate that now. In the immediate future, just staying alive will be a challenge. Granny Wang lets out a long sigh. You still have guns in your hands, so raise them. It's time for us to fight back once more. You two over there, can you still stand? The human and the construct in the distance don't respond. Vera hangs her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her profile, making her expression unreadable. Sheepdog suddenly jumps down and runs to your side, barking frantically at the sample box on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Led by Granny Wang, the group approaches and quickly notices that the two are frozen in place, staring at the box with an almost manic intensity. From the dark bullet hole in the box, they can almost hear Haynes' mocking laughter. Watch out! Step back! Granny Wang spots the danger and holds the others back. Vera continues staring at the bullet hole, realizing that Haynes is like a punctuation mark, deeply embedded in the earth. Decades later, on yet another winter day, he is once again telling her that every struggle ends in darkness. Her memory rewinds to a familiar winter night. Dr. Gwyneth, her only friend, became one of the first victims when the disaster broke out. Afterward, she joined the military forces resisting the punishing virus, voluntarily signed the informed consent documents, and willingly underwent modification. Then, from her very first battlefield appearance as a construct, she struggled with every ounce of her strength. Yet even when she tore off her own arm to help her teammates, Average Joe and the others just still couldn't survive. That was also something that happened in her backstory. Well, all of this. In Vera's backstory, before joining Cerberus, she hasn't been with a single squad that hasn't all died. Except for her, of course. Even when she was prepared to bear the charge of desertion, Hummingbird and Moth still couldn't survive. Even when she gave everything for this group of foolish comedians, she only pushed the situation toward a worse extreme. The red-haired Reaper was a curse. Someone else had seen this truth long before she did. Your sharpness, too. will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. Data synchronization progress, 87%. Vera glares at the box, clenched teeth grinding together to produce a wet clicking. Refuse to accept this. Not the time to give up. I refuse to accept this ending. She snatches the box in one swift motion. You instinctively grab hold of the other end. Go! The stabilizer hasn't completely drained yet. There's still time for you to leave. I'll take the sample to a safe place. What about you? I admit I made a mistake, but I won't dwell on it. This sample is never going to reach its destination now, and throwing it as far away as possible is the only remedy I can offer. There's another way. Snatch it back, clutching it tightly and refusing to let go, even as the stabilizer continues to rapidly leak out. The test material! Use that piece from my body! You suddenly look up, meeting Vera's eyes. You said it yourself. It can block punishing more effectively. It can serve as better protection against punishing. I've got it all recorded on my terminal. You weren't lying to me, were you? She doesn't answer. She meets your gaze, and you can already see the answer in her eyes. Luke, what are you doing? About what just happened, and what's about to happen. I admit I'm a bit upset, but all these emotions will only last for a second. If I hesitate, hold on. You. Before everyone's shocked eyes, you suddenly press the box firmly against the wound on your abdomen. What are you doing? You've lost your mind. Simon and Vanessa both think their classmate has gone mad, desperately reaching out to grab the sample box. The searing pain feels like it's tearing open the wound on your side again. You grimace in agony, punching over and curling up into almost into a fetal position. Only one sample left. Too important. Only by getting this sample to the right place for analysis can we possibly stop the disaster from spreading. Otherwise, what just happened will occur everywhere. Vera's expression grows complicated as she finds herself forced to reassess the person in front of her once again. Even like this, you're still determined to deliver this sample? If you were in my place, wouldn't you make the same choice? Vera receives an answer just like the one she expected. Her mouth stretches into a smile as she too hunches over, suppressing the flood of emotions threatening to burst forth. Finally, all her unspoken reproaches and the responsibility she wished to shoulder alone transform into thunderous laughter, echoing above the ruins. That sample has a maximum stability period of 6 hours. Granny Wang, can we make it in time? Granny Wang immediately understands her intention. We can't make it. The corrupted will catch up to us before we reach a base with analysis capabilities. Fighting while retreating is no longer an option. But Granny Wang delivers her assessment. Definitive, yet regrettably honest. What if we hold the rear and block all the corrupted? From within the crowd, a silver-haired girl throws out these words, simultaneously reaching out and grabbing Vera's arm. Her eyes are rimmed with red, and her gloves still seep blood, leaving a shocking crimson handprint on Vera's armor. We haven't even reached the point of writing the after-action report, and you're already fantasizing about being the hero. Disgusting. You think you're some self-proclaimed savior of the world, expecting all us pampered elites from Babylonia to fall in line behind you? I can't stand that self-righteous look on your face. Even if this is my first time on the surface, I refuse to be someone holding you back. She defiantly wipes her face. Just like how you and Leia bought time for the people from the conservation area to retreat, I can do the same. Everyone here will. She sweeps her arm toward the crowd behind her. Every refugee who stood with them has witnessed their perseverance, and also beheld the tragedy that unfolded on that vehicle. At this moment, everyone silently gives their answer. They will no longer choose an endless flight with no destination. Mrs. Wang, isn't this enough? Concentrate all our resources on one transport vehicle. Granny Wang issues her command, and people begin to move, silent and resolute as they act swiftly. Even with the best preparations and buying as much time as possible, the transport vehicle can only travel a short distance more, not enough to reach the destination. There will definitely be a stretch of road you'll have to travel by yourself. I can carry that person on my back while running. Factor my speed into your calculations. No. In your current condition, you can't achieve a construct's normal movement speed. I can reach that speed. Vera tries to prop herself up using her weapon, but she can barely lift her head. I've already tried it. The consciousness connection that person established with me. It works. As long as the connection is maintained, I can move. Then Granny Wang turns toward you, suffering alone. To fulfill your wish, to fulfill everyone's wishes, you must. I need her. You grip the rope connecting you to Vera. Please help us. Delay the corrupted as long as possible. They're here. The horde of corrupted, drawn by Haynes through some unknown method, appears on the horizon. They flow through the crevices of these ruins, surging forward like a flood. Granny Wang removes the sniper rifle from her shoulder. All right, Shepard and I are good to go. It's been a while since I've fought like this. Reminds me of my days in the cargo crew. Come on, get up. We need to move right now. Granny Wang reaches out, placing her hand on Vera's shoulder. Her arm, hardened from years of handling rifles, remains steady and strong. Vera thrusts her weapon into the ground, trying to pull herself up. But days of constant running, repeatedly pushing her frame to its breaking point, have left her strength almost completely drained. She struggles up, only to fall. She tries again, only to fall again. Get up! She rises, falls, and rises again, all the while struggling toward that person. Leia, come give me a hand! You two owe debts of gratitude that can never be repaid. Understand? Vanessa refuses to help. Instead, she draws her sidearm and leads the still-armed refugees forward without a backward glance. I will ensure everyone's survival. That's my promise. Even if the rest of the world perishes, I'll ensure at least a handful of us survive. As for you all, even if you're suffocated by the weight of responsibility, even if you must run until your last breath, you absolutely cannot let our efforts go to waste. Vera collapses one last time. This has to be her last. She finally accepts help from others, lying on her back in the center of the group, allowing them to support her limbs and weapons as they all strain forward together. They lift her up together. A hero needs a sharp blade, so they lift their swords before them. Beginning. Connection. I've been thinking lately. I've realized that time and experience shape who we become. Everyone around you supports you, while everyone around me lost their lives because of me. So your instinct is to give, while mine is to take. She has long seen her fate written in the stars, born from misfortune, bringing suffering wherever she goes. Only by continuously swallowing pain can she stomach the harsh reality she creates. Do you understand? We're walking different paths, completely different from each other, Luke. Vanessa was wrong too. I have no interest in being a hero. Countless hands lift her before you. She gazes at the hand reaching out to her and blinks slowly. Look, you're the hero. You can draw everyone's attention and admiration to yourself, shining so brightly it's almost annoying. I've been wavering all along, reluctantly continuing this relay with you, not wanting to sacrifice myself for some grand purpose. But now, She watches you writhe in pain, repeatedly recalling the moment they used their own flesh and blood to fill the gap. She knows all too well that you are a modern Icarus who will attempt to cross the sea with waxen wings, but the harsh rays of reality will surely melt them, sending you plummeting into the deepest trenches of the unfeeling waters. I refuse to accept this. The mind beacon descends once more, sending a piercing pain into her mind, as if transmitting the agony this person is currently enduring. A familiar pain races through her limbs and fingertips as she gradually awakens, her strength returning with it. Slowly, she clenches her fist. Come here. She understands completely. Take a piece of flesh from the body of mine. Disaster. Data synchronization progress, 90%. Ooh. Back to the present. Okie dokie. And I drink something. Is that woof because a lot just happened? Cause yeah, a whole lot just happened. That section was fucking crazy. See, here's the thing about punishing Grey Raven. Sometimes you reach a point where you're like, well, surely it can't get worse than this. You're always wrong. It can always get worse. Also a little funny that, like, right at that climactic moment in the flashback, we're going back to the present. 5 seasons of a TV show is just compacted into one episode. Feels a little like that. A lot just happened. Anyway. Junior. The auditorium spotlights were rather stingy, casting their beams upon only a lucky few. Within Vera's past, she was born on a sea of hands to the little commandant, offering her own flesh and blood. She pulls you along for the final leg of your journey together. Yet reality seems like a projection of the mind, only in reverse. Amid a shower of dust, 3 people, or more accurately, 1 person plus a pair of conjoined individuals, tumble unceremoniously from a duct, crashing onto the floor of a corridor in the gene repository. As you carry the construct on your back, you take a hard fall, but after just catching your breath twice, you immediately push yourself up to check on Vera's condition. 12%. The mind beacon reflects the frame's data synchronization status, progressing abnormally slowly. Why is the data synchronization so slow? Let me boost the mind beacon's assistance. Conniff is the first to roll over and get back on his feet. How many followed us? I blocked the tunnel exit. No hetero creatures have followed us yet. Impressive. You managed to block it while carrying such a large construct. Dust everywhere. Thank goodness, it still works. Let's check the tracker first. Where's Eve? You know, I'm glad that even though he works for Corono, he doesn't seem to be a huge dick. Because then I can feel better about thinking he's hot. Because, I mean, look at him. Look at him. They had to have known what they were doing when they designed this man. Am I right? The dot's glow is fainter, but they can confirm Eve is somewhere nearby. You heard Big Dick and came running from the kitchen. I was saying I'm glad that he's not being a big dick. Because that makes him being hot better. I wasn't saying he had a big dick, if that's what you were thinking. I mean, maybe he does. Who knows? I'm just talking about this NPC who I think is hot. I mean, look at how they designed him. Look at how they designed him. I mean, he's got kind of deer in headlights eyes at the moment, but ignore that. Maybe he is average size. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? What? You know what they say, it's not the size, it's how you use it. Not that I would know. Oh, and to be clear, that's me saying, I've never dated anybody, I wouldn't know. Just as I thought, it escaped into this gene bank. Let's move. Conniff kindly helps you to your feet. Oh, thank you. That exoskeleton is certainly cumbersome. Meanwhile, he catches your scrutinizing gaze, taking advantage of the moment to observe you. Oh, he's observing me. Oh my. What's up? You look like you've got something on your mind. Reminds you of a guy you were with at one point. He was a sweet and not that tall geeky guy, but he was packing and it certainly shocked you. So you never know. Yeah, you never know. I'll be honest, I'm not even sure I'd like I think if I saw somebody God, what am I talking about? I feel like if I saw somebody's penis, I would not even be able to tell, like, whether it's big or small. I feel like I don't have enough reference points. I don't know. But oh my god. He helped me up, and now he's observing me. Oh my god. What do I do? Do you guys think I look cute? When in this game where I'm wearing a big combat power suit and probably bleeding in places. How did you find that tunnel entrance so quickly? Because I'm Corona personnel. Of course I know about these little secrets. Man, I just complimented you for not being a dick. Don't be a traitor. Don't make me eat my damn words. I thought you weren't familiar with this island. I admit I researched this genomic resource center a bit before we departed. I absolutely had no intention of harming any of you. I told you before, I want you to get me away from Corono, and in exchange, I'd lead you to the treasure. We just happened to run into some major trouble. Wait. Oh. I think he is the guy from an earlier thing with Vera. Where they, like, Commandant and Vera were on, like, kind of a secret mission, and at one point they met someone who was like, I can help you if you help me get away from Corono, and I'll take you to a treasure. I think that may have happened. So I think he may be that guy. And listen, if you want to get away from Corono, I will happily help you. I should ask him out? You think I should? You think I should? And Ashfrost says, I could eat something of Hanif. I'm sure you could, Ashfrost. I'm sure we all could. You think I should ask him out? I'll tell him, yeah, I can get you away from Corono. You just have to come somewhere with me. Like, for dinner, maybe? Is that smooth or is that cheesy as hell? Or is it both? Is it possible that it could be both? Do you think something could be smooth and cheesy at the same time? That's perfect. Thank you. Oh, I want to know the answer to both these questions. Which one would I ask, though? Probably, I guess, how he joined. Because I feel like I'd have some ideas of why someone would want to escape Corono. I have some ideas. How exactly did you join Corono? Why the sudden interest in these finicky details? After 2 whole days of going through hell, have you finally been charmed by me? Looking to whisk me away on a white horse? God damn it, he's seen through me. Abort! Abort! Hanif quickens his pace forward, words flowing smoothly from his mouth, as if the questions themselves are of little concern to him. You look once more at Hanif's lapel. In fact, when you first escorted him onto that transport ship, you had already discovered a small FOS badge hidden in the inner lining of his coat. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's the guy from before, isn't he? He was the FOS researcher! Or not, the FOS student that Commandant found a long time ago in the earlier flashback. It's that guy! It's him! He's that guy! It's him, isn't it? Oh my god. I thought their voices sounded a little familiar, but I thought I was just like... I thought I was wrong. I thought I was wrong. I thought they were just two voice actors who sounded similar, because there are a lot of those. But no, I think they're the same guy. I think they're the same guy. Oh my god. What was he doing back then? Oh my god. If I'm right, this is gonna be insane. Oh my god. After everything that's happened, I'd forgotten about that guy. But is this that guy? Oh my god. That guy was hot. That's not the takeaway. It means that guy was hot underneath his suit. No. My god. This is I don't know what to think now. Is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? I'll be blunt. You smell of FOS. And, some kind of woody cologne? Don't ask why I know that. What's this smell of FOS you're talking about? Like how yesterday you nearly strangled me, then pointed a gun at me? All because I acted a bit too much? Was it actually because I was too smelly? Answer with another question and I'll sew your mouth shut. No, that's a little too... Cut the crap. Fine. No point in hiding it. I did graduate from FOS Military College, but I severed ties with Babylonia long ago. Now I'm just Corona's little dog. You must have done well at FOS. Otherwise, Corona wouldn't have taken an interest in you. Anif raises an eyebrow, maintaining his dismissive think-what-you-want attitude. Nothing special. Just ranked in the top 10 overall. That's impressive. Is Hanif your real name? I've never seen it on any chief registry from previous years. I was never a chief. That position. Someone wouldn't allow it? No, that's not it. Being that kind of hero standing in the spotlight just doesn't suit me, that's all. Hanif takes a deep breath. I doubt anyone would believe me if I said it. I'm here to find my family. Huh? Well, that explains why they have the same eye color. Don't misunderstand. No kin with those vicious hetero creatures. I want to find my true origins, and my investigation just happened to lead me here. I don't believe anyone could be under Corona's control from the moment of birth, so I want to figure out what exactly made them take an interest in me. You've been under Corona since you were first born? See? Don't believe me, as expected. And I'm guessing you won't like this kind of story. All this secrecy and mystery, only to end up being about some trivial family matter. Silent again. I suppose that's one of your virtues, staying quiet about things you don't understand. But this isn't my story. Heroic epics like yours that are known all over the world are a rarity. Mine is just the tale of a small shadow drifting through the world, the type you'd be able to find anywhere. I've said everything that I can tell you. If you have no other questions, please trust me a little longer. Besides, our current situation is extremely urgent. This situation is already complicated. I don't want to deal with a betrayal on top of everything else. Got it? You interrupt Hanif, tapping the gun in your hand as you deliver a warning. Right. Understood. Let's pick up the pace and focus on capturing Eve. By the way, I'll take point. You were injured earlier. Why are you suddenly willing to turn your back to me? You still carry FOS's badge with you to this day. Oh, so you noticed that. Like a bird with its beak held shut, he folds his wings and follows quietly for once. With Vera on your back, you stride forward through the darkness while using the mind beacon to connect with the frame mind, accelerating the adaptation process. Everything seems to be progressing naturally. A hero's presence is reassuring, promising a happy end. The dim corridor lights stretch into long shadows behind them, with Hanif caught in the protagonist's silhouette. He repeatedly inhales as if to speak, then hesitates. Countless times his lips move, but each time he swallows his words back down. He remains silent. After all, his innate destiny has always been imitation, and years of experience have accustomed him to being a mere shadow. And all his actions until now have been rebellious attempts to defy this fate. Whether playing mind games or deliberately sabotaging situations, he uses these tactics to gain more freedom. Yet deep inside, he can't help but feel curious about the hero he was meant to imitate. Originally, he didn't even have an origin to speak of. Oh, we're getting a backstory drop for our boy. Hell yeah. Let's find out if he's really trustworthy. Then we can know for certain whether we'll know for certain whether he can be trusted with other things like my heart. Only a name he was born with. His name is... Your name is... You're... Haynes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay, so... Maybe he's a clone of Haynes? Was that what Haynes was doing, cloning himself? Is that why there's like at least 3 of him? Well, if that's the case, he's not gonna age well, is he? That's unfortunate. But I don't know. Maybe leading a more moral life could lead to him, aging more gracefully. Because of, I don't know, like less evil grinning or something. I don't know. We'll see. Or either that or he's just related to him somehow. I don't know. From developing it from a tiny embryo into human form, to gradually gaining knowledge of the world, to the rapid emergence of self-awareness, most of his memories revolve around this name. God, also, if this is true, if he is a clone of Haynes, then that means that shitty old bastard man used to be hot, and I don't like that. In his hazy childhood memories, there were 10 Haynes in total, and he was number 10. Numbers 1 through 9 were successively deemed to have genetic defects or be unsuitable by the adults, then immediately died. But he was born with a stronger instinct for self-preservation than others. He feared death, so he deeply understood the importance of being obedient and well-behaved. He was more suited than anyone to be a perfect shadow. So he is a clone, I think. You're Haynes? Last one to survive screening? So you were assigned to Babylonia. Who knows what kind of scheme that old bastard is cooking up now? Bearing this name, he was sent to Babylonia's Youth Development Center, occasionally receiving support from kind-hearted individuals from Corona, and lived through his bewildering teenage years in what could be called exceptional stability. He followed his sponsors' every command without question, studying whatever they told him to study, helping with whatever small tasks they asked him to help with. He had no demands, no desires. The driving force behind all his actions was simply fear of death. After all, the deaths of the previous 9 Haynes subjects were genuinely terrifying. Oh no. He's not bad, he's just been doing bad things because he's afraid that they're gonna kill him if he doesn't. But from some point on, a certain name began to frequently reach his ears. That day, he stopped in front of one of the promotional videos commonly seen throughout Babylonia, where everyone couldn't help but focus on the gray figure within it. Welcome back, Ceremony. Construct Squad, the Grey Raven Commandant, and Cerberus Squads. Yeah, looks like he's doing all of it for survival. Propelled the Ascendants, scattering sparks of hope across the sea. For the first time, he wanted to express his own hopes and dreams. But before he could speak, the sponsor from Corona arrived to inform him of a new mission. Your mission is to enter FOS Military College as a student. This could be considered the first positive coincidence in his life. He immediately sat up straight. I understand. I'll apply right away. You seem eager to do so. Is there any reason for your enthusiasm? The man looks somewhat puzzled. I thought you'd pursue scientific research when you grew up. You had a change of heart. Could you really be the most different one after all? Which one? Haynes. Besides those 9, are there many more? No, there aren't any more. That's a lie. What's so funny? Haynes suddenly feels like a lab rat, lifted by its tail by the people who have been experimenting on him for years, suspended in the air as they scrutinize his defenseless body from all angles. His displeasure with this name suddenly bursts forth, along with the years of surveillance and control he's endured because of it. So, do I keep on being Haynes, then go to FOS with that name while I work for Corona? What's with all the questions today? Just do as you're told. The man pulls up several consent forms and turns the screen toward him. The consent forms are lengthy, and the man only finishes his explanation as the artificial daylight fades. In short, once you enter FOS College, you must remain competitive for the chief position by any means necessary. As long as you can do that, Corona will continue to support you. And if I can't, I die? Not that severe. You'd still be useful to us. Fine, I'll do it. Let me repeat my understanding of these documents. You want to create another chief, right? Good. You understand. Your overall qualities are excellent, and you're obedient too. I feel this mission will suit you perfectly. Besides, we haven't mistreated you, have we? For a hostage of the Haynes family, your life in Babylonia has been quite luxurious. Hostage. I don't understand. Where do I sign? The man points to a corner of the screen. Don't worry. This is a good opportunity. After you graduate from FOS, Corona will arrange your future placement. Whatever you say. As long as I get into FOS college, things should be different. Thinking this to himself, he raises his hand and signs the name that has accompanied him for over a decade. Very good. Now go become the next chief. if it's not clear, Chief is what they call the valedictorian at FOS. The Commandant was the chief of their year. So that means I was class valedictorian. Oh my god. Oh my god. In actual college, I didn't graduate within the top 10%, but that's fine. I didn't need that. I graduated with honors. I'm fine with that. I don't need to be in the top 10%. On his first day at FOS, he immediately began diligently gathering information. He pored over the roster of past students, tracing down the names of each successive chief one by one. At the founding of FOS Military College, the first chief student, blank, disappeared. Second class, blank, confirmed KIA. Third class, blank, disappeared. Fourth class, blank, underwent construct modification, currently assigned to Purifying Force. Who dat? Who dat? Fifth class, blank, confirmed KIA. Class, question mark. Chrome, underwent construct modification, currently assigned to Strike Hawk Squad of the task force. Chrome. Class, question mark. Luke, currently assigned to Grey Raven Squad of the task force. So Chrome is my upperclassman. I wasn't sure. God. Look at me. Already simping over this guy, and then immediately switching to talk about one of the other guys I simp for. He closes the roster of past students, no longer wanting to continue reading. He still remembers attending the enrollment ceremony that day. The auditorium spotlights were rather stingy, casting their beams upon only a lucky few. He silently stared at those few beams of light, a vision of the end of this mission flashing through his mind. He knew that those standing where the light couldn't reach would be reduced to a single line, reading disappeared or confirmed KIA. Hey, classmate, why did you choose to come to FOS? Another young man beside him leans in with a whispered question. I guess this also means that Hames is younger than Conniff. Hames. I called him Hames, and then I was like, wait, but that's also the old man. Ugh. He doesn't answer. He can only hear his heart pounding like a drum, feeling the delayed tremors coursing through his body. He fears death, yet suddenly realizes he's chosen the path that brings him closest to it. This trembling persists until the first class for freshmen. The first lesson contains neither theory nor practice, but takes place at Memorial Plaza before the monument. The monument serves as a boundary stone, the only true divider between life and death. He stares at the densely packed list of the fallen on the monument, unable to even locate the names of those chiefs he had just seen in the register. He trembles uncontrollably, the anthem unique to FOS echoing in his mind as his fingers trace across the monument. For the second time, he wanted to express his hopes and dreams to the world. Why are you still spacing out? Huh? Wow, dressed like that too. Just wait, the instructor's gonna remove all those dangly things from your ears tomorrow. He was already eyeing you several times during the assembly. Got a problem with it? I can't mess with anything else. What's wrong with messing with my own appearance? Huh? The overly friendly youth across him freezes for a moment, not expecting his future classmate to respond like that. Are you upset? I was just trying to make conversation. They pointed you out to me, said you ranked first overall in the entrance exams. Maybe you'll become our class's chief in the future? I won't be first in class. He keeps Corona's plans firmly in mind, but far exceeding those plans are the seeds of rebellion deeply rooted in his heart. Of course, I'll be competing for it too. Ridiculous. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Beeble. What's your name? Beeble extends his hand to Haynes, while their nearby classmates turn to watch. My name is... The name that had been attached to him for years gets stuck on the tip of his tongue, and he suddenly halts. Various thoughts lead his anxious gaze to search, until finally his eyes land on an unremarkable name from the memorial. He snaps back to reality and grasps Beeble's outstretched hand. The shadow within him grips that hand tightly. In the span of a single day, it's the third time he wants to voice his hopes. My name is... But this time, he doesn't hesitate. He immediately fulfills his own wish. He gives himself a true name. Hanif. Please call me Hanif. My name is Hanif. Student ID 1364. Hanif, student ID 1364. No problem. Graduation qualifications approved. You are permitted to participate in the graduation assessment. Hanif's terminal immediately receives the test announcement from Academic Affairs. He browses through it while walking toward the crowd nearby. Time passes in the blink of an eye. It feels like the school anthem had been echoing in their ears for only a brief moment before their graduation arrived. The moment he named himself became a turning point. He grew more ambitious and cunning, developing many demands while accumulating countless small acts of rebellion over the years. Like adding more small components to his body, or deliberately scoring right at Corona's passing threshold. But none of it was enough. So that's why he's got all those piercings. Cancelled the field drill. So severe casualties among commandants and constructs. Can't spare any personnel. Now I feel like they're totally underestimating us. If they were to let me go to the surface, I would get a perfect score, just like the Grey Raven Commandant. It's the Grey Raven Commandant again. He pushes through the crowd, engaged in heated discussion, and walks away. It's still daytime. You'd better leave the sleep talking for the night. Get a load of this! Beeble turns around and delivers a precise elbow strike, only to be effortlessly blocked. Immature. You just never have anything nice to say, huh? The young graduates, soon to leave the nest of FOS, share a moment of laughter before dispersing to their individual holographic simulation pods. The assessment begins much easier than expected, with the first base station being quickly conquered by their team. After confirming his ranking, Hanif exits his holographic simulation pod. The room is as cramped as a small box, so confined it might as well be a prison cell. Hanif presses the button by the door, and after a brief electric noise, an emotionless voice emanates from the speaker. Ranking? Currently at 10th place. That should meet your requirement, right? The voice on the other end of the call falls silent, as if it is pausing to verify Hanif's words. After a brief moment of silence, the voice echoes again. Ranking verified. You can now go to the cafeteria. So he said he was in the top 10, and he means at the very bottom of the top 10. But considering what his whole deal is, I feel like he aimed for that spot specifically. He probably could have done better. Before him, a deep and dark corridor unfolds, lined with identical metal doors on both sides. They're really trying to create a chief, huh? In the darkness, he lets out a quiet snort. By the third day, problems arise with capturing the nodes. The students who advocated for a direct assault initially planned to head straight for the strategic points, only to have their advance severely hindered by ambush forces along the way. Everyone suffers heavy casualties, and the injuries simulated based on real battlefield data are truly horrifying to witness. A corrupted slices open Freeman's abdomen, ripping out his internal organs. Freeman! I'm coming right... Don't go. He can't be saved. There are too many corrupted over there. Conneth yanks Beeble by the arm and pulls him into the nearby cover before the corrupted can deliver another blow. Weren't we told that everything would get better if we launched another attack? What other options do we have? What do we do now? We have no support or supplies right now. We need to wait for reinforcements. We can't afford to advance recklessly anymore. Okay. There must be another way. We'll try again. On it, let's fall back, wait for the others, and look for another opportunity. Beeble grits his teeth as he bandages his wound, his face revealing a stubborn determination that only grows stronger with each setback. As expected, this could only be a simulation test. Conneth temporarily withdraws from the test. The test is not over yet. Why did you stop? It's clear that I can't complete the next mission on my own. I'll have to wait for the others to catch up. FOS's graduation test this time is unlike the previous ones. Instead of squad tactics, it places more emphasis on overall strategic planning. Have you considered the possibility that the military no longer intends to produce the kind of chief you're looking for? Focus on your own tasks. Do not speculate, and do not test us. Focus on your own tasks. Do not speculate, and do not test us. Oh, interesting. He uses his precious 30-minute free activity period to visit the Memorial Plaza, habitually placing a bundle of white flowers beneath the countless names of fallen heroes. After that, he returns to his dormitory and enters a name he has heard countless times over the years into the Archive Center. If the simulation tests are based on events that actually happened, I'll search for the Grey Raven Commandant's combat records. The limited publicly available data appears before his eyes, illuminating his small dormitory room. Oh my god, you guys. He looked me up before we met. Oh my god. The first-person battle footage replays on Hanif's retina, showing how unusually determined the owner of the camera was. Crawling forward desperately, yet refusing to abandon any comrade, finally reaching the destination in an utterly devastated state. But even so, the people they dragged back didn't survive. The camera recording the battle footage has no emotion, yet profound sadness is still transmitted through the images into the heart of everyone who watches it. Great. What a complete waste of time. Why would the Grey Raven Commandant even do something like this? People better not learn from this. It's the dumbest approach. Trying to save everyone naturally results in saving no one. The right thing to do is to abandon those shadows that are doomed to die early. He closes the battle record, thinking in the darkness that once again falls silent around him. That's right. The existence of shadows. What is the purpose of someone like me? Even giving myself a name didn't really help with anything. Number 1364, report your schedule today. 1600 departed. 1612 arrived at the shopping street. Bought a serving of grilled artificial meat there. 1642 arrived at Dominic Memorial Plaza. Sat there for a while. 1700 returned. This week you've been going to the Dominic Memorial Plaza every day during your break. What's the reason? Just want to pick a good spot for myself on that monument. Please answer it seriously. I am being serious, though. Hanif raises his hand in a gesture of surrender toward the camera. It's a job with a very high mortality rate. Didn't you explicitly acknowledge that in the contract? I'm just trying to confirm one thing. Where are you planning to assign me after graduation? Task force? Purifying force? Or as your private soldiers? It's not for you to decide. Do not pry into matters you shouldn't. There's an option. I'd prefer to join the task force. As if not hearing the voice's warning, Hanif continues to talk. At the very least, I can leave behind my name to be remembered. After Corona's monitor temporarily leaves, Hanif contacts Beeble. You also looking at the battle records? I don't think they're very useful. I've already tried arranging combat tactics based on them. Still ended in complete annihilation. Don't lump me together with a paramecium like you. I've already tossed those records aside. Oh? So what new ideas do you have? I wouldn't call it an excellent new idea, but it should be useful for these simulated combat assessments. Starting with the next battle, help mobilize all nearby combat personnel and integrate all team members so we can act together. Human wave tactics, huh? Since our only goal is to succeed, sacrificing those who are already destined to never become chief doesn't matter. It's the difference between heroes and shadows. Even novels have always divided them clearly. Besides, we have countless opportunities to try, which is what makes this different from those battle records. We'll succeed eventually. Beeble suddenly interrupts him with a question. Wait, so what's your own role in all this? Are you a hero or a shadow? I've said before, I have no interest in competing for chief. I'll always stay at 10th place. Yeah, I've heard you say it before. Everyone dreams of becoming someone like the Grey Raven Commandant, while your dream is just to be another name on the memorial for the sacrifice, right? It truly... Truly what? Don't give me that. Are you really okay with something like being a few words on a piece of stone? Beeble, seeing through years of Hanif's insincere words, questions him point blank. Do you truly, willingly want to be that sacrificed shadow? Hanif has to admit that it took someone as blunt as Beeble to ask the question he couldn't bring himself to voice. Hanif? Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe he wasn't the guy from before. Because if he was, we probably would have seen that, right? Or I don't know. Maybe he was. No, because the guy from before, that was an FOS classmate, or at least someone posing as an FOS classmate. And Hanif, from the looks of it, didn't enter until after I graduated. So the timeline doesn't check out. Still, imagine if I had been right. Hanif, do you hear me? Hanif looks up to see that reassuring figure ahead has turned around and is now giving him instructions. Listen, we need to consider the worst case scenario. Go on. If something happens to Vera and me, and the mission falls to you to continue, you must find Eve, kill it, and prevent the new crisis from spreading. After giving these instructions, you stride forward with purpose. Don't worry too much. Think of it as a relay race. You must have had similar training back at FOS. The figure ahead sways under the weight they carry. From their tone, they seem genuinely lost in the memories of their school days. Something like that, probably. No. You've made the wrong decision. You and Vera are the strongest fighters here. If something really goes wrong, I should be the first one to die. Or are you going to heroically declare that I won't leave anyone behind on the battlefield? He scoffs, unable to help but recall that ridiculous battle record he saw years ago. A record that came from the very person walking ahead of him. You're right. I don't need to sacrifice anyone, and that includes you. If I were to sacrifice you, I would definitely regret it. Enough. You don't need to spare my feelings or pretend everything's fine while explaining things to me. I understand perfectly well. I may be your junior, but I'm not a child. I'll surpass you, since you and I are different. Why is he suddenly so talkative? Not that I mind. I'll always be happy to talk to handsome men, as long as they don't prove themselves to be awful. Hanif suddenly quickens his pace, overtaking his superior and insisting on walking to the very front. I only have some minor wounds. No need to treat me like an invalid and keep me in the back. Let me scout ahead. Okay. By the way, after we leave this place, do you want to go back to Babylonia? That's a death flag if I've ever heard one. Hanif suppresses all his emotions and cuts off any potential conversation. But once again, a new hope has bloomed within him. Shh. Getting close to Eve. Talking about my taste in men and how I sometimes accidentally fall for the assholes? I mean, who said that? Must have been the wind, secretly points at Cole. Cole, why would you say that? And I only sometimes accidentally fall for them. And at the very least, I'm clear-headed enough to know that I wouldn't like them if I actually met them. I can just appreciate their handsomeness. Like, there are some manhwa love interests I feel that way about. I'm like, I don't care about... Like, I know if I met this person in real life, I'd hate them. But at least they're drawn hot. And I can appreciate that. In real life, I'd definitely be a bit more picky. Listen, there's someone there. Oh, and now we go back to the past. Divergence. We were once collaborators with aligned goals, but now it seems the time has come for us to part ways. I despise this sexy motherfucker kind of vibe. Yeah, a little bit. Like, yeah, you're hot, but you're not getting anything out of me. Data synchronization progress, 65%. Wait, weren't we past that? So does that mean this is further back? Deep within the gene repository, in a secluded room, an emaciated old man excitedly caresses the shelves before him. And then you find out that it's just a facade to hide his love for kittens? Oh my god. If that were the case, that would be great. Because if he wasn't actually an asshole, and he liked cats, Those are 2 pluses in my opinion. That reminds me of this one, like, old Tumblr post that I saw a while ago. Well, I've seen it a few times. That I always think about. It's like something along the lines of, like, manga lied to me. I never find any bad boys taking care of cats on the roadside, thereby showing me their sensitive side. It's always me picking up the stray cats. And then in a, like, reblog, maybe I'm the bad boy. Guys should be taking notes now. I mean, they're welcome to. It's not as though I'm not available. The shelves house his treasured creations, pulsating and writhing slowly within specially formulated cultivation fluid. My first child, Eve, has successfully ventured out into the world. Soon it will be your turn. Once you're born, follow Eve's path. It will generously share everything it has acquired with you, and together you can evolve into a new form of humanity. Why has the evolution process begun ahead of schedule? Wait, so this is in the present. We're not in the past, but we went back down to the past line. Why? The old man's hands freeze at the sound of the Ascendant's voice. He turns around immediately. Ephialtes, why have you returned early? And you didn't bring back that human you wanted. This body of yours is quite new too. Don't tell me you had your previous vessel destroyed. You look like you've had a rough journey. How does this man keep getting more screen time? Yeah. I mean, he's definitely the villain of this chapter, so it makes sense, but also, like, God, I don't want to look at him. I hate him. He's morally reprehensible and also not great to look at. Answer my question first. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't bring back Grey Ribbon's Commandant. Whose genes did you use as a catalyst? The Ascendant steps closer, filling the entire room with an overwhelming pressure. The old man shows no fear. Instead, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter. You couldn't tell? I used my own embryo, the complete and pure me, without a trace of genetic impurity from anyone else. I am their creator. The old man laughs uncontrollably, clearly delighted with his own accomplishments. Did you know? While you were gone, I piled even more embryos into the hollow. Even I have lost count of how many there are now. They all hatch. The power on this island alone would be enough to terrify those swine outside. In another corner of the room, the faces of 2 people who have been eavesdropping on this conversation pale in response. Oh, that's us! Conniff holds his breath, frantically signaling with his eyes to you. This Ascendant's real name is Ephialtes. And that hollow the old man mentioned. If there are even more embryos inside... If all the embryos there hatch as well, if Eve assimilates all of them... Suddenly, the tracking device hidden in their pocket begins to vibrate slightly. Looking down, they see a blinking red dot moving closer to their location. Eve? Returning to the conversation between the Ascendant and the old man, after listening to the old man's words, the Ascendant furrows their brow and closes their eyes. I've severely underestimated how delusional you are. Ah? Your madness has created some serious errors. The current state of Eve is not what I envisioned, and your preparation of more embryos in the Hollow is completely misguided. The Ascendant has no desire to waste words on a madman. After dismissing Haynes' methods, he turns to leave, but Haynes suddenly shouts, I am not a madman! Oh my god, his thing, ew! 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 His, like, I don't remember if it's a mouse or a rat, but like, ew! Ew! Gross! The old man becomes agitated. You don't say. Ephialtes, is this how you reject me? Don't you want to witness the culmination of this evolution? We were once collaborators with aligned goals, but now it seems the time has come for us to part ways. It's a little Demigorgon. I do understand that reference. Kinda cute. I don't think so, but you're welcome to think so. What you seek is not pure evolution. You don't care at all whether human civilization evolves or not. You delude yourself as the exiled king of Zombra, merely seeking to build a realm that worships you. You don't want to improve anything. You only want to prove yourself right. But there's still time. If we can bring that person back, this evolution can still return to its proper course. What's the point of evolving this civilization that's nothing but filth and excrement? Your approach is the one that's completely wrong. The old man shouts his objection. No, man, you are crazy. And you are obsessed with yourself. Ascendant, you know exactly where that new body of yours came from. All this time, I've been the one maintaining that pile of junk you call a body. If I wanted to, I could destroy what's left of your body at any moment. It's pointless for you to rage and destroy other frames. Even this one standing before you is but a marionette created using the punishing virus. As for me personally, I won't be speaking with you face to face again. Our cooperation is over, hey. The Ascendant doesn't finish his sentence, instead turning to look at another corner of the room. Oh no, he saw us, didn't he? Hiding there like little insects. Did you hear the answers you were looking for? The Ascendant expected the two eavesdroppers to rush out immediately, but the corner remains completely silent. If we stay quiet and don't move, he'll think he was wrong. The two eavesdroppers had certainly heard the Ascendant expose them, but neither of them moved. Even the sound of sweat dripping to the floor seems deafening in the silence. It's not that the two of you don't want to move. They don't dare to move. The Eve they had been searching for has found them instead, and is now pressed against your back. Oh, shit. That's not good. Just moments ago, you noticed the red dot on your tracking device rapidly overlapping with your own position. Turning around slowly, the two of you found that twisted face of unfinished evolution looming right behind your heads. Don't move. Too close. Why isn't it attacking me immediately? To the surprise of both individuals, Eve simultaneously raises its hand, mirroring your movement by reaching toward its own empty waist. The hell is this thing doing? Is it taking me? The ring of wounds around your ankle still throbs with pain, the moment when it tasted you still vivid in your mind. Come on out, since you've chosen to deliver yourselves right to me. The Ascendant waiting outside has run out of patience, swinging their blade to slice through the shelving unit concealing the two eavesdroppers. Oh no. Fire! You react swiftly, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the two exposed figures, while rolling out from the cabinet with Hanif in tow. They dash through the door amid the haze of gunsmoke. Eve, for reasons unknown, never attacks you. As the situation erupts into chaos, it lets out a piercing shriek and also dashes outside. Follow them. Wait for me a second. Don't leave any of these children for him either. With those words, Hanif raises his gun and systematically destroys every shelf in sight, including all the vials and containers whose contents he doesn't recognize. Oh, Hanif, you're killing a bunch of your brothers and sisters. Or I guess just brothers, if they're his exact genetic composition. You? So long, old man. See you never. Hanif gestures with his gun as he leaves the frail old man with his theatrical goodbye, then quickly follows you, vanishing into the cover of smoke from a smoke grenade. Is that hetero creature gone mad? Was that Eve? Yes, but I have no idea why it didn't attack me. The two of you sprint after Eve, following the damp trail it left on the ground. While you carry Vera on your back, you try desperately to make sense of the situation, but come up with nothing. But beyond that, even more problems loom before you. Did you hear the conversation between the Ascendant and that man just now? Yes, I heard every word. That Ascendant has multiple bodies. That old man has many more children, and there are more embryos. More hetero creature reserves inside that so-called hollow. I feel like knowing what he knows, Hanif must have pieced together by now that Haynes is probably the guy he was cloned from. More importantly, that Ascendant clearly still wants to hunt you down. Sounds like the situation is 100 times worse than we imagined. Talk about terrible luck. A bizarre hetero creature ahead of us, and a relentless Ascendant behind us. You know, Hanif, if I had a nickel for every time an Ascendant wanted my genetic information for nefarious purposes, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. You're calm enough to analyze the situation? You don't look nervous at all. I am nervous. I've never faced anything like this before. My life is hanging by a thread here. The reason I'm not paralyzed with fear is because I believe what's meant to happen can't be avoided. I'm just gonna run frantically. For someone like me who's been forced to wade through the muck for so long, I've gotta believe in something, or I'd be finished. However, there's another part to my creed. Hanif whips his head around instantly, his gaze trailing like a shooting star. Click, bullet chambered, sights auto-locked. What's meant to happen may be unavoidable. Feeding those things back into the dirt is something I can do. Get down! Enhanced bullets erupt from the gun barrel in a flash of fire, striking precisely at the faces of several hetero creatures that suddenly appear at the front. They leave behind nothing but revolting splatters of gore. Hetero creatures again. I knew it. Looks like the situation is worse than we expected. 120 times worse. Thanks for the save. Hanif's shot comes so suddenly that you barely have time to react, tumbling forward and tumbling to the ground with Vera in a controlled roll to break your fall. Vera? The mind beacon stirs slightly as a faint response emerges from Vera's dormant mind. The frame data synchronization speed seems to have crossed a threshold, suddenly accelerating. What stage is Vera's data transfer at? There are too many hetero creatures. We need her strength. 90%, 91%, 92%. The speed suddenly increased. Almost there. The data synchronization progress pauses briefly at 90%, then visibly accelerates. That's absolutely fantastic. You have no time to investigate what exactly happened in Vera's mind, and just as you grit your teeth to stand up, the mind beacon suddenly feels a surge of warmth. It's like a surge of flames rushing forward, completely reversing from the mind beacon guiding the data forward, to the data dragging the mind beacon along in a wild sprint. Furthermore, through the mind beacon's probing, fragments of Vera's memory data occasionally flash blurrily before your eyes. What shocks you, yet leaves no time for deeper contemplation, is that these fragments repeatedly flash with an incredibly familiar figure. Like looking in a mirror, because that person is yourself. Why don't I remember any of this? Headache. As long as the Ascendant doesn't catch up too quickly, we still have a chance once we deal with these hetero creatures. Check which one is Eve. I suspect it's hiding in there. That hurt. A dull pain resurfaces inside your skull, prompting you to cover an old scar on your head. No one knows the exact origin of this scar, and even you only know it was acquired sometime before graduation. Hey, what's wrong with you? You can't fall apart in a place like this. But before Hanif can finish his words, the familiar gray-haired Ascendant appears around the corner. Oh no. I have no intention of killing you. Are you even listening to yourself? These hetero creatures are running wild. Luke, this is the last time I'll invite you peacefully. While that old man and I shared some common goals, as you just heard, he had already used other human genetic samples to catalyze evolution before I could act. They're still evolving, but most are imperfect, having deviated from the intended path. What's this supposed to be? Infighting among you villains? Let's cut to the chase. You're here to capture me. You struggle to your feet in pain, setting Vera aside to directly face the Ascendant. Meanwhile, the Mind Beacon continues reading fragments of Vera's memory data, making the current event seem intertwined with another story altogether. Vera. It's utterly chaotic, yet both sides are sharing a visceral experience. Luke, I need you to catalyze this evolution onto the correct path. The Ascendant stands at a distance, extending an inviting hand toward you, once again uttering those words. But you aren't the only one frantically thinking of a plan. Hanif seems to have an idea too, quickly moving closer to you to whisper. Did you hear that? I wanted to tell you this when we were outside. To the punishing, you're just food, a catalyst, fertilizer, anything but a person. Don't go with the Ascendant. Have an idea. How about we put on another act? Even a simple trick is worth trying. Because I'm certain of one thing. You're important to the Ascendant. The situation takes a sudden turn. What was an ally's gun now presses against your temple, as Hanif's hand clamps around your throat. Hanif, to everyone's shock, calls out to the Ascendant. What a shame. I'm not this Commandant's lackey. Quite the opposite. I'm from Corono, and I'm very interested in this one myself. Hanif tears open his collar, brazenly displaying the Corono insignia before the Ascendant. Oh my god. He's holding me close while opening his collar? Careful. This could be taken the wrong way. You want him to choke you out next, Ashfrost? Maybe he will. You should ask. Ascendant, if you've been watching Babylonia long enough, you must know I'm telling the truth, right? Corono is also very eager to engineer a chief. With their body, genes, memories, they're all valuable to Corono. Besides that, I also firmly believe in one principle. In extremely dangerous situations, if Grey Raven's Commandant can't be obtained, then destroying them is the next best solution. I don't hold grudges for Grey Raven's Commandant, but you nearly strangled me in front of the entire Aurora Squadron back then, and now I'm returning the favor. You're the equivalent to that sitting smiling meme. Down, my children. The hetero creatures, despite their restless instincts, prostrate themselves on the ground under the Ascendant's imposing presence. All except one. It trembles violently under the Ascendant's command, yet stubbornly remains standing. It has no eyes, yet you feel its gaze focusing intently on you. So Eve was hiding in there after all. Hanif slowly backs away with you as his hostage, creating what he deems a safer distance. Since I know that he's not really holding me as a hostage, I'm gonna take the opportunity to enjoy the fact that he's holding me so close. I think I'm owed that. Good, Ascendant. Now make these frenzied hetero creatures back off immediately, and neither of us will get what we want. And I mean, look at his arms. He's holding me with those arms? That's great. Yeah, I deserve it with everything I've gone through. The Ascendant silently observes Hanif's movements without responding. Yet you feel an uncanny tension, as if your heart is being gripped and forced to pump. I've gotta know how tall he is. I need to know what our height difference would be. I hope he's like a head taller than me, so that when he's holding me like this, my head is just like right against his chest. That's what I would want. I just think using a chest as a pillow would be very nice. Our size difference would be a hamster eating a banana meme. because I'm all little, but the banana's all big. Luke, we'll retreat to safety soon. Hanif's gaze shifts to your face. You immediately understand his intentions and try to stop him. Oh, you're right, I should drink something. Because I am thirsty. How did you know? Wait, Hanif. Ugh. Oh no. Hanif! Jesus! Oh god! Now that I did not see coming. But it's already too late. The Ascendant condenses surging punishing energy into a cone, instantly blasting away Hanif's gun-wielding left forearm. Flesh, blood, and bone vaporize into the air, leaving only a horrifying void where his arm once was, and a thick shower of crimson splattering in all directions. Good thing we have really good prosthetics. And right after I talked about how nice his arms were, god damn it, I shouldn't have said anything. This is my fault. The crawling hetero creatures hiss excitedly, lifting their heads to lick the red mist hanging in the air. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Hanif lets go of his weapon and collapses to his knees. Across from him, the Ascendant remains unmoved as a mountain, as if they've just finished savoring a good joke. Did you think you could use this as a distraction to escape with Grey Raven's Commandant? You're just like Haynes, full of nothing but cheap tricks. And I know one truth very well. Before absolute power, any strategy is meaningless. The Ascendant completely withdraws their inviting gesture, turning instead to target you and Vera, who lie slumped against the wall. You dive in front of Vera, and simultaneously, another blast shoots forth, piercing through the tendon in your lower leg. Arterial blood spurts from the wound, instantly soaking through the pant leg. Oh god. I don't like that. Stop the bleeding. Following emergency first aid protocols ingrained in memory, you clamp down on the leg wound to stem the bleeding. No. Help on it first. No, Vera also. The situation is rapidly deteriorating. Behind you, the more severely wounded victim moans in agony, while the throbbing mind beacon feeds back the synchronization progress of Vera lying before you. 94%. Yeah, we have to save the sexy man! One of his wonderful forearms can't be saved, unfortunately. But we can still save the rest of him! Almost there. Hanif remains trapped in agony, while the threat of both the Ascendant and hetero creatures continues to close in. Your body is drenched in cold sweat, yet the pain paradoxically brings clarity to your thoughts. Not far from you, Eve stands behind the Ascendant, mimicking your leg-gripping motion like a monkey. Her entire body trembles as she pretends to experience the same excruciating pain. Other hetero creatures begin to tremble as well, some gradually breaking free from the Ascendant's control and, like Eve, grotesquely mimicking your movements in a manner both ridiculous and sickening. Looks like Eve's assimilation has already begun. The Ascendant moves closer. I apologize, but I must restrict your movement. Grab the gun! It's useless. Quick, just run. He's right. That thing is useless against me. Your gaze darts back and forth between the Ascendant and the hetero creatures beside him. Suddenly, a desperate idea forms. What if I do this? Instead of attacking the Ascendant, you point the gun at yourselves. If I die, you'll never get what you want. You're insane! Are you really threatening me with suicide? The Ascendant seems somewhat disappointed by your reaction. Meanwhile, the hetero creatures diligently mimic you, pointing their sharp appendages at their own heads. A truly ironic gesture. Oh, I think I know what might happen. I think if I pretend to pull the trigger, the hetero creatures might all mimic me for real. A gray scrap of fabric from your pant leg still clings to Eve's mouth. In that case, I'll use you to my advantage. Your gun is still pointed at yourself. Don't get distracted. Just ignore the CG. It's pointing at you. Should I thank you for the heads up? You should value yourself more. After all, you're destined to become their host, the source of their evolution. Your leg hurts, doesn't it? Don't just focus on me. What about your story? That's that story you told me on the ocean earlier. No need to finish it. You can already guess the ending. I won't waste words. Put the gun down. I can, but I suggest you take care of your children first. Despite the agonizing pain tormenting everyone present, you tilt your head slightly, pressing the heated gun barrel against your temple, leaving a circular brand on your skin. At the same time, the mimicry-prone hetero creatures, following Eve's lead, all gently tilt their heads in unison. I've confirmed it. I repeat for the second time. Put down the gun. I won't say it a third time, or I'll take your forearm too. Fine. Let's make a bet then. You suddenly start pulling Vera and Hanif back as you retreat. Then you aim the gun directly at the Ascendant. You're not running. You insane? You're completely mad. Oh, maybe if I try to shoot him, they'll also attack. Hanif, watch this! I told you this won't work on him. Get out of the way! Clutching his severed arm, Hanif once again attempts to rush in front of you and Vera. Everything unfolds like a slow-motion sequence. Hanif lunges forward, attempting once more to shield the others from the attack provoked by the Ascendant's anger. Meanwhile, the bullet that is seen as absolutely useless by everyone is stubbornly fired from the chamber anyway. It tears through the air thick with punishing energy and the stench of blood, hurtling toward the Ascendant who shows nothing but contempt for it. Useless. Is it really useless? Blood still pours from your leg, yet you remain standing, roaring at the Ascendant ferociously, as if you've never truly felt alive until this moment. The useless bullet halts in front of the Ascendant, torn to shreds by punishing energy. But Eve, who had been standing beside the Ascendant, suddenly erupts into a blur of motion. Good. Hearing your supporting sound, it twists with increasing excitement, enduring the oppressive force and the growls in its throat as it instantly drives its sharp hand into the bullet's intended target, piercing through the Ascendant's chest cavity. Mother, father. Did you see that, Hanif? I won! The sluggish flow of time ends here, as in an instant, the tables are turned. With Eve restraining the Ascendant, temporarily holding it in place, you seize this moment of respite to yank Hanif, who only has 1.5 arms left, off the ground. But you... Keep mimicking, keep assimilating. The flames of rebellion remain, still burning fiercely. You viciously unload your remaining bullets toward the Ascendant. In the next moment, it's no longer just Eve as all the hetero creatures assimilated by Eve riot together, surging upward like tides of vicious crimson, engulfing the Ascendant with terrifying speed. Even knowing these hetero creatures are all following the guidance of Eve, witnessing this horrific scene still evokes complicated emotions. Have they gone mad? They're not just insane, they're actually evolving. If they're not crazy, why are they attacking the Ascendant? Who taught them that? You? Eve is mimicking me. You wipe some sweat from your forehead, and amid the tearing sounds of the hetero creature's pack hunt, quickly remove the exoskeleton from your legs and hand it to Hanif, along with your emergency medical supplies. Secure this equipment and find the hollow. What do you mean? What about you? My leg is injured, so I can't move. Eve is interested in me, so I need to keep it here. You glance back, and sure enough, Eve has already lifted itself from the Ascendant's remains, tilting its head to look in your direction. Vera, she's about to wake up too. I need to be by her side. You know something's wrong with Vera. If she doesn't wake up, you're just waiting to die. The situation has changed. I need to reassess. I know what you're thinking. Even if you fail to eliminate Eve, you'll buy me time to destroy the embryos in the hollow. Then, these hetero creature forces won't become overwhelmingly powerful. But you're the one who should be the hero who makes it to the end. Why? Even knowing that this is their best option right now, Hanif still needs to ask. He stares at you with reddened eyes, knowing full well how many disasters you've lived through, how many times you've been the only hero to emerge from the catastrophe. What he can't understand is why you would so readily pass the torch to him for this new challenge. But I'm the one who... I've always been waiting as a shadow. Someone has to keep running. Remember what I told you back then? Say it to me. You slap Hanif's face hard, forcing him to stay conscious despite the excruciating pain from his severed arm. When ants clump together to cross over water, someone must choose to become the outer shell. Forced to take a deep breath, Hanif looks one last time at your injured leg, before grabbing and putting on the exoskeleton. I really hate being a hero. No, you're just afraid. You feel unworthy. Even now you see right through me. I repeat, something happens to you and Vera. I'll take over and continue this mission. Hanif grits his teeth as he repeats the words. Good. Bind your wounds. Endure the pain. There was a part of me that misread this as good boy. Oh, good boy. I will destroy the remaining embryos in the hollow and absolutely prevent this disaster from spreading any further. Yes, good boy. Blade dance. Is the rope even that long? Data synchronization progress, 95%. Amidst you and Hanif's desperate life or death struggle, Vera's data synchronization accelerates frantically, going faster and faster. Punishing fluid and blood splash onto her, pooling into a single droplet of liquid, slowly trickling from the corner of her eye to the corner of her lips. The data synchronization between her old and new frames is nearly complete. After traversing all of Vera's memories, that haunting story she can never forget has turned once again to its final chapter. That chapter reads as follows. And so began their final desperate flight together. Fortune showed them no favor. The transport vehicle, which they had expected to run normally for some time, unexpectedly broke down shortly after they set out. After checking it, Vera concluded, well, any vehicle I drive never survives more than 2 hours anyway. You stood silently in front of the vehicle for a moment, accepting the reality, and then the two of you began your journey on foot earlier than planned. However, even though you could mentally accept this situation, physically you were reaching a limit. Tiny snowflakes landed on your body, quickly soaking your clothes into a cold, rigid shell. Your mind grew foggy as your wounds became infected, sending your body temperature soaring. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. How high is this fever? Mind connection. You should rest a bit. Close your eyes for a while. Seeing your pace gradually slow down, he reaches out unprompted and wraps your arm around her shoulders for support. The mind connection is holding strong. You're doing well. She even attempted to give you an awkward compliment. Would that be alright? I'll keep going with you. Can you really? Days of arduous travel have left you utterly exhausted. The moment Vera gives her approval, you eagerly close your eyes without a second's delay. Just 5 minutes. Wake me up in 5 minutes. A sudden tug at the waist. Vera yanks the rope just before you collapse. Then comes the sensation of being dragged. Enveloped in darkness and pain, you lack even the strength to struggle. You're only vaguely aware of being hoisted onto someone's back, feeling a momentary stagger before being carried forward with jolting steps. Gunshots ring out through the haze, blades scrape against metal. Corrupted creatures shriek in the distance. Fine snowflakes continue to fall, soaking your hair and dampening the bandages wrapped around your face. The wet, stifling sensation makes it difficult to breathe. In your discomfort, you attempt to call out that name. Help me. After briefly being laid on the ground, you feel the bandages around your mouth and nose being loosened. Then you're lifted again, this time cradled like a fragile infant. Why can't a man be princess carrying me? Soon, you hear the humming of the construct's power core running at high speed within her chest cavity. It's no different from listening to a heartbeat. Vera, you finally surrender to your fatigue, sinking completely into a feverish slumber. Time passes in a blur, until you are startled awake with a deep, gasping breath. Darkness surrounds you like death itself. Pain radiates through your entire body, especially the unbearable agony in your abdomen. Piercing through the haze of pain, a faint sound reaches your ears. Where's the fire? As your eyes slowly adjust to the darkness, you realize you're leaning against something, and that small lock of soft crimson hair is in your palm. Red hair. Vera's voice breaks the silence again. Fire. Where is it? Where did it go? It's just here. She's muttering to herself, searching for something. Oh, you're awake. The blurry red figure shifts, reaches out and places her hand on your cheek. It's me. I'm here. Yes. The fire is here. You slowly raise your aching arm, pointing at the red blur, but she grabs your fingers and firmly pushes your hand back down. I didn't ask you. You're hallucinating from the fever. The fire is here. Found it. Oh, she's got a lighter. She's holding a primitive lighter in her hand. With a click, a small flickering flame appears. We have fire now. I found a lighter. Well, the firewood got soaked. Not sure if it can still be lit. The lighter's flame licks at a bundle of sticks and dry grass, but the wood refuses to catch. I knew it. The red figure grows irritated and puts away the useless lighter. He frowns at you for a moment, then heaves an uncharacteristically deep sigh before extending her arms and pulling you completely into her embrace. I guess we'll have to make do with the construct's body heat. Keep losing temperature like this and you'll actually die. Oh, while we're at this. Vera lifts the rain-soaked bandages on your face slightly, finally allowing you to breathe in the cold air. You were unconsciously pulling at your bandages earlier. Looked uncomfortable. I checked, and I think we can try removing them. Her voice can't hide her exhaustion, lacking the energy to form her usual arsenal of sharp words. This long, grueling journey has worn down more than just you. Don't freak out. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it a long time ago. Besides, I was a support construct for a long time. There, all removed. As the last bandage comes off, the scene before your eyes finally becomes clear. Haphazardly collapsed concrete blocks surround the two of you. You're likely underneath a pile of ruins. Relax, your face isn't ruined. Not that I can find a mirror right now anyway. Kira, thank you. No memory resets this time? Vera raises an eyebrow, slightly surprised to hear you address her by name. Before, every time you fell asleep and woke up, your memory would reset to when you first arrived on the surface. I had no choice but to fabricate some memories for you each time. She suddenly gives a label to her actions. Fabrications. Just as suddenly as when she admitted to being a Corono construct on the front lines of Conservation Area 062 today. I'll explain everything clearly from now on. At the very least, I'll lay out the most important things. There won't be a better opportunity than this. I quietly wait. Alright. This is my real appearance. The hair color and mask I wore before were just a disguise. I deceived you all. You've already connected to my mind, but there's no need for me to keep up this act. And you don't need to waste energy pretending not to notice anymore. She remembers something else and lets out a cold scoff. Besides, your head still isn't fixed. Once this whole mess is over and you return to Babylonia, you probably won't remember me anyway. She sits up, helps you to do the same, then clicks the lighter on again. She holds the lighter between the two of you, its flickering flame illuminating both your faces. Only now are the two of you finally able to face each other with complete honesty. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a construct from Corono's Special Operations Division, codename Hound. I'm not a construct from Babylonia, and I wasn't supposed to have any contact with FOS college students, but you possess test materials that I need to bring back to Corono. Vera points to the sample container still tightly fastened to your body. Don't question the authenticity of those test materials. I didn't fake their function either. Otherwise, with your reckless behavior, your guts would be all over the floor by now. So you actually plan to take both me and the materials back to Corono? Corono's Hound nods, her tone turning cold as she seems to fully return to her identity as a Corono Special Operations Division member. But you got lucky. The Corono stronghold I was supposed to return to fell to the disaster. With nowhere to report back to, I had no choice but to drag you around with me. Departing from that field hospital, rescuing refugees trapped in a panic, then coincidentally meeting a fellow student from FOS. Receiving the key to solving this crisis from him, then continuing on our journey after he passed the baton to us like runners in a relay race. I never lied to you. Of course I know, little Commandant. What about Vera? Is that a fake name too? Vera hesitates, a fleeting expression crossing her face. When she speaks again, she seems to return to being Vera. My real name. I didn't lie about everything. Shouldn't that make you happy? You don't seem particularly surprised. You stare steadily into Vera's eyes, ultimately choosing not to answer her question, and changing the subject instead. Why are you telling me this now? Are we heading toward Corono right now? No, there's no need for that anymore. I've assessed the situation. The other Corono bases nearby have been equally devastated, so there's nowhere to submit the materials. This sample is extremely important. If it's not delivered to the right place, the disaster will never end. When the punishing virus first broke out, I was a soldier who received a similar sample transport mission. Come to think of it, your current situation is quite similar to mine back then. Unfortunately, I was a few steps too slow, which meant I only received synchronized information about the punishing virus 7 days after the outbreak. Vera lowers her head, remembering the last time. During the earliest days of the punishing virus outbreak, when she participated in that doomed relay. And because of that, I underwent construct modification. It seems I'm trapped in some mysterious loop of fate, doomed to tragedy every few years. This time will definitely be different. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible to deliver the sample this far. Even though you're not from Babylonia, you still... Stop. I refuse to be described with noble-sounding words, and save your niceties for next time, if we survive that long. First, we have to face the most immediate problem. Forget about me forcing you to some godforsaken place. You can't even get out of here alive. At these words, you look around at your surroundings once more. Where are we? For now, we're underneath a collapsed basement. Just think of it as taking shelter from the snow. Such annoying weather. As Vera says, just taking shelter from the snow, but in reality, even you can hear the corrupted shrieking outside. Sounds like we're in trouble. Yes. Our destination is right ahead. All we need to do is cross this last stretch of ruins, and we'll succeed in our mission. How difficult will it be to cross these ruins? We'll need to fight for our lives, and I'm not exaggerating. Your brief exchange ends. Success is right before your eyes, but both feel the crushing weight of how difficult it will be to reach. Any other questions? If not, save your breath. You need to conserve your stamina. Vera points at the side of your abdomen. The crack in the sample container has been tightly sealed, but the sample inside has already begun to slowly corrupt your flesh. The stinging pain has turned to numbness. Even you don't know whether you'll deliver the sample first or be killed by it first. Let's move out. Are you sure about this? That patch won't hold for long. Or you could just dig the sample out of my gut. Forget it. You can't be a hero if you die halfway there. I never said I wanted to be a hero. The world is full of roads you don't want to walk, but when fate puts you on one, you just have to accept it. Anyway, you can't die until you've made full use of me. After a moment of contemplation, Vera seems to have made a decision. Vera grabs your hand and places it above her collarbone, where a subtle plug-like device is embedded. Like this. Pull it out. But didn't you say if it's removed, everything would... An uneasy feeling stirs within you. But with Vera's fingertips guiding them, you are forced to pull out the device. With this action, all engines in her frame begin to roar, and even the tips of Vera's hair emit a burning light. A faint red glow slowly flows from Vera's collarbone, like a substance between gas and liquid, silently dissolving into the air. Those Corona lunatics would be furious if they knew about this. Did I just do something wrong? Yes. We've been wrong from the very beginning. I realized that long ago. Might as well commit to our mistakes until the end. Let's establish a signal, something we can use to contact each other. You don't immediately respond, as growing unease washes over you. Something feels wrong, as if a storm is brewing beneath the quiet ruins. Cat got your tongue? Why do we need a signal all of a sudden? Under what circumstances would we need a signal to call each other? Don't overthink it. It's just standard procedure before setting out. Didn't FOS teach you that? We won't be separated. The damn rope is still binding us together. Vera tugs at the rope that has bound them together for who knows how long. Come on, anything will do. Let's just whistle. I'm more used to that anyway. Oh shit, I can't whistle. God damn it. Can we do a different one? Her gaze suddenly drifts off into the distance, lost in some unspoken memory. Let's go with that then. I guess in the game I can whistle. Not in real life though. You're just gonna have to imagine this one. Oh, never mind. Got it. What does that signal mean? Nothing, I just made it up. Alright, I'll remember that. The meaningless whistle. Finally, Vera reaches out and touches your forehead. Your temperature is still so high. You're quite tough to still be talking. Fine. This is our only option. We're leaving now. I'll carry you on my back. You're moving too slowly in your condition. Let me make this clear. They're corrupted everywhere outside. Stick your head out and you'll be a walking target. When I'm carrying you, keep quiet. When I put you down, run as fast as you can. If they catch us, we're finished. Got it? Okay. I'll reconnect with you now. The connection broke when I fell asleep earlier. That won't be necessary. Just take care of yourself. Vera probably has many things left unsaid, while your fever-addled brain files it all under, "We'll talk about this later." You obediently climb onto her back, clutching the sample against your abdomen, like a newly christened hero setting off from a small-time village with a rusty blade. The two emerge from the crevice, standing exposed atop the ruins. Your scorching breath forms steam beside Vera's ear, quickly swept away by the cold wind, along with the fading light from Vera's chest. This faint red trace of life attracts all the wandering corrupted nearby, and they surge toward the two of you from every direction. Little Commandant. No matter what happens, even if you end up crawling pathetically, you must always drag yourself one step further. As long as you refuse to be trapped by despair, someone will always be there to catch you. She steps forward. As the ragged hero embarks on their final journey, a nearby base faces its own moment of truth. Large numbers of corrupted detected approaching the base. Estimated time remaining 50 minutes. The soldier monitoring the detection equipment is the first to sound the alarm. Still not getting through? None of our rescue teams have returned, sir. It's been 4 days already. All preparations are complete. We're ready to evacuate at any moment. He needs to make a decision. Behind the soldiers, a young face clutches the terminal, desperately pleading for something. Why can't I get through to them? This is another classmate of mine. Charlie Joe holds the FOS-issued terminal like a supplicant before a shrine, muttering desperate prayers. Just give me something. Please. If this base evacuates too, there will be no way to get you out. When the outbreak happened, he was lying low in a remote location away from populated areas, unaware he'd survived the Corrupted's first wave of attacks. From his perspective, his classmates' signals all vanished at the same time. After that, he was like a child, abandoned during hide-and-seek. He finally found the perfect hiding spot, only for everyone else to be called home for dinner. Unable to contact anyone, he emerged bewildered from his hiding place and stood in an open area, contemplating his existence, coincidentally blocking the path of an armored vehicle full of soldiers. The adults picked up this dazed FOS youth and brought him aboard. After a long, bumpy journey, he was stationed at this relatively well-equipped base. I heard you got good grades in communication studies. Yes, that's right, sir. And so, through a series of fortunate coincidences, Harley Joe became a temporarily enlisted communications soldier. Besides coordinating with nearby squads, Harley Joe never gave up trying to contact his classmates, but as time passed, his worst fears began turning into reality. Luke, Vanessa, Simon. This is beyond disastrous, isn't it? 3 of our top 10 students completely vanished without a trace. Harley Joe. Yes, sir. Harley Joe puts down his terminal and responds to his commanding officer. Get ready. You're the youngest among us. Are we really evacuating? Harley Joe feels tears welling up. He simply can't accept losing so many friends before graduation. No. Harley Joe, you're... The commanding officer wears a complicated expression, saying something to the young man, but Harley Joe doesn't catch it. His attention is suddenly diverted, because the terminal in his pocket suddenly emits an urgent series of beeps. Commander! It's them! It's my classmate! Luke's signal is approaching our location! As Harley Joe holds up his terminal and shouts, Vera, sprinting with you on her back, begins to recall many things. Or rather, ever since she met you, a strange human, she's been unconsciously recalling her own past in various ways. First, she recalls her biological parents, whom she only met a few times. Unfortunately, these memories are from when she was too young. Only blurry shadows remain, along with the silken texture of her mother's red hair. Skipping over her irritating distant relatives, she surprisingly finds the second memory is of her instructor and the doctor. She knew her instructor had always looked after her, even helping secure a good position after graduation that would have kept her away from many unsavory situations. She's also aware that Dr. Gwyneth was her sponsor. Despite having graduated not long ago by herself after earning a meager wage, Gwyneth willingly took extra night shifts just to support her education. How did you get injured during training again? Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? Just a simple bandage will do, thanks. Be honest with me. Did someone pick a fight with you again? What? Are you going to tattle to my kindergarten? I couldn't care less. Besides, they got beaten pretty badly too. It's military school after all. It's bound to have a culture that values strength. She lowers her voice and says with a smile, one of them, I smashed his tailbone. Now he waddles when he walks. Vera! Back then, she could still laugh heartily. I haven't wasted my sponsor's money. I've learned to be tough, and I'll keep getting promoted from here on out. Even if you think it's childish. Hey, wherever I get transferred later, you should follow me. I'll look after you, and you won't have to work these exhausting triple shifts anymore. Look after you? Listen to yourself, making such childish talk. I'm going to reset the bone now, so don't make a fuss. Ouch! There. After graduation, my little Vera will live the life she wants. She'll be free then. The doctor murmurs as she slowly applies the bandage. Able to venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. Gwyneth offers her heartfelt blessing to Vera. A blessing given before the punishing outbreak. But when the punishing destroyed everything, only one sentence of that blessing remained. Vera, promise me, don't ever break yourself for anything. She never listened to Gwyneth's words. On the contrary, she imitated Gwyneth, always holding back the threshold whenever crisis approached. Before Average Joe was killed, she sacrificed her arm. Before Hummingbird and Little Mute were killed, she sacrificed her left eye. Not just once, but day after day, she tried to break herself, trading her flesh and blood to fulfill a dream, to keep more of the people she cherished alive. It never worked. Able to venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. None of it came true. Today, I'll be damned if I don't make at least one dream come true. If an arm and left eye weren't enough, then I'll use something more important. She listens to your shallow breaths beside her ear, while also hearing the shrieks of corrupted drawing closer. She looks down at the red light in her chest. My flesh and blood are yours to consume, and I grant you the freedom to bask in the sun. If a small spark isn't enough, then I'll give you the entire sun. She suddenly pauses, setting you down on the ground. In truth, when Granny Wang and the others brought her to you, we already realized the truth behind this entire relay. The you out there must be worried sick by now. Me out there? Not you right now, but the future you. Looks like you really did it. Perhaps I might even rely on you a little in the future. I don't understand, but that's good. Someone like you, when the day comes that you're ready to sacrifice yourself for something, there will surely be many people rushing to stop you. You probably don't remember, but when we first met, I called you a fragile flower from Babylonia, and you countered that you'd prove me wrong. You've proven me wrong many times already. Now, I'll help you. Not just because I want to help you, but to help myself as well. Vera kneels on one knee, looking up. Sunlight traces your silhouette with unusual clarity, while the tearing pain in her mind becomes increasingly impossible to ignore. I don't want to lose you to a bad end. I don't want you to end up like me. I want my little commandant to be able to venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. I want your story to shine brilliantly from the very beginning, my hero. I'll do the same. If anything happens to you, I'll rush to protect you too. Vera seems to understand, letting out a soft chuckle. It's not much of a blessing after all. So, when this is all over, before your memory resets, let's give each other that moment. Let's put aside all prejudice and misunderstandings, and like normal comrades, embrace. Sure, it's a deal. Vera tightens the rope around both their waists and takes the terminal that had been hanging at your side. By the way, I'll take the terminal for now. I'd rather not have it handed over with all that information about Chrono constructs. After doing all this, she draws her weapon and faces the rear. Ready. I'll count to 3, then you run forward with the sample. Don't worry, we're bound by this rope. I won't leave you. 3, 2, 1. As the corrupted attack, you force your aching legs into motion and run forward with long strides. The rope unfurls as you hear it whoosh, the rope rapidly extending through the air, followed by a sudden tension around your waist. Vera is on the other end. Keep running. The sounds of combat quickly reach your ears as Vera's blade slices through the disaster behind the two of you. Run. Without looking back, you push forward with the sounds of fierce combat behind you, spotting the base buildings ahead soon after. Run! No. Harley Joe, I came specifically to inform you. We're not evacuating. Everyone grab all your gear. Consider yourselves the last line of defense for the safe area. If we fail to, then bomb this place to the ground. We absolutely cannot let this disaster spread. But you're the youngest. You could... Wait! Commander! It's them! It's my classmate! Luke's signal is approaching our location! I need to join the rescue. There's still time! Commander! Just before collapsing from exhaustion, you catch sight of your destination. Perhaps having confirmed the state of the approaching figure, several fully armed soldiers rush out from the base ahead, sprinting toward you. In this moment, everyone welcomes the long-awaited hero. On this day, the hero finally arrives at the starting line of their destiny. Sample. Here. No one remains to bestow honors upon the hero, but this journey itself stands as the greatest testament. Student A, that mother and daughter, Vanessa, Simon, Granny Lang, Leia, the sheepdog, and a construct who doesn't belong to Babylonia, who also witnessed the hero's courage every step of the way. Yes, and a construct too. Thinking of that red figure, you stumble and crash heavily into the ground. Names and fragments of memories scatter from your mind in the turbulence. At the same time, countless hands reach out to help. But you suddenly grab hold of the final question lingering in your mind, making you desperately twist to look back. Is the rope even that long? You see one end of the rope. The roughly cut rope drags on the ground, stained with blood and vital fluid, but that figure is nowhere to be seen. Vera! Vera! Huh. The battle-scarred construct shakes off a corrupted and stands once more. Within her mind, that person's mind beacon still connects to her, so stable and reassuring. Years of tempering have indeed shaped them into a better person. She can still feel traces of anguish through the beacon, so she knows her little commandant is desperately doing everything in their power. I understand now. A nearly frantic alarm sounds from the base ahead, the sound of your calls for her, but she has no time to respond. Don't be angry. Don't be sad. Between you and me, a rough start was inevitable. Yes, that's how it was. But we were both endlessly defiant, so we struggled on, until one day your story found its continuation. That's why I say this isn't a tragedy. She snaps her spear in two, wielding both pieces as her arms swing the weapons, their flames scattering the falling snow. She performs her blade dance as an offering to a story with both beginning and end. Even as her life drains from her chest, even as the darkness from her mind devours her, she refuses to stop. Grief can only last for 1 second. After that second, I will come back to you. Data synchronization progress. 98%. Okay. Back to the past, back to the present, although some of the present kind of wormed its way in there, but it's fine. Evolve. It touches upon your love. Vera's frame suddenly burns, the tips of her hair igniting into a fiery red, her eyebrows tightly knitted together. Meanwhile, the hetero creature named Eve lifts its head from the Ascendant's mangled remains. It watches two haggard humanoids gathering supplies. Then the father, forcefully pushes away the one-armed waste material. Mother, father. It climbs off the Ascendant's remains, slowly approaching the humans as the other assimilated hetero creatures begin to follow suit. Wait, does it think I'm its mother or father or yeah? You cover Hanif's movement, opening fire on the slowly crawling hetero creatures approaching you, driving back its siblings. Yet it nimbly dodges the bullets, understanding that it is a more advanced being, a child more worthy of getting close to mother or father. Until Hanif vanishes at the far end of the corridor. Be gentle, please. Shh. Raising the gun is now almost pointless, as the hetero creature before them seems to understand that This black thing is about to lose its killing power. It has indirectly grasped the concept that the bullets are almost depleted. It stares at you, lowering its body even closer to the ground. It vividly remembers that underwater entanglement, which provided it with incredibly rich yet refined information, leaving it deeply enchanted to this day. But humans are too fragile, with bones that snap with a mere bend, and remarkably soft muscles, blood vessels, and skin. Simply allowing itself to get close would corrode everything. Can't act affectionate, can't press too close. Just getting a little closer, just being intimate for a moment would be enough. So it approaches with extreme caution, not daring to make even a sound, longing for closeness. Mother, father. It longs for mother, father, to give it a hug. Damn it. Only one bullet remains in the gun, yet the hetero creature continues to approach with curiosity. You have no choice but to pull Vera along while dragging your injured leg backward inch by inch. If Vera saw me like this, she'd definitely mock me, wouldn't she? So close. It's already at 98% synchronization. The sleeping beauty furrows her brow, seemingly irritated by everything in the outside world. You can also feel her struggles firsthand through her turbulent mind. From that time at sea until now. No, not just that. It's from the end of the Golden Age until now. Your mind beacon detects numerous blurred fragments within Vera's mind. The most emotionally conflicting of these is undoubtedly the fragment seen through Vera's third-person perspective. The fragment about yourself. I haven't fully remembered yet. Sharp pains repeatedly shoot through your head as long dormant memory shards bob up and down on the surface, still impossible to grasp with certainty. But without a doubt, both of you need a proper reunion. So, how can I fall here? You grit your teeth, raising your gun once more to aim at the corrupted lunging toward the two of you. Put it down. Don't resist. Even with just one bullet left, you'll fight with everything you've got. I'm closer. A little bit closer. Your other hand grips Vera's wrist tightly, unable to ignore the increasingly violent tempest raging within her mind. Are you anxious too, Vera? I'm doing exactly what you told me. No matter what happens, even if you end up crawling pathetically, you must always drag yourself one step further. As long as you refuse to be trapped by despair, someone will always be there to catch you. Even if I have to crawl, I'll still drag myself forward, one step at a time. And Vera, being called upon by you, hears something. She awakens with a start, only to find herself in complete darkness, with what feels like tides ebbing and flowing beneath her, washing over her limbs. What was that sound just now? Her memory data is fragmented. She only remembers using her little commandant to pull out the safety pin, completely unleashing the full power of this test frame. Then she cut the ropes and watched as that person ran toward the base with the sample. What about me? She tries to lift her hand, only to see it covered in bright red. Her own vital fluid. She remembers fragments. She chose to stay behind as the rear guard, continuously slaying corrupted until vital fluid poured from every opening in her body, crimson flooding her vision. Only when the red deepened into darkness did she finally collapse upon the ruins. Am I dead? How could I die now? I was looking forward to teasing that fearless little commandant. It was going to be the perfect opportunity. At that moment, a beam of light slowly illuminates the dark waters. She stares intently at that beam of light, taking a full 2 seconds to realize what it is. Someone's mind beacon. Her consciousness is still stuck in an earlier state, not yet fully adjusted to mind beacon connection methods. Duke. As she instinctively says your name, she props herself up, wading through the data streams of her mind, and hurries forward. The splashing of water echoes all around. With each step, she crosses another fragment of reality, restoring another piece of her memories. I remember now. Now she remembers everything. During the data synchronization progress, she promised her little commandant she would return to reality just 1 second later. And the reality is, you and her, with you as the Grey Raven commandant, encountered Ascendants at sea and became stranded on this island with its hidden gene repository. Rapid. Her Garnet frame was on the verge of complete failure and automatically entered hibernation mode, but the support aircraft sent by Corono only dropped that old test frame from years ago. You chose to save her. You had to save her by replacing her frame. Damn it. That frame barely passed the Berserk test back then. It was recalled after going haywire during its very first mission. She knows Corono loves exploiting loopholes, but never expected they would take advantage of even this situation, actually reactivating a frame that should have been sealed away long ago. And worse, she discovers that the internal circuitry seems even more extreme than it was back then. So you've been iterating on this design all these years. She suddenly notices something even more important and touches the area between her collarbones. Only now does she realize that where the safety lock should be, there's nothing but empty space. Removing the safety lock before deployment. Are they trying to test this frame's upper limits? And once again, the mandatory testing protocol executes by default, trapping her within her mind. An electronic voice resonates above her. I was the shadow of the waxwing slain, by the false azure in the window pane. Test commencing. The field of punishing is complex. Your companions could be killed by hetero creatures at any moment. This fills you with rage. No, I absolutely will not allow this. Vera sprints forward, watching as the mind beacon's light begins to flicker erratically. She senses the massive number of hetero creatures surrounding them, while you keep firing to hold them back, dragging an injured leg. But there are almost no more bullets left. After witnessing your companion's sacrifice, you believe you've developed psychological trauma, or more severe symptoms of mind drift. She realizes that Eve has nimbly dodged the bullets and sunk its teeth into your side. Faster. I need to move faster. While fighting for the goal of reclaiming Earth, you feel that all of this might be false. I know what is real. Where you stand is still on the living shore of the river Styx. She lunges toward the mind beacon, but in that very same second, test failed. Authorization terminated. She plummets back into the sea. Frame authorization terminated, with data synchronization declaring failure at the final moment. Her mind is confined within a narrow corner of starless night, as her data model instantly degrades back to that of a garnet frame. The electronic voice monotonously delivers its final statement. You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window. Still refusing to accept failure, she gradually turns her head to look out the window. Beyond the window stretches an endless sea, and the building she occupies resembles a tombstone rooted in the deep ocean. She realizes that within her mind, the most tranquil sanctuary is actually at the highest point of Atlantis. I refuse to accept this. Data synchronization progress, 99%. You aim your gun at Eve, down to your final bullet. For the first time, your hand trembles slightly as the gun wavers. I'll climb one step further. Please, you have to catch me. The mind beacon persists within Vera's mind as you call out for her, eyes fixed on the data synchronization progress, stalled at 99%. Simultaneously, you pull the trigger. Bang! In this mission that has devolved into disaster, we've lost count of how many gunshots you've heard. But this will be the last one.
Another blizzard. Just like the night of the punishing virus outbreak. It took me a long time after that. I never stopped swallowing the pain. I never stopped embracing death. Never stopped picking up the flag. And becoming the so-called hero. Pathetic, isn't it? But that's how I've chosen to live. To those that try to stop me, there's only one thing I want to say. I am not going gentle into that good night.
Hell yeah. The dual-bladed spear pierces through the sable night, sending transparent shards flying through the air, each one reflecting Vera's resolute face. Corona's preset program. What the hell does it think it is? Flames of fury sweep through her mind as the enraged Valkyrie forcibly seizes control of her frame. Since it's my body, I will be the one to control it! Data synchronization progress, 100%. Vera burns with fury, her visual module precisely locking onto the figure before her. Meanwhile, Eve is covering the still smoking gun barrel, its arms locked in a death grip around your waist as it sinks its teeth into your side. The grotesque sound of flesh being chewed fills Vera's auditory module. Witnessing this scene, Vera almost believes herself trapped in the past, once again watching you press the opening of the box against your side. Fuck off! Vera hurls her dual-bladed spear with tremendous force, striking the hetero creature square in the side of its face, tearing a gaping hole through its insolent visage as black, mud-like substance splatters everywhere. Yeah, let Vera say fuck. But even with its head impaled by Vera, the final evolution has already begun within the human host. Pit down, tore away, tasted flesh, information. Incredibly rich information floods into it, resembling a web of trees stretching across and encompassing countless branches. All of this coming from a single human. It wasn't mistaken after all. No wonder you sparked both hunger and dependency within it. Must devour, seize, mimic, learn, evolve. So I wonder, is this because it can like sense the memories of the other timeline that I went through that I can't remember. An immense satisfaction envelops it, a series of uncontrollable giggles spilling from its maw as it worms its way into your memories. Where should I start? That's a good question, but soon a piece of information as sweet as honey firmly draws its attention. Seeking benefit while avoiding harm is instinctive, and now it finds itself infinitely drawn toward this concept of love. Love. I must learn it. It touches upon your love. Not just for Grey Raven, but for many others. Close friends, battle comrades, even passing acquaintances. These people coalesce into countless, beautiful bonds, collectively surrounding you, Eve. Like a fantastical, beautiful dreamscape. Are you sure we don't need to accompany you on this mission? Is the mission assessment really that simple? Is Vera doing this on purpose? I heard you're heading out to sea, so I'll prepare some extra emergency equipment. What's with this red medical kit? Why doesn't he even have painkillers? Yeah, Vera doesn't have painkillers in her med kit. The perspective shifts backward, where the captain of Grey Raven waits silently. Commandant, please, you must. I will return safely. I promise. There's no need to finish every sentence. They already understand each other's hearts. Very delicious. You, Eve, bypass a section of long silent memories and venture into a space of pure white. White doors, white ceiling, and white bedding. Is this person really okay? Their memory keeps resetting like a reboot. Could there be other serious side effects? Don't worry too much. The only real problem is that gaping hole in their side where the corrupted stabbed them. The brain hematoma will go down on its own. It just needs some time. Fine, I get it. As long as the hematoma doesn't go away, this damned situation will continue. The doctor hastily departs. This is a temporary medical station, and a disaster has just swept through the area outside. There are too many people in need of treatment. Little Commandant, I'm stepping out for a bit. You should rest. The red-haired construct waves her hand at the hospital bed, then leaves the room and disappears for a short while. When she returns, it's already late. She's cleaning her hands while letting her hair down, looking as if she's been helping the medical staff. What are you staring at? Have you been awake this whole time? Or did you just wake up from your rest? Just woke up. Your voice is extremely hoarse, with a metallic taste of blood seemingly rising continuously in the throat. Even though Eve is merely inhabiting and experiencing the body, it can understand just how severely the patient is injured. Vera. Don't keep calling me Vera this and Vera that. It's irritating. Here, moisten your lips, then go back to sleep. Don't swallow it. Following the doctor's orders and focusing on recovery is the most important thing for you right now. Do you understand? Thank you. By the way, you should get some rest too. Thanks for the concern, but mind your own business. Look away too. Stop staring at me. I've already promised I'll stay here and watch over you, so hurry up and sleep. You, Eve, have seemingly closed your eyes for a long time, yet you fail to drift away into the darkness of sleep. Instead, chaotic memories intermingle in your mind, causing you frustration. Get away. Hummingbird, give me the coordinates. Oh, these are Vera's memories, not mine. Vera? Oh, she was talking in her sleep. Vera sits upright in the bedside chair with her arms crossed. Her eyes are tightly shut, and her brow deeply furrowed, likely experiencing something unpleasant in her sleep mode. Should I help her out? The view shifts upward with effort. You, Eve, rise up from the hospital bed and reach out toward the red-haired construct. Let me try a mind connection. You sink into the connection, doing your best to soothe her turbulent mind. But before long, you pull away with a look of surprise, uttering a single name. Corona? You stare silently at Vera for a long time, then reach out to touch the bandage on your side. Oh, so I knew she was Corona from the beginning. Your gaze shifts to the apple at the bedside, along with a glass of water. The stale water has been replaced. This isn't right. You reach for your terminal and make note of something. Then, taking a deep breath, you reconnect to Vera's mind. Why would you do this? Why am I happy? Can you understand? Understand? You, Eve, wander through your memories. After tasting a portion of it, Eve gradually lost her smile, feeling that she was becoming entangled in the threads of fate, just like her father. Their thoughts grow heavy, each successive interpretation becoming more and more burdensome. Love. Incomprehensible. What else? Is there anything easier to understand? With the aid of punishing energy, they step into yet another place. So the eavesdropper has taken an interest in our casual chat. Die! 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 Let him die! Kill him now! Wait. Is this right? They glimpse Haynes, the creator who made them, while emotions splash out like blood drenching their entire being. Instinctively, they choose to withdraw. All wrong. You think you deserve this? I did it. The new seed. It's already. They cannot understand why humans are slaughtering each other, with their own creator leading the carnage. No! Don't look at these. But silk threads have already silently entwined themselves around Eve, preventing her escape attempt. You seem to be looking down at her past as well, responding to her panic with a contemptuous laugh. Is it painful? No! Let me go! Cunning and arrogant beast. You want this? Then take it. You raise your hand and forcefully push yourself, Eve, deeper into the murky depths. The sensation of drowning. Now it's their turn to experience it. Eve is forcibly confined within a human body, every scar across her form reawakening with its original pain. It begins with some insignificant bruises and scrapes, All from training courses at FOS Military College. Minor scuffles, minor ailments, things every student experiences. A vibrant vitality would gently erase these wounds, as if they had never existed. After entering the battlefield, her wounds grew increasingly severe. A corrupted sliced open her abdomen while she was evacuating civilians. Cranial trauma. To protect a damaged sample container, she pressed its breech against a wound in her side. Don't struggle. This is what you wanted. While fighting Vonnegut alongside Strikehawk, she was buried under a collapsing wall, fractured ribs, lung damage. While fighting a heterohive mother, she was impaled through her side by punishing tentacles, minor organ rupture, fractured hand bones, cranial trauma, subdural hematoma. Countless knife wounds, countless explosions, countless falls. Heroes are sculpted by disaster, sculpted by the disasters crashing down upon the fragile human body, wave after wave, cycle after cycle, endlessly overlapping. Damn, I'm using my medical trauma as a weapon. It is pressed down into the mire, experiencing pain firsthand. You had anticipated this reaction all along, and you issued your warning accordingly. Listen carefully. This is what forged every scar on my body. Keep dreaming of replacing humans, you primitive beast! Get out! Run fast! Pain! Pain! You shove Eve forcefully, tearing apart the two of you that had begun to merge, with fine, intricate threads, stretching like half-dried adhesive. Stay away from me. Go face the fate you deserve. Eve immediately accepts this, even ecstatically embracing being expelled by you. It never wants to make contact with you again. For a brief moment, it believes it is finally free. But reality isn't so kind. No sooner has its mental agony subsided than its body is seized by new pain. In this bleak reality, Eve is violently torn from your abdomen, and in the next moment, hangs suspended in midair. Who gave you permission to hurt my commandant? A delicate face, contorted with rage, presses close against its eyes. Eve's vision blurs. In her delirium, the woman before her merges with the silhouette from the sea, the one who nearly killed her before. You, goddamned hetero creature! Kill it now, Vera! You press down on the wound where Eve's corrosion has eaten through your flesh, voice strained with pain as you can issue the command to Vera. Vera raises her hand, driving her gun lance deep into the hetero creature's body, twisting it into to shred into the flesh within. This time, she won't let this cunning creature escape. Eve hangs suspended in midair, quietly gazing at the red construct before her. No one knows what it's thinking. The two of you can only watch as, in its moment of death, amid the spine-chilling sound of flesh being shredded, Eve unsteadily opens her arms toward Vera. In the final moment of its life, it chose to embrace pain. And then it ceased to move. Oh no, Eve. How terrible. That's so bad that that happened to her. Okay. I am going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a little bit. But it's been a while, and I need to pee. Hey, I'm back now. Hi. Let's get this show on the road. We still got 8 sections to go through. Lingering silence. The metallic scent of iron envelops you as her long hair cascades past your ears, gathering in the hollow of your neck. I also got some chocolate. Come on, Sean. So I'm gonna eat that real quick. After killing Eve. Hey, that's a show. That's a show with Sandra Oh. The leader, Vera, slaughters every hetero creature in sight, carving a path forward with brutal efficiency. After just 3 minutes, Vera emerges from the mist of blood. 1 step, 2 steps. She carries her lance behind her, shredding through the slurry of hetero creature remains as she slowly approaches you, stopping exactly 3 steps away. She suddenly remembers something and touches her collarbone, where a red light pulses beneath her skin. You regard the figure before you with complicated emotions. Memories of your shared past remain hopelessly fragmented and blurred. Despite recognizing this gap in your memory, you decide to speak first. Vera, it's been a long... Ah! The crimson figure rushes forward with open arms. Her double-bladed lance clatters to the ground. The metallic scent of iron envelops you as her long hair cascades past your ears, gathering in the hollow of your neck. I can tell you still haven't remembered everything. So it's not time yet. Not time for me to say those words. She holds you in a tight embrace, her arms locked around you like a vice. I've already remembered a lot. I was just surprised I could see fragments of those times through Eve just now. There still isn't enough time. Huh? Vera releases her hold, that urgent embrace, like someone desperately trying to keep something from slipping away, vanishes as quickly as it came. She drops to one knee and tears open your blood-soaked clothing. The fabric, stuck fast to raw flesh, makes a sickening sound as she tears it away. So, how's that hetero creature date working out for you? Not so good. Seeing how eager you are to get yourself killed, I thought maybe you'd fallen in love with the feeling of punishing energy corroding your flesh. Vera quickly returns to her usual self, that familiar sharp tongue of hers bringing an almost comforting sense of normalcy. If I'd synchronized even a moment later, the punishing would have corroded right through your organs. Vera dumps nearly an entire bottle of disinfectant over the wound, then savagely jabs the serum injection into your injury. Don't take it out on me! You never learn your lesson. This is exactly what you deserve. Vera lowers her gaze, yanks out some bandages, and tightly wraps several layers around your waist and injured leg. You search Vera's eyes as if looking for something familiar in those garnet red irises. Stop staring. I haven't changed. This frame looks exactly the same as it did back then. Only the internal systems got a slight upgrade. But you have changed. Your shadow is different now. Vera meets your gaze, your silhouette reflected in her eyes. Not only are you more mature than the you of a few years ago, but you also bear traces of a weariness she wishes wasn't there. So we ended up like this again after all. Can you stand? No matter what you saw in my mind, or what you've remembered yourself. We don't have time for reunions. First, explain our current situation to me clearly. Especially about that smart-mouthed brat. Why did he leave you here? Was he running away, or was there another reason? No, he went to destroy the other embryos. As Vera lifts you up from the ground, you quickly explain the current situation. From how you and Hanif dragged Vera into this genetic repository, to the elderly researcher who severed ties with the Ascendants. You also describe how your group was discovered and ultimately cornered by the Ascendants. Regardless, those evolving hetero creatures all came from the hands of that researcher, Haynes. Based on his tone, there must be more embryos within the hollow that have to be destroyed. Are you sure that old man is the new Haynes? Even with only fragmentary memories. But he's identical to both Haynes in your memory data. The human brain really is a flawed, fragile thing. Just a slight bump and memories are so effortlessly discarded. Vera lets out an emotionless chuckle. No, even if the memories were messed up. I also went back to find traces of that memory. What? You went back? Vera just frowned and looks up when a crisp shattering sound comes from her hand. She unconsciously crushed the empty serum vial. Among the tiny fragments scattered on the floor, Vera notices something and looks down again. Between her collarbones, the space where the safety latch should be, is completely empty, as if mocking her with its absence. Even her frame seems to be urging her forward. In an instant, your mind beacon experiences the intense sensation of falling. When your memories are connected, Construct's emotional fluctuations become much more perceptible. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just couldn't control my strength. Similar things happen when adapting to the garnet frame. It's perfectly normal. Wait, let me check your mind again. I don't need. Vera brushes away your outstretched hand. Your wounds are patched up for now. We need to hurry and go after that one-armed brat. I don't trust him, and with his injuries, he might not be able to complete the mission. I'll carry you on my back. If you don't want to end up a cripple, stop walking. Is that word okay to say? I thought that was not a good word to say. You can still say, like, if you don't want to end up crippled, though, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. Vera cuts off any response you might have and pulls you onto her back. Finally, she steps forward once more.
Data synchronization complete. Frame circulation, normal. Mind data, normal. Battle module, normal. Self-diagnostic successful.
This frame. I never thought I'd find its power unfamiliar. How disgusting. Get lost. Scoping in the shadows. Delusional. Oh, you managed to hit me. Just as I thought, something's wrong. Don't you dare! There is a high level of punishing concentration nearby. Let's go. Stay close to me.
Yes! This is the feel.
Looks like we're on the right track. We're getting closer to the hollow. Looks like we're on the right track. We're getting closer to the hollow.
Yes! This is the feeling I crave.
Did the power come back on? And did that door just open too? These are Haynes's notes. That little bastard is everywhere.
I knew it. No matter the era.
This is the feeling I crave.
I know you're at low health, Vera. I'll always be the one favored by truth. Another ascendant blessed by the punishing virus sought me out. His name is Ephialtes. Working with him feels more like a deal. He brings me exactly what I need. A controllable punishing virus, and he's even willing to occasionally help rein in those inherently savage hetero creatures. In return, I provide him with a vast, undisturbed space I call the Hollow. After setting it up, he has moved countless broken, discarded constructs inside. According to Ephialtes himself, they're all remains from Los Prados, and he insisted I refer to them as Lloyd.
The feeling I crave.
I once tried destroying one of those Lloyds, but Ephialtes found out almost immediately. I suspect he shares some kind of connection with all of them. Beyond that, I attempted to ask him about other Ascendants, but he seemed annoyed by the topic, especially when it came to Gabriel. To be honest, he's not much of a talker, and comes off as a bit dull.
I crave.
But at least he's far more generous than Gabriel. He probably has some personal grudge against Corono, since he's killed quite a few so-called high-ranking figures, whose names I actually recognized. Not that I'd stop him. I've long been sick of those imbeciles.
Yes.
Until this partnership, no, this deal reaches its end, I've decided not to provoke him. Well, that didn't go well. For you, I mean.
I can smell the stench of his self-pity and arrogance from here. Is there anything else?
I am very close to success. Ephialtes is also anticipating this triumph. Though I've come to realize he's no different from those imbeciles outside, at least our goals align. This is the only reason that it's kept me dealing with him. However, now there's a pressing disagreement between us. Ephialtes has no intention of razing this something world to the ground.
The feeling I
Damned,
crave.
maybe? I don't know. Instead, he only wants to guide the new species toward the so-called right path. Conditionally, of course. I often wonder, what could such laughable gentleness possibly gain him? Even more absurdly, when I jokingly suggested an excellent candidate to serve as the gender template for the new species, that Grey Raven Commandant from Babylonia, he actually agreed. I suspect he hasn't engaged with the New World in years. He's like a relic of the Golden Age, sluggish and naive. His bones steeped in the indecisiveness typical of that era's moderates. I despise such trash. Why am I always surrounded by this kind? I had no choice but to explore alternate methods, including leveraging a certain version of myself all the way over on Babylonia. I'd heard that fellow had changed his name under Corono's control and chosen a path entirely different from my own, rendering him untrustworthy. I'll dispose of him afterward.
Feeling I crave.
I leaked some information I knew would catch his and Babylonia's attention. To my surprise, after some fuss, they actually managed to lure out the Grey Raven Commandant. Unexpected by me, but perfectly aligned with Ephialtes' wishes. Ephialtes set off with his so-called good intentions. I'm dying of laughter.
Feeling I crave.
Just wait. Long before he brings back that Commandant as template, I'll have fed my own cloned embryos to the children. I said I'd personally name the new species' first child Eve. Because I, after all, am the one who will replace God.
Yes. This is the feeling I crave.
You're gonna turn in Ash Frost, okay?
Brace yourself. With a relentless fight of pain. Don't you dare!
Hello there.
Scorpion in the shadows. Delusion.
Ow!
My unseen blade! There's still time. I'm not done yet. Get ready, me! Feel the strength of your fate. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain. Delusion, don't dare! My unseen blade! Within you feel the strength. A lab recorder? Can we find any valuable information from it? I bet this person never imagined the recorder would document their own demise. Let's stop breathing. Knowing Haynes, he's definitely waiting for us at the end. Let's go.
I've obtained the footage from that so-called disaster in Puglia Forest Park. It confirms that my approach is correct. After all these years of silence, this is the best news I've ever received. My previous body was destroyed by that red-haired girl, and not all my memories were synced to this new one. Gabriel, too, has long since vanished, but it doesn't matter. Even if divine guidance has faded, I can still shoulder this responsibility. I will guide the punching virus to evolve. When the Eden of this new world gives rise to a new species, I will personally name it Eve. I'll make it clear to everyone. I am the one who replaces God. Yeah, this guy's insane.
Is this device still operational? What's it used for? Wait. Seems to be channeling energy into the hollow. It can't be destroyed. Something's protecting it. Seems like it's something important.
Oh, more enemies.
Am I repeating the same mistakes again? Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain. Don't dare scorpion in the shadows. Delusional. My unseen blade! Need. Humanity. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain. Don't dare scorpion in the shadows. Delusional. My unseen blade! Feel the strange flex of your fate.
I see something over here.
I hear something. Let's go check it out.
I think this is a Devil May Cry reference, because I know the DMC collab is coming out in the next update. Just a couple weeks away now. Sit on that chair. I did.
We finally reached the hollow. Now then, who wants to die?
I knew there's something wrong with that chair. Living fire. I'll let myself be carried away by heroism for the ending I desire. As Vera begins to run, another person with high expectations has already reached the location of the hollow. He stumbles along the way, his severed arm barely bandaged, desperately evading crazed hetero creatures, leaving a dripping trail of blood behind him. Having exhausted all his ammunition, he finally reaches his destination using Corona's blueprint, only to step into emptiness as he forces the door open, tumbling down a staircase 5 or 6 meters high. I really hope he doesn't die. He's forced to lie still on the ground for 2 minutes, excruciating pain causing his muscles to spasm and convulse, while waves of darkness cloud his vision. Why is it so dark? I should have reached the place by now. Just my rotten luck. According to the original plan, he only wanted to find someone in this gene repository and confirm a few details. That's why he went to great lengths to get close to Grey Raven's Commandant and Vera, using every possible way to force himself onto their ship, insisting on coming here with them. If I could be of some help to the Commandant, perhaps I could earn a chance to return to Babylonia. Finally, leave Corona behind. The original plan didn't involve any significant risks. Who knew it would come to this? Ascendants on one side, crazed hetero creatures on the other. Not only did I get nothing out of it, and lost half my arm. The Grey Raven Commandant and Vera. Wonder if they're alright. Pathetic. Actually dared to entrust their last chance to me. Foolish. He struggled to prop himself up and began feeling around in the darkness. But unexpectedly, several familiar silhouettes started dancing across his retinas. Oh great. My life is flashing before my eyes. The first to appear before his eyes was the ever-optimistic Beeble, displaying an uncharacteristic agitation. What's your own role in all this? Are you a hero or a shadow? Everyone dreams of becoming someone like the Grey Raven Commandant. What about you? Are you truly content with that? Are you willing to be that sacrificed shadow? Of all faces to see before death, had to be yours. How pitiful. What nonsense are you spouting? Make a decision now! Everyone who can fight is already here. Didn't you say we'd act together? Beeble shakes his shoulders, and only then does he hazily make out his surroundings. Endless fires rage around them, with blood flowing in rivers. The survivors gather around him, but the equipment on everyone flashes with red warning lights. It's the graduation simulation battle. I remember at this point, the floating plot processor was completely drained. Beeble organizes what little equipment remains, distributing it among his companions while counting off the survivors under his breath. Freeman is confirmed lost. Brola is no longer in the simulation environment. We lost almost all our manpower, but we still couldn't conquer the final high-risk zone. Give it up. What? Beeble freezes in place, looking incredulously at Hanif. Whoever designed this simulation must have gone mad to set the difficulty this high. Since the remaining candidates already have enough accumulated points to determine the top 10, we might as well give up. What madness are you talking about? Beeble grabs Hanif by the collar, trying to yank him up the ground. Who was it that came to me yesterday, talking about trying another approach? Weren't you the one who said you'd handle it? Even if we must resort to the most costly human wave tactics, even if we can only crawl forward on the footprints of the fallen, even if only one person reaches the end, we refuse to leave that final high-risk zone just sitting there untouched. If we give up here, we're throwing away everything those before us fought for. That method is like ants clinging together to float during a flood. There's no telling who will be drowned to death or left behind. We might not even make chief after all this. What does competing for chief have to do with anything? Beeble, surprisingly enraged, shoves him back into the corner and walks into the crowd. Assemble! All the threats are laid bare before us, but we no longer have the ability to counter them. Now, if we refuse to cower in fear, our only option is to charge through with everything we've got. And I know what you want to do. The final chance is right here, right before our eyes. We absolutely cannot give up. And you, Hanif. Beeble turns back to look at Hanif. And you see, I've already lost an arm. None of you people who come and go ever cared if I lived or died. In my reality, I can actually die, you know. No, you absolutely cannot. In his memory, Beeble doesn't overthink it. He mutters something under his breath, extends his hand, and angrily pulls Hanif up from the ground. It really hurts. If only someone in reality would pull me up like that. A sharp pain shoots through Hanif's severed arm, as if someone has actually pulled him up from the ground. Lost your way here, my child. And it's this bitch. Hanif repeatedly opens and closes his eyes until his vision finally returns, adjusting to the light in this place. Rhythmically pulsing embryos surround him on all sides. Through their semi-transparent membranes, countless abnormal hetero creatures can be seen waiting to be born. He really did find the right place. Directly in front of him, the person who pulled him up is grinning widely while scrutinizing him. Welcome to Zombra's Hollow. I am Haynes, and you must be looking for me. Upon hearing this name and seeing the face clearly, Hanif instinctively throws the old man to the ground. His only remaining hand, his left, grips his gun tightly and aims it for Haynes, a gun that he knows is empty. Ugh. You've come all this way in disguise, and those two from Babylonia aren't here either, so we can talk normally now. I have nothing to say to you. I heard your conversation with that Ascendant. All the problems in this place were created by you. So what? I overheard your conversation with that Grey Raven Commandant through the surveillance system. You said you were here to find family, that you wanted to know your origins. So you're an old creep who loves eavesdropping. Can't help it. I've always had a strong thirst for knowledge. You're the same. What nonsense. You're the first to find me. You deserve a reward. Tell me, what do you want to know? I'll patiently answer your questions. Hanif's eardrums ring incessantly. He suspects the fall might have gifted him with a concussion. He can't stand Haynes' endless prattle. No matter how many questions he still has, there's only one thing that needs to be done right now. Shut up. Hands above your head or I'll shoot you. I know Corona's methods well. Every experimental facility has a complete destruction protocol. Tell me how to activate the self-destruct program. Under the threat of Hanif's gun, Haynes raises an eyebrow in resignation and slowly lifts both hands. Is that really the answer you want most right now? How boring. Cut the crap. I'm counting to 5. 5. It's right behind you. No need to count. I'll tell you everything you want to know. You can activate it from that console behind you. What's wrong with your eyes? A few more steps and you would have crashed into it. Haynes remains unusually calm, with an almost amused expression, as he watches Hanif slowly back up until his waist bumps against the console he mentioned. The password is 6/8. I've already entered it. Now you just need to use your biometric credentials to activate it. What? Hanif listens to Haynes, almost doubting his own hearing as he begins to suspect his words. Fingerprints, iris scan. You can pass every single rigorous security check. Hanif slightly lowers his head, and just as Haynes said, all security verifications pass smoothly. The crimson words, base destruction, appear before him like some kind of sick joke. It's your decision to make. I can't control you anyway. Will you press it and destroy this place? Or will you let them remain and wait for them to present you with a completely new evolution? What? No. Why can I? Hanif has never felt so lost. He's used to being the one who sets up traps and plays tricks on others, but this time he feels like he's walking step by step into someone else's carefully scripted farce, with himself as the clown. Oh, I thought he'd already figured this out. Guess not. From my perspective, I suggest you let them live. Because they're all your brothers and sisters. Didn't you eavesdrop on us earlier? The first and most successful child absorbed an embryo that used me as its genetic template. But it's different from us now. It has broken free from the limitations of the human body. It will become the origin of a new species, so it shouldn't continue using the name Haynes. Oh, I can't wait for him to realize that Eve is already dead. So I named it Eve. What do you think? Hanif stands frozen before the control panel, allowing Haynes to casually unravel the questions that have haunted him for years. So that's it. You're Haynes? The last one to survive screening. So you were assigned to Babylonia? Who knows what kind of scheme that old bastard's cooking up now? Number 1364. Your position after graduation has been decided. After graduation, you will join the Aurora Squadron. Aurora Squadron? The name doesn't ring a bell. Is it your secret force? Correct. We've agreed through discussion that this would be the most suitable position for you. It's safer to keep a cunning person like you close to us, don't you think? Even though you've been trying to misguide us by deliberately displaying mediocre talent in order to get assigned to the task force. Do you really think we wouldn't uncover your little scheme when we've been closely watching you? Now that you've found out, why are you still going to keep someone like me so close to you? Your little rebellion is nothing more than a source of amusing entertainment for us. Remember, you are Corona's asset. Do not ask questions or overthink. All you need to do is execute our orders. So I'm also Haynes. That's about right. You're my almost perfect clone. From the golden age until the end, I've gone through 3 generations. In you, I've trimmed away some undesirable genes, like nearsightedness, high blood pressure, and the like. Oh, so he's not exactly the same. Maybe that's why he's so much hotter. Don't be surprised. Back in the Golden Age, genetic screening was a common method for the wealthy to practice eugenics. Some people even made clones from their own genetic samples to filter out genes they didn't like. And so, generation after generation evolves, becoming a better version of myself. So Kurono provided you with support? You helped develop the next generation, resulting in me. Connor stares at the name tag on the old man's clothes, the same name he once used himself, and suddenly feels a wave of nausea rising from his stomach. Why did you abandon the other 9 clones? Even those who didn't die from genetic defects were murdered. Oh my god, his mouse rat thing's eyes. God. Because Kurono isn't a charity. We've always had a mutually beneficial arrangement. I needed materials and a site, plus a way to continue my existence. While they satisfied these conditions, they also gained surveillance authority over you. Oh, I mean, over me. What they needed was, at the very least, for the next Haynes to be more controllable. And naturally, one was enough. Growing up under all those watchful eyes wasn't very pleasant, was it? You've been through a lot. But it doesn't matter. Once I complete the incubation of all embryos in the Hollow, neither Kurono nor any Ascendant will be able to restrict me anymore. I'll be the master of the new world. That is why I collaborated with the Ascendant. I bring the most advanced technology, he brings punishing, and together we accelerate the birth of an entirely new species. He's similar to me, with multiple bodies, so it's pointless how many times you kill him out there. He'll always resurrect from here, ensuring that large batches of his children hatch successfully. Haynes points to several sleeping pods suspended upside down overhead, protected by bone spikes grown from the hetero creatures. You're misleading me. What I heard with my own ears was that the Ascendant thinks you've done too many unnecessary things, and you two have already split up. It doesn't matter. What could you possibly learn with your pathetic eavesdropping skills? Besides, if he doesn't approve of what I do, then his opinion doesn't matter. With a relaxed demeanor, Haynes points to the nearest sleeping pod. Eve getting tangled with Grey Raven's commandant and being turned against the Ascendant was purely accidental. But it's not entirely a bad thing for me. After all, the next Ascendant hasn't emerged yet, so I'm in control of everything outside for now. No wonder you're so disgustingly full of yourself. Come on, put down the gun and join me. It's out of bullets anyway, isn't it? I'm the one who understands you best. Haynes breaks into a smile. Remember how you first received that information? Your Aurora Squadron team kept searching for intel during the mission, and then you suddenly discovered that a technical supervisor at a Kurono gene bank had the same name as you, Haynes. I know myself all too well. I knew I would definitely be interested. And sure enough, you followed the scent right to me. You did this on purpose? Yes, it's true that Ascendants killed people, and Evioltes does indeed harbor hatred for Kurono. But the one who embellished these facts, who falsely claimed Ascendants specifically requested that ship was you. You were the only one desperately searching for the gene bank. You saw clearly that Corona wanted to keep secrets while Babylonia wanted to thoroughly investigate. Both sides were racing to learn more about the new Ascendant. And Vera, as a former member of Corona's Special Operations Division, would definitely reopen the investigation and definitely track down that key. The ship that could lead to this island. In the end, the Commandant and Vera reaching this island was all thanks to you. Didn't you know this would happen from the very beginning? After a brief moment of shock, Hanif finally realizes the magnitude of his mistake. Those two had just desperately entrusted him with their only way out. Just as he resolves to do something for those two, Haynes strikes head-on, shattering his facade. And Haynes continues to laugh. I just leaked a bit of information. Helped spread some news about that Ascendant's revenge on Corona, and look at the results. You truly are the most outstanding one among the next batch of Haynes. Shut up! I've won! No, you haven't. Your Eve is dead. Did you think you were so clever? Did you think you could kill two birds with one stone? Discover your own origins while helping the Grey Raven Commandant, using that person as your escape rope from Kurono. You think just because you performed well, just because that person might show mercy and lend you a hand, you could escape your fate as a Haynes? Shut up! Hanif's eyes turn red with rage. He hears the cascading crash of dominoes falling one after another, and the person who reached out to topple that first domino was none other than himself, the person now standing with a face contorted in anguish. What's the rush? Even if you survive today with your deception, countless punishments await you. Neither Corona nor Babylonia will take you back. You have nowhere to return to. You... Haynes sees through Hanif's bluff and reaches into his coat, searching for something to show him. My secondary body has grown old and won't last much longer. I'll synchronize my memories with yours, and once you understand... You insufferably arrogant old bastard! Before Hanif can charge forward, Haynes delivers a silent bullet into his leg. He waves the gun he just pulled from his coat, practically radiating smugness. Since you were a child taken in by Corona from the very beginning, why would I ever invite you to have power over me? He walks to the control panel with theatrical exaggeration, raises his hand high, and slams it down forcefully, as Hanif watches through a blur of excruciating pain. I'm tired of you. I knew you wouldn't dare activate this program on your own. Boring. You were right. This isn't actually a self-destruct button. If you had pressed it earlier, you would have been the one to initiate the final evolution. Darkness floods his vision as Hanif falls to his knees in agony. With Haynes' actions, a piercing alarm sounds as rotating red lights illuminate every creation within the Hollow, whether they're identical human clones, incubating hetero creatures, or ascendants not yet reborn in their sleeping pods. The entire Hollow facility activates as Haynes erupts into laughter amid the deafening chorus of alarms. You idiots! I just can't help but mess with you every time we meet. And to think I had expectations. It seems even I can be assimilated after spending too much time among a flock of mindless sheep. Though consumed by rage and physical agony, Hanif still struggles, refusing to succumb to the pain. No. I will never. No, you absolutely cannot give up here. I won't allow it. None of us will allow it. You can't allow yourself to give up either. Hanif's vision wavers unsteadily. He realizes that Beeble is carrying him on his back. Before his eyes is the simulated battle that often haunts him during his waking hours. Secure that tourniquet around your wound, then keep moving with us. Lost. More troops. How many? In the mere seconds they've been speaking, more corrupted crawl out from the nearby trenches, lunging at the soldiers struggling on their last legs. Too many to count. Everyone who's left is right here. Another burst of flames. Look. I told you. When ants cluster together and roll into the water, less deaths are inevitable. Like this. Gathering everyone to charge toward the final high-risk zone. The shadows should be prepared to become sacrifices. What about you? What's your role in this? Are you a hero or a shadow? Beeble asks that question for the third time. You've never answered me. But when you suggested this plan, you already knew the answer, didn't you? Think... Hanif's gaze drifts around the surroundings. He stares at the fires and corpses of shadows strewn across the ground, actually aware of the bullet Haynes shot into his leg. The bullet that deemed all his efforts foolish. All of this compels him to spill out the true feelings hidden deep in his heart. The truth is, I wanted to be a hero. I don't want to be a shadow anymore. Not Haynes' shadow. Not the Grey Raven Commandant's shadow. I'm done with all of that. I wanted to break free from Haynes' shadow, then surpass the Grey Raven Commandant, to become an unprecedented, entirely new kind of hero. But in the end, every step I took was wrong. He desperately wants to break down in furious sobs, knowing that even in this near-death dream, his old classmates would patiently listen. I miss all of you. I don't want to stay with Corono anymore. I want to kill Haynes. I want my name proudly displayed on the memorial. I want to tear up all these contracts binding me, and stand honorably in the light, not as anyone's shadow. Of course you're not. Since you entered FOS, you've always been Hanif. Hey, Beeble, put me down. Your leg is injured. Despite everything, Hanif struggles to his feet, gathering what little equipment he has left. The domain node capable of supporting the Longinus arsenal is on his person, and their mission's final objective is to destroy the last high-risk zone. Keep fighting. Even if I do end up in Corono, I'll find a way to break free. What are you trying to do? It's not too late to stop living in confusion and start thinking clearly. I'll let myself be carried away by heroism for the ending I desire. Hanif rushes forward, clutching the domain node. A raft of clustered ants drifting through water. As everyone follows Hanif into the inferno, he catches the scent of something burning. Despite everything, he persists in raising his arm high, and then... Use that brain of yours that's never once thought about your true self. Completely wasting all these years. Ugh. Summoning the last of his strength, he swings his arm down hard, knocking Haynes to the ground and seizing the gun from his hand. Then, gun in his left hand, he fires repeatedly at Haynes' wrists and ankles, until the last shell casing hits the ground with a sharp clatter. Ugh. I will prove that I'm nothing like you. He tosses aside the smoking, empty gun, and rains down blow after blow on Haynes' face, shattering his brow bone and nose. Let's see, whose blood runs dry first? Blood flies everywhere, mixed with maroon teeth knocked loose. Haynes had underestimated how time and experience can change a person. This brutal beating forces both men to acknowledge that fact. You call yourself the one who knows me best. You couldn't be more wrong, but I'll find every little trick you've hidden. Expending his last ounce of strength, Coniff delivers one final punch to Haynes, then tears open his collar, stripping away the hypocrite's facade. Beneath the white lab coat lies a twisted body, nearly completely transformed. I knew you couldn't possibly be selflessly devoted to helping that Ascendant. You'd definitely find a way to control him, to make sure he wouldn't dare enter partnership. And the best way to control him was to destroy all the embryos, reducing the Ascendant's plans to ashes. You've already transformed yourself into the detonator for destroying this gene bank, haven't you? Haynes opens his mouth as if to say something, but only blood spills out. Most of his teeth have been knocked out. Weren't you the old man who loved to smile? Why can't you laugh now? Admit it, the moment you kill me, the destruction program will automatically activate. Dragging his injured leg, Coniff moves to the edge of the platform, hauling the barely breathing Haynes with him. Next, if I can just end all Haynes, I'll finally break free from this sickening cycle of fate. During that simulation battle, he had successfully charged into the center of the high-risk zone, clutching the domain node, like a hero leaping into the abyss while embracing the flames. It's time to end it all! Even if he could never become the chief, this was still the ending he wanted. Even if I have to die with him, this is the ending I want. Though the pain makes him want to curl up into a ball, he forces himself to whisper into Haynes' ear. Then, like the flaming Icarus falling into the sea, he clutches Haynes' body and rolls off the edge. As the sensation of weightlessness takes over, he exhales deeply, remembering how the Commandant had just decided to pass the final baton to him. I've done it. Let this be my atonement. He closes his eyes, savoring the rush of wind past his ears as he falls. The rush of wind suddenly stops. Oh, look at this. Leave for just a moment and this brat has already made a complete mess of himself. Luke, your FOS really is a breeding ground for exceptional talent. I've got him. You desperately cling to one of Hanif's legs, while Vera mercilessly pins down his other leg with her foot. You two? What's with that face? So grateful you're about to have a breakdown? Vera, pull Hanif up first. I will. But before that... Vera raises her dual-bladed spear, carefully aiming the tip at the old man's widened eyes, as if searching for the perfect angle. I've read your notes and finally figured out how you copy. If I kill you here today, there will never be another Haynes, right? You again. So you do remember me. Then let me ask, are you enjoying our little reunion, Haynes? Haynes notices the familiar figure standing beside Vera. This scene seems to have played out before, many years ago, and the reminder infuriates him. How are you so lucky again? Haynes shifts his gaze to Vera's collarbone, as if discovering some new amusement. Even with a mouth full of blood, he's determined to speak his mind. Huh. So that's not it. I see now. For a loyal dog like you, best way to break you isn't physical torture. You'll tear apart your own dignity and beliefs. Vera? Of course I know that. Vera seems to understand what Haynes is trying to say. She smiles slightly, then finds the most efficient angle and forcefully raises her spear. You fear going haywire most of all. You'll never forgive yourself. I fear nothing anymore. Then viciously thrusts it in. The last Haynes falls with the momentum from the spear tip, plunging into the densest cluster of embryos below. A dull thud announces the end, as the platform where the 3 remaining people stand immediately begins to shake. Flames ignite from below, and heat waves surge upward. Connor tumbles to the ground, clutching the bleeding wound in his thigh as he coughs uncontrollably. Get out of here. The old man is dead. The hollow will self-destruct. Vera doesn't speak. Instead, she raises her hand in the firelight and reaches for where the safety should be. It's gone. How many years has it been? I've almost forgotten this feeling. As if reminded of something by Haynes's words, she involuntarily glances at you. Far from over. Haynes is dead, but that ascendant is still putting up quite a fight. According to Haynes's notes that we found earlier, the next ascendant will be born here in this hollow. As if responding to her words, the incubation chambers wrapped in bone spikes begin to vibrate. The entities inside sense the threat and struggle to birth themselves. His most primal purpose was revenge. People harboring such emotions always take the wrong path at some crucial crossroads. Just like he is now, completely manipulated by Haynes, who excelled at entrapping people. Even if his name isn't Lloyd, the person who once died by my hand, I'd still like to knock some sense into him. Vera's red hair sways gently in the waves of heat. Despite being in pain, you gaze at the slender thread of fire swaying before you, listening intently to her words. But through the distorted air, you sense something strange brewing. A hint of secrecy, a touch of resignation. Wait, Vera... Listen to me. Vera tightens her grip on her weapon once more. For a fleeting moment, she seems to radiate a hint of sorrow. There are too many things I haven't had time to say, especially to you. She looks at the rope, tightly fastened between her waist and yours. Tied us together again? Yeah, it's me. How much do you remember? Not much. I'm still a bit... Your memories of her still remain somewhat hazy. You went back to look for me? Yes, that I remember clearly. But you... Vera's lips move rapidly as she speaks, her words coming out in a rush. Simultaneously, long-lost memories replay in your throbbing head. Memories of being inside Vera's mind and seeing through her eyes, and even glimpses of what the hetero creature Eve once witnessed. Something's not right. You search through countless memories and perspectives, trying to pinpoint the source of this strange uneasiness. Just like this. Pull the plug out. Finally, your gaze settles on Vera's chest. We've been doing the wrong thing from the very beginning. I realized that long ago. Might as well commit to our mistakes until the end. Vera, don't. You suddenly lunge forward, disregarding your injured leg, and grab Vera's wrist, exposing the emptiness where something should be. What exactly was the plug I pulled out back then? The ground trembles so violently it's nearly impossible to stand, while dust trickles down from the ceiling. Vera gives you a complex, unreadable expression. I'll count to 3, then you run forward. Vera! You sense something and reach out to grab. But Vera raises her weapon once more and severs the rope between the two of you. The rope is cut. That's what it means. Huh? You reach out as fast as possible, but grasp nothing but air. Vera uses the tip of her spear to push the two wounded off the platform, leaving herself alone on the vast expanse to silently await the Ascendant's birth. Only now do you realize, your history with Vera was like a tiny yet burning spark, snuffing out when grasped too tightly. Ooh. Okay, so there's an extra part. And this is where all 3 things come together. But I can't do the extra part until... yeah, until after I finish this. Alright! It's boss fight time! Woohoo! Long road to get here, but let's have fun. Good night. Just like before, use me completely, burn me thoroughly, and be sure to turn these small sparks into a raging wildfire. Okay. Never go into that good night, complete the stage, dodge all invasion collapse, and parry 5 times. Will do my best. Before the final battle arrives, Vera can't help but recall the last time, and also the first time she equipped this frame. You've already gone through 579 precautions. Are you still not finished? Just one more thing. That device on your chest. Let's call it a safety lock. You'd better not remove it. What if I remove it anyway? What's gonna happen? You can think of it as this frame's final limiter. All that power you already struggle to control will, whoosh, be released in an instant. You're unable to control that power. The best case scenario is death by frame overheating or mind boil over. Could it get any worse than that? Hound, worse than death is going haywire. You become something more dangerous than corrupted, destroying everything around you without distinguishing friend from foe. Before you die from overheating, Corona would salvage you in your miserable state. And when you open your eyes again, you'd be shocked to discover that everything you once held dear was destroyed by your own hands. How dramatic. Vera brushed it off and walked away. I have no teammates, no family, no friends. Just assign me somewhere with fewer refugees and be done with it. Wait, Vera! The Corona staff member rushed after her. About that Special Operations Group 13 mission. We all know. The higher-ups said they needed to eliminate the traitors, while also testing you. So you all knew about A and Little Mute all along. I couldn't stop it. This is off the record, but I even hoped you would have deserted during that mission. But you still came back alone. You've survived this test again. In a way, you've become an irreplaceable benchmark for many of us. If you left too, we might not even know what to do with ourselves anymore. So please, don't pull the safety lock so easily, okay? Get through this frame's testing period smoothly, and then you can switch back to your Rosen frame. No. I understand it now. There's no point in standing with you people. I only have enemies. That day, as the only construct to pass the test, she left the Corona Fortress and accepted an extremely simple mission. All she needed to do was to retrieve some special test materials and transport them to a nearby base. The weather wasn't great that day, gloomy with a yellowish cast to the sky, looking like snow was about to fall. I should give this frame a name. Can't just keep calling it by its model number. What would be a good name? After Rosen, what comes next? How about Garnet? She'd already retrieved the test materials and was sitting atop a building in the conservation area. With her construct visual module, she could see a group of young trainees engaged in a combat simulation nearby. Isn't this just like when I was training? But after we graduated, we were sent all over the world to get tangled in various human-against-human wars. After they graduate, they'll focus solely on fighting the corrupted. Fighting for all of humanity. How much more noble their purpose has become. Having seen enough of the competition between the red and blue squads, she decided to gather her things and return to completing her mission. But that's when the crisis began. The conservation area's alarms blared with urgency, catching even the FOS students off guard. She spotted a slightly dazed student running out from behind the training barricade, taking down one or two corrupted before rushing toward the conservation area, where they began to evacuate civilians as a matter of course. That student have a death wish? Unable to watch their foolishness any longer, she dropped down from her position, ready to lend a quick hand. Perhaps by taking out a few corrupted, buying them some time. Or maybe... Watch out! To be honest, she never imagined a human would throw themselves in front of her to block a corrupted attack. The corrupted tore a horrific gash across their fragile human body, a wound so severe that anyone who saw it would declare the victim dead on the spot. You're insane, you idiot! She picked up the badly wounded person. In her daze, surrounded by cold winds and the screeching of corrupted, she felt as though she was carrying her younger self. Back then, she was the same, preferring to clash with her fellow officer cadets, rather than joining them as obedient livestock for the system. When she suspected Haynes was up to something, she boldly made contact to gather intelligence. Despite knowing the extreme dangers of construct modification, she still voluntarily signed her name on the documents. Her thinking back then was straightforward. Where there was injustice, she would cry out. Where there was oppression, she would rebel. Where there was danger, she would rush to the front, as if heroic courage alone would always pay off. But in reality, what did it actually get her? She looked at the person in her arms, staring at the still bleeding wound. All she could see was the next in a cycle of endless heroic tragedies. She made a decision. Because of that decision, she once again experienced having more than just enemies in her life for a brief moment. At first, she maintained some emotional distance, saying that people never learn their lessons and always disappoint her, while simultaneously peeling an apple for the bandage-covered patient. The future Great Commandant, with precious test material still packed into their side wound, seemed to have little understanding of the surface's brutality. Even so, they would stubbornly follow her regardless. The two experienced a desperate escape across the surface, their prequel-like story ending with her cutting the rope that connected them. Afterward, her story turned to a new chapter, one titled Cerberus. This construct squad gave her a comforting sense of familiarity. Though not exactly reliable, both Number 21 and Noctis still firmly followed her lead. In this new chapter, the boundaries of her self expanded immeasurably. Her mission changed from simply surviving to ensuring everyone survives together. And after that, the pages of her new chapter turned rapidly, bringing us to Atlantis. By then, considerable time had passed since their one-sided reunion, person who had become the Grey Raven Commandant remembered nothing of their past, and she chose to mention nothing. But she discovered with sorrow that the cycle seemed to have already begun, that you were becoming yet another puppet ensnared by heroism. Her blessing from years ago seemed unfulfilled. Or rather, you seem to have wasted her blessing. She can't help but warn you. If you understand the Parliament in Corona enough, you will understand why they're making you dance to their tune. Corona wants to lock you up for conspiring with the enemy. Parliament wants you to sacrifice everything for the fate of humanity. They're both trying to rob you and bleed you dry. One of them is blatant with their intentions, the other one decorates it with righteous causes. This is what I can't understand about you. If you've already seen their true face, why are you still willing to risk your life for them? Why do you choose them? You answered, I didn't choose them. I chose humanity. She burst into laughter, tempted to say, you're still as naive as you were back then. But you continued. I also don't believe you're the type to extinguish the flame. Look at that. You always did this, seeing right through her contradictions and unspoken reluctance. You clearly knew that you and her were exactly the same kind of person. Looking down at herself, after examining the chapters of her life, she's reached the same conclusion. She and you have always walked the same path, a rope tethered between their cores, bound together by a twinned fate. Both of you possess natural courage, both willing to cut away their own flesh to make the flame burn brighter, illuminating darkness further ahead. Though she harbors resentment toward these acts, while you accept it. I've actually been burning myself for others all along. I just resent being devoured by fools. If I must be used until I burn to ashes, then I'd rather burn in the hands of the right person. She looks at the last page. And have I found that right person? Under her gaze, you stride forward with purpose, never trapped by any obstacle. So that's it. You're no naive fool at all. You saw everything clearly from the beginning, didn't you? A glowing smile crosses her face, as if she's finally shattered the barrier blocking her way to her true self, a hall of enlightenment. What am I still hesitating for? I'm hardly recognizable as my former self. The massive Valkyrie extends her hand, delivering the living flame from her fingertips to you. Fire is right here. You understood all along, didn't you? Take it. Sure enough, you receive the flame with care as you advance ever forward. Great job. She feels deeply gratified. By now, she's even grown accustomed to giving praise. Even if only one of us reaches that destination, it's still a brilliant victory. Seeing you press forward with that unwavering silhouette is the reward for my own long journey of courage. Before leaving it all behind, she voices her final request. Just like before. Use me completely, burn me thoroughly, and be sure to turn these small sparks into a raging wildfire. Different from before, she has cast aside the last trace of resentment in her heart. Come on, take the last piece of flesh from my body. Fire. In the hollow of the gene repository, the Valkyrie-like red-haired construct grips her weapon. The enemy awakens in the incubation pod above, delivering words of somber dissuasion. Wrong choice. You need to be sharp, revolutionary, to cut even the tiniest openings in this gentle, suffocating blanket of an old world. And your choice will let everyone drown in the comfort of this peaceful night. Stop acting as a blade for the old world humans. I can sense you hovering on the edge of going haywire. If you continue to be used like this, it will eventually turn against you. No, I'm nothing like you. Besides, what matters most is whose hands the blade is in. I trust the one who wields me. That person chose the old world, so I only need to trim it into something better. Then bring it on. The Ascendant accepts the challenge, and she severs her mental link with the Commandant. Just like years ago among those ruins when she cut her bindings and brandished her weapon, performing a deadly dance for the old world she despised. Today, she will fight with everything she has, just as before. Luke, twice I have drawn my blade for you. The first time I was lifted up before you by the hands of others. She swings her weapon, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. This time, I willingly become your blade. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go.
It grieves me to witness these man-made tragedies. This grief shall end with me! I'm tired of these conflicts. If we're all frogs being slowly boiled alive, why rescue humanity first?
Don't you dare! My unsheathed blade!
Still blind to the truth?
Feel the strange strength of your fingers. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain. Don't you dare! Skulking in the shadows. Delusional. My unsheathed blade! Feel the brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain.
What a nuisance!
Skulking in the shadows. Delusion. Don't you dare! Behold, my unsheathed blade! Get shred near! Feel the strange strength of your fingers. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain. Skulking in the shadows. Don't you dare!
Well, I could have parried that. Ooh. Ah!
My unsheathed blade! Feel the strange strength of your fingers. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain.
Gotcha!
Skulking in the shadows. Delusional. Don't you dare!
Well, clearly that's not it.
They're still punishing reaction. Hop onto the platform and go after him. I have no time for you, Void. It's time to end this farce. A malfunction?
It's not over yet.
Oh, hi there.
kill me, I can discard this body at any time.
Don't you dare! Skulking in the shadows. Delusional.
Oh, they're not even taking damage. Or barely any damage.
Ridiculous!
Oh, fuck.
One, two. Worthless.
Welcome to the new world. Once again, become my adversary.
With a relentless fight and pain. Delusional. Don't dare.
Haha!
My unseen blade. Feel the strange flames of your fate. With a relentless fight and pain. Delusional. Just go. My unseen blade. Feel the strange. Not over yet.
Oh no,
Relentless fight and
I missed. Ah!
you managed to hurt me.
A futile attempt!
Delusional. Don't you dare.
Enough!
Behold, my unseen blade. Feel the strange. You managed to hurt me. Brace yourself. With a relentless fight and pain. Skulking in the shadows.
Oh,
I will become the precipice of the world!
no, I could have parried that.
Skulking in the shadows. Delusional. Oh, you managed to hurt me. Behold, my unseen blade. Get near before me. Feel the strange flames of your fate. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain.
Stay back! You're just going with the flow.
Skulking in the shadows. Delusional. Don't dare. You managed to hurt me. Behold, my unseen blade. Feel the strange flames of your fate. Brace yourself with a relentless fight and pain. Don't you dare.
invasion collapse must have been when the extra bodies were falling from the ceiling, heavens, whatever. During the prolonged battle, her double-edged spear carves countless wounds. Blood, vital fluid, and whatever substance makes up punishing creatures. All of it streams along the blade's groove and splashes toward the sky. The spear, draped in red, twirls through the air, leaving only a blur, like an eternal, unbroken circle. Until all of Lloyd's remains are destroyed. Until Ephialtes lowers his head, falls to his knees, and his body gradually fades into transparency. Another empty vessel, driven by misguided heroism, fades away. He seems to drag his broken body back to the new world he had always longed for. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the old world, someone seems to sense something and pauses the hand shuffling their cards. Such devastating losses, Ephialtes. Just a leftover scrap from the card table. And yeah, but those broken remains. You actually dared to dream of igniting the flames that would destroy the old world? I've never approved of that kind of spirit. She puts away her cards, ready to move on to the next location. Anyway, I only lent a small hand. I'll just accept the loss and move on. But in the moment before leaving, she perceives new information, like a wisp of smoke slowly drifting across her tongue. Oh. She can't help but smile. Impressive indeed. They actually managed to cultivate controllable little bugs. Oh, I got all the achievements now. Some drop sparks to the sea of despair. Some turn sparks into a prairie fire. Some sacrifice themselves and become the living fire of the new world. Time of dawn. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. Vera watches the dust settle as the power engines throughout her body finally emit a high-pitched warning of imminent overheating. She drops to one knee at the center of the platform. Gotta get further away. Otherwise, something worse will happen. She tries to prop her frame up with her weapon, still intent on moving further away. But the red light emanating from her entire body tells her this isn't going to happen. Vital fluid leaks from every port in her frame, all circuits unable to bear the strain of her berserk mode any longer. She can feel herself succumbing to a terrible state of haywire, her vision growing increasingly blurry as her fingers violently dig into the metal floor, carving a chilling black gash. No, I absolutely won't. And so pathetically here. As sunlight gradually creeps over the horizon, her knees buckle as the engines in her legs completely melt down. As she collapses completely to her knees, Vera can't help but concede that those bastards were right. She really does hate the feeling of going haywire most of all. A sharp pain surges through her mind, as if some irritating beacon is repeatedly attempting to connect. She instinctively begins dragging herself in the other direction, trying to put more distance between herself and whoever owns the beacon. Connecting me. The lingering flames of fury will scorch everything. I'm dangerous. Reconnecting. Reconnecting. Still reconnecting. Vera's vision dims completely. Before her consciousness dissipates, she hears familiar, hurried footsteps with a slight limp. She feels a tightening around her waist, just like when that person would grip a rope and climb toward her. Are you tired, Vera? Upon returning to the vast, seemingly endless hall of her true self, Gwyneth supports Vera's arm, carefully examining her metallic body. So you've gone and turned yourself into this after all. When you first asked me about this technology, I knew this day would come. You really are so single-minded in everything you do. Such a worrisome girl. The moment she sees Gwyneth, Vera's eyes widen with shock. Don't worry about me. I'm not tired. Now that I'm a construct, I could walk through a burning building 100 times and not have a single scar on my arm. She grips Gwyneth, whom she hasn't seen for ages, and a flood of words flow out all at once. I was among the first to voluntarily undergo modification. My initial model was a support type. Very much like you. I left all those fools in the dust. I joined Corono and then left. Now I command my own construct squad in Babylonia, and they all follow my orders. I'll never make you, or the instructor, worry about me again. Her words grow slower, as if she's carefully observing her old friend's reaction. Gwyneth gently releases Vera's arm, offering only a soft smile in response. I see. Have you found your true path? Are you burning bright for a cause you believe in? Is what you're doing now something you'd willingly dedicate your entire life to? Yes, I've made up my mind. As long as you're sure. You've always been like this, a devoted soul through and through, yet with the smallest spark of rebellion burning inside. But even if you lived 1,000 or 10,000 lives, you would still willingly let yourself be swept up in heroism, as long as it leads to the ending you desire. Will I ever reach the ending I desire? Yes, you will. Vera's eyes briefly light up at the happy ending within her grasp, but then suddenly dim again as something crosses her mind. Even if the ending is good, made too many wrong choices along the way. I've lost so much. I know I can't simply dismiss everything casually with, "It's fine," but understand this. Your entire life has been an exploration of heroism, and that journey of questioning is itself blameless. Everyone you've ever met has wrestled with this same question, offering you countless different answers. Take some time to reflect on them. I can do that. She closes her eyes in her boiling mind, allowing the waves to carry her to the side of each traveler in her memories. Setting aside those irritating relatives from my childhood, you were the first one, Gwyneth. You were the quintessential hero, sacrificing yourself to block the doorway, protecting me from those corrupted. Without you, I would have died right there. Yep, that's me. The instructor was like that too. Always looked serious. He was constantly helping me escape those troublemakers. I'm grateful to him. Unfortunately, after the punishing outbreak, I never heard from him again. Knowing his personality, he's probably holed up somewhere safe. Being a behind-the-scenes hero suits him much better. Next is Average Joe. Before joining Corono, that was the most brutal battle I'd ever experienced. I even dismantled my own arm to give to that attacker type Average Joe. What was his choice? He dealt with the ambush and corrupted for me. He died. Sounds a bit like me. After that, I joined Corona. I didn't get along well with most people there, except for Little Mute and Hay. Little Mute was too young, didn't understand anything. She was a victim of conflict, like a lamb for sacrifice. As for Hay, she was a coward, always thinking about running away. Even died without dignity. But she was the one who stole the real key and took revenge. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here today. Vera's lips curl into a slightly mocking smile. I didn't like her, but she really had guts. That's why I crowned her the cowardly hero. Gwyneth responds with a resigned smile. You still love giving people nicknames. Who else, including those you met during that escape? What about Granny Wang? The old hero. She and that old teddy dog of hers are still running around, bothering Bridget every now and then. Living long certainly has its perks. They both laugh, as if transported back to an ordinary afternoon at the end of the Golden Age. They basked in the tepid sunlight, chatting idly about nothing in particular. What about Leia? She's already joined Egret now. What is she? Just a self-proclaimed hero and a thoroughbred specialist in making a mess of things. Thankfully, she's working under Vanessa now. As for Vanessa, Simon, and Alec, I'd already made up my mind about them long ago. They're just a bunch of Babylonia trust fund babies, insufferably full of themselves. Do you still think the same? Vera tilts her head in thought for a moment, and shakes her head. No, I admit that person was right. They really did dispel my prejudice through their actions. I can say this. Every single Commandant who graduated from FOS is a true hero. Even that ill-intentioned Hanif was more than just a shadow of a hero. If he survives, he'll probably be able to figure out what decisions he needs to make next. As for the people of Atlantis, needless to say, I've eaten their cookies, I've taken up their cause, and I'll continue to carry their torch. Except for that stupid fish. She's annoying, so she's an exception. Gwyneth rests her chin in her hand, listening attentively to Vera's assessment before raising a new question. What about others? Like the two Lloyds and the many Haynes? What kind of answers did they give when facing this proposition? Vera falls silent once again, for a brief moment. I feel regret for Lloyd, no matter which Lloyd we're talking about. They never fell from grace, nor did they make wrong choices. Rather, they never made any choices at all. They were simply swept to their deaths by the tide of heroism, yet not one of them died like a hero. Putting an end to their stories was the only thing I could do for them. As for Haynes, just an insufferably arrogant old man. Worse than even those young students. He doesn't deserve to be mentioned alongside anyone I spoke of earlier. And he got exactly the end he deserved. Killed by the next version of himself. Vera waves her hand dismissively in the Great Hall, excising Haynes from this blood and tear-stained discussion of heroism. She's never bothered to waste much attention on people like him. Time to turn the page on all of this. Yes, it's time to turn the page. Having heard everything, Gwyneth nods and gently pulls Vera to her feet. Their exchange, as warm and comforting as a beautiful dream, comes to an abrupt end. Let's end our conversation here. I'm sorry that we all left you behind back then. We all departed ahead of you. We made you bear all the suffering. But looking back now, perhaps it wasn't all suffering. She gently pats the back of Vera's hand. Vera, none of us regret entrusting everything to you. We all want to see, through you, what lies beyond the end of this final stretch of the road. Whatever you choose, do it now. Just like that Commandant. No matter what path you take, carry your torch forward and don't look back. The world outside belongs to you now. Standing in her mind, Vera slowly releases Gwyneth's hand, releasing her long-held obsessions along with it. Aren't you afraid I'll break myself anymore? No. The sheath that belongs to you will embrace and cherish you, no matter what, extinguishing everything that would burn you. Your sharpness will never be dulled by a tragic ending. Gwyneth offers her unwavering approval. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. The turbulent currents in her mind seem to pause, then rush forward. All her thoughts surge back into reality in a single moment. The construct whose sanity had been seized by power awakens. Red light overflows from her chest, her escaping power, as she swings her fists high, savagely tearing at everything around her. Vera! All the curses attached to her throughout her life seem to take effect in this moment, whether it's being a harbinger of disaster, going haywire, or receiving backlash. She lowers her head deeply, baring her sharp canines at you. The wounds on your ankle and side still radiate agony, your body weakened to the brink of collapse. Through the endless night, this tug-of-war battle only now greets its dawn. But the final crisis clearly hasn't ended. Connecting. Yet another attempt at connecting. Through repeated connections, you taste your first hint of dread as blood flows from your nose and mouth. I will not accept an ending like this. Endless hardship and wandering should not lead to this outcome. I still haven't properly thanked you. One final connection. You desperately grasp at the broken rope between you, as if trying to piece together your shattered past, nearly overcome with sorrow. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. Fangs finally impale you. Vera clenches her teeth tightly as vital fluid mingles with blood flowing down. Connected. Vera recognizes the pitiful human before her and instinctively tries to force a mocking smile, but fails. Told you. Stay away from me. Do I have to say sorry before you'll get up? Hearing her familiar mockery, you take a deep breath, like a heavy stone sinking into the sea, instantly releasing all tension. This is my responsibility. If you go haywire, then I must keep you under control. And at a time like this, you still spout noble-sounding platitudes. What's the point in keeping a haywire construct around anyway? Vera's voice catches slightly with emotion. If you'd cut ties sooner, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. You reach out, gently touching the corner of Vera's lips. Blood still trickles slowly from her mouth, flowing over your wounded hands. Yet you persist, trembling hands gently cradling Vera's face. The fire is still here. Safe and sound, right here. It hasn't gone out. These faint embers, in every sense of the word, are burning stubbornly in an open field. No storm can extinguish them. I told you all along. If anything happens to you, I will always rush to your side and hold you back. No longer enemies, No longer opposed. Setting aside all prejudice and misunderstandings, embracing each other like true comrades. Vera suddenly clutches your wrist, overwhelmed by an intense emotion upon hearing these words. You remember now. You remember everything. She fights back a sob, but tears still stream down from the corners of her eyes. The light of dawn bathes their battle-born bodies, illuminating a tear on her cheek as it slowly slides into your palm. Don't be sad. Sadness can only last for a moment. You gently pat her back, even more weakly than Gwyneth would. So this is the good ending, right? Of course it is. Then, should we be more honest with each other? And talk about everything else when we get back. The rope broke, but now, we can try to tie it back together. You point to the terminal, where the icons for both Cerberus and Grey Raven are now illuminated. See? Everything's back online. Vera stares intently at the terminal, then turns her gaze to you, for about 10 seconds before finally allowing her eyes to close. The tears she had refused to shed now stream down freely. Alright, and let me honestly say something I haven't said in a long time. Leaning against your hand, she remembers something you told her long ago. You should try trusting others, relying on them for once. You're still alive. Thank goodness. Alright, this is the end, sort of. Last one. Profile. The debts I had to repay, I've repaid. The vengeance I had to seek, I've sought. The path I had to walk, I'm still walking. At dawn, Babylonia's reinforcement forces arrive at the island. Members of both mission squads rush toward the people they've been worried about. The Science Council representatives gasp at Vera's new frame, one they've never seen before, while the Star of Life personnel diligently work to save the Grey Raven Commandant. Fortunately, after a thorough search, the personnel detect faint life signs in a narrow crevice beneath the hollow. They pull out a person in even worse condition than the Grey Raven Commandant. All the wounded are transported back to Babylonia. 1 month later, after deliberation by all parties involved, the events on the island are officially classified as an accident and placed under strict confidentiality. After confronting an unknown ascendant and completely eliminating a deathless one who had been hiding in the darkness for years, not a single one of the 3 people involved in the incident perished. In a way, it could be considered a miracle. Yay, they saved the hot guy! Hirono submits the design specifications for the Garivore frame, reportedly due to the pressure from the Control Court, while the Science Council obtains full access rights to the frame. As for Hanif, a rigorous investigation awaits him upon discharge from the hospital. And as for the Grey Raven Commandant... It's a quiet afternoon as you doze off in the pristine white hospital room. The hazy dream transports you back to those years, around the time you were about to graduate from FOS College. It was also a quiet afternoon, in this very same hospital room. Rushing to death's embrace like that, yet somehow you were still saved. You've got quite the survival instinct. In the clean white hospital room, you gaze hazily at the ceiling, vaguely aware of 3 young people chattering incessantly nearby. This should be your first time in Star of Life's intensive care unit. Little do you know, this will become a peculiar sort of normal in the future. I'd say we're the lucky ones. With all those corrupted, I thought we were goners. Never expected to experience a last-minute rescue twice. Can't believe Miss Bridget actually knows Granny Wang. That's so cool. Maybe the cargo crew would be a decent place to end up in. Who is that? Skilled people can thrive anywhere, but if you're a loser, you're doomed no matter where you end up. Simon's voice trails off. Well, I still want to join the task force more than anything. Sorry about that, cargo crew. Why are you telling us? Who asked you? I couldn't care less about the aspirations of losers. I'm definitely getting into the task force no matter what. What's your problem? I've got a troublesome doll waiting for me at home. 1 pair of 6s. Hey. The raspy voice sounds like someone working a rusty bellows. Could you not play cards on my blanket? Hey, do you think Luke remembers me? I was the one who helped rescue this guy when he was collapsed outside the base. No, he was already unconscious by the time I got there. Hard to say. The doctor said the intracranial hematoma is gone, but judging by their reactions these past couple days, those memories probably didn't survive. Then when Luke gets discharged, I'll fill him in on everything. Don't you dare tell this good-for-nothing anything, or you'll regret it. Says who? Just because you think it's an embarrassing moment for you, we can't even mention it? I saw everything with my own eyes. Even though I have my issues with Vanessa, let me explain. The instructor has already spoken to us. We're explicitly forbidden from spreading any information about this incident. Apparently it's an order from higher up. Especially anything concerning those 2 constructs. We suspect it might be connected to Corona. 2 constructs? Wasn't there just one, Leia? There's another. Don't tell me you won't explain this to me either. Ugh, so unfair. What? Shh. Idiots are so busy chatting, you've forgotten about the cards. I've warned you all before. If you want to join the task force through normal channels, stay away from Corona. And if you don't want to make things worse for this half-conscious invalid wasting away in the bed, then keep your mouths shut about everything. Oh, I win. Vanessa tosses down her remaining cards, dusts off her hands, and walks out. Why can't I understand anything? A few minutes later, the hospital room is quiet, as if nothing ever happened. You simply stare blankly at the new terminal and the bouquet of flowers Simon left on the bedside shelf, with no memory whatsoever of the ground simulation training. The bewildering sense of missing memories stays with you for a long time. At first, doctors recommend regular rehabilitation sessions, but months pass, and even after successfully graduating, not a single fragment of those memories returns. If I became a construct, I could probably access the memory data in my mind. Never mind. It can't be converted anyway. You abandon your fixation on brains and memories, turning to watch the scenery rushing past. The transport vehicle has been driving through a wasteland of ruins for nearly an hour now. We've arrived. Recruits, get out of the vehicle! The soldier from the driver's cabin jumps down and waves for everyone in the rear compartment to follow. This area used to be one of FOS ground training facilities, but it was abandoned after an incident last year. Some of you were there, weren't you? He gives a strange look, clearly wondering why someone who experienced the incident would want to return to this place. Alright, complete your mission quickly and don't stick around. We need manpower for the reconstruction of the surrounding conservation areas too. I'll check over there. You grip your newly issued tactical terminal tightly. scanning the area while traversing the gray, ashen ruins. Can I still detect the old terminal? After carefully searching the surrounding area, you follow a faint signal to a cavity formed by collapsed rubble. After a moment's hesitation, you squeeze through the narrow entrance and climb down. On entering this place, a strange sense of familiarity washes over you, especially after spotting the pile of kindling and bandages clearly left behind by someone. The feeling of recognition becomes impossible to ignore. Is anyone there? After calling out a few times without much expectation, you're met with nothing but the echo of your own voice. Additionally, you find several suspicious charred fragments beneath your feet. Lifting them to your nose, you detect this distinct odor of burnt plastic. Even if these are remnants of a terminal melted by intense fire, there's no way to retrieve any data from it now. Finding no further clues beneath the ruins, you grip the concrete blocks with a sense of disappointment, preparing to climb back to the surface. But just as your fingers grip the edge, a fragile piece of paper falls from a crack in the concrete. You lunge forward to catch the paper, but the writing on it is hopelessly blurred and completely illegible, having endured long periods of exposure to wind and rain. Despite this, your heart pounds with excitement. You walk briskly across the ruins, then gradually quicken your pace. The breeze gradually rises to a howl, each stride longer than the last, until you break into a desperate run. As the familiar sound of wind echoes relentlessly in your ears, you realize something. Been here before, running madly along the same path not long ago. A name suddenly rises to your lips, yet it somehow remains trapped, an unspeakable word. Faster, run faster, as if a construct is counting down in your ear. Run. Running until the daylight grows dim, until snow begins to fall from the sky once more. Run! Running through all the ruins and decay, through fate and fragmented memories. Finally, you stop at the highest point of the ruins, slowly raising the note in your hand toward a broken wall before you. Shh. The note rustles in your palm, nearly crumbling to pieces, yet somehow its soft sound transports you back to a moment you've never witnessed before. A gush of vital fluid surges from her mouth. She tries to contain it with her hands, but it all seeps through her fingers, steadily dripping onto the pale ruins below. She lowers her hand, staring at the crimson staining her palm, too weak now to even manage a sneer. What kind of ending is this? At least, I didn't make the ending worse. She knows that the little commandant has already reached their destination, and will be rewarded with a brilliant future. She shuts her eyelids, contemplating what will happen next. Dying here. Great. But if Corona finds me again, that would be much worse. I'm done with all this. Briefly having companions is actually a cruel thing, because no one wants to return to a boring, miserable daily existence. What's even more ridiculous is that the connection is broken, and that person will most likely remember nothing. An absurd escape filled with heroic sacrifice, yet she alone is left to gnaw on the remaining memories. No. I refuse to accept this. No. I absolutely refuse. This kind of ending. The flames around her body can no longer ignite, so she chooses to use all her remaining strength on her hands. She wants to leave a note, but tiny snowflakes fall upon it, quickly dampening the paper. It's not working. But what else can I do? She's growing restless. She needs to find a way to escape Corona as soon as possible, preferably by hunting down those in Babylonia and taking back everything that belongs to her. All the glory, the spoils, and... Suddenly, as she stares at the vital fluid in her palm, an idea surfaces in her boiling mind. She forces a smile anyway. One last drink. You stand atop the ruins, gasping for breath after the frantic sprint. The cold wind pierces painfully through your body, but an excited heartbeat still pumps hot blood through your ordinary flesh. Opening your hand, the note quivers precariously, about to be blown away. But that doesn't matter anymore. At the edge of your vision, a massive message written in blood covers the collapsed wall. Through the trembling strokes, one can see that distinctive touch of mischief, along with an intense refusal to surrender. Like someone vibrant and bold, she flamboyantly left behind a wanted poster to conceal a hidden wish. The end is just ahead. Even if it costs you your life, you must reach the finish line. As for me, our paths will cross again, in a better place. You laugh amidst the desolate ruins. From the chaotic jumble of memories, a single phrase breaks free from the confusion and surfaces. Grief can only last for 1 second. If grief can only last for 1 second, then we'll meet again in the very next. Alright, for our reunion after a long separation, I should prepare some cliched lines. Opening your eyes, fully opening your eyes, you return not to any dream, but to unmistakable reality. It's been a while. The red construct sits in a chair beside the hospital bed, peeling a bright red apple. Want some fruit? We only have apples here. Vera passes over a slice of peeled apple. I'd rather have something else. Sure thing. Guess where you are? Heaven or hell? Take your pick. Neither. I choose reality. Correct answer. She seems satisfied with your answer, laughing with a rare sense of relaxation as she casually crosses her legs. What else do you want to know? I'll answer everything, but you've got 3 minutes. And your frame. Your frame has been transferred to the Science Council. Hilda personally supervised the process. Everyone worked quickly. They not only reduced the frame's overall power output, but also installed various modules necessary for daily life. That kind of haywire situation, it won't happen again. The garnet frame is nearly totaled and is still undergoing repairs. I can't switch back to the Rosen frame either for now, as the Science Council is worried about potential issues during the frame synchronization process. We'll reconsider after you're discharged. About what happened on that island. Except for that Ascendant who left behind traces of their escape, everyone who deserved to die as dead can be. All the hetero creatures and every last Haines. By the way, that junior colleague of yours is now under supervision in a special ward. These past few days, he's stubbornly refusing to acknowledge any connection with Haines. It's more of an emotional denial. He insists that from now on, he'll only be Hanif. As for you, if Babylonia's support had arrived even slightly later, the punishing virus would have completely devoured your internal organs. The wound on your leg was also serious, but it's healing well. Star of Life's medical technology really is something else. I have more questions. Ask quickly. The 3 minutes are almost up. Vera, are you disappointed in your own story? Exactly the same question as back then. You're really persistent. Is your answer still the same? Of course not. It's been so long. Vera holds up what remains of her cut apple as she contemplates the question seriously. Even though it often brings me to tears with rage, it can never be judged as a tragedy. If I must define it, it is an incredibly rich and glorious life. The debt I had to repay, I've repaid. The vengeance I had to seek, I've sought. The path I had to walk, I'm still walking. Most importantly, there have always been people by my side throughout the journey. As she speaks, she reaches out and tidies the hair on your forehead. Don't rush. Once your memories return, we can reminisce properly every day. I haven't yet seen the end of your destiny, so I'll keep watch by your side. We have all the time in the world. The door to the hospital room is gently pushed open as more people who care about the two of them walk in. Great. The annoying visiting hours begin. Today, those 3 irritating folks from Grey Raven all have missions, so finally, they're not the first ones barging in. And with that, Vera's answer comes to an end. She places the apple back on the plate and rises to leave. She moves with complete freedom, as if all the blessings bestowed upon her life have finally taken effect, able to go wherever she wishes, able to obtain whatever she desires. Whether it's a medical pack, a serum, an apple, or a person she wants to save. Wait, Vera. She rests her hand on the doorframe and turns around. What is it? I can spare a moment for one last bit of nonsense. We'll always meet again, Vera. Of course. Since the starting point was Vera, the end point should also be Vera. Even beyond the end of the final road, there will always be a field of pomegranate red. For Vera, spark to wildfire. I heard you almost lost your life. Did those kindergartners from Grey Raven work themselves into a panic? Vanessa stands by the bedside empty-handed, not even bothering to bring a bouquet, making snide remarks. Bambinata quietly lies at the edge of the bed, listening to the unfriendly exchange between her master and the Grey Raven Commandant. They just left. Oh? What's that supposed to mean? They leave and I show up right after? Sounds like I'm not welcome here. Oh? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, wait, that's what she just said. Too bad if poor old me isn't welcome, but there's nothing you can do about it. I've got something I need to ask you. Yes, FOS's college graduation ceremony is next month, for the Distinguished Alumni Speech segment. Will you be attending? I won't go. Whatever you want. I'm just here to relay your answer back to FOS. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Boom! The hospital room door bursts open with a loud bang. There you are! Lady Vanessa! Something terrible has happened! Get to the point. She's done something wrong again, and now she's hiding in a box. She absolutely refuses to come out, and she says she won't listen to anyone unless you give her a mission in person. Leia drags another egret construct into the hospital room. From the trans-dimensional black hole of the box, a timid gaze peers out. Who's this? Vanessa's expression darkens, and Bambinata wisely retreats to the side. I need to personally escort you out, princess. Perhaps it's the first time hearing Vanessa personally address someone as princess, but the shock of it lingers in your mind. After a few seconds of silence, the black hole of self-doubt begins to shake violently. Sorry, master, sorry, master, sorry! Come out now. I can't take this anymore. Let me just get some water to calm down. Oh, hey there, Grey Raven. I've been so busy I didn't even get to greet you properly. Leia dashes to the bedside to grab a glass of water. The engines throughout her body are whirring loudly. Clearly, dragging her teammate here took considerable effort. What does a construct like you need water for? You come out to... Vanessa's frustration builds on two fronts. On the one hand, she's still struggling to peel the massive clump of self-doubt off her teammate, while the other reaches out to roughly grab Leia, who's busy asking the Grey Raven Commandant for water. Tasty, is it? Strange. Shouldn't high-class people's water taste better? Why doesn't it have any flavor? Leia, you're responsible for prying this one out of there, or you'll be kicked out of Egret tomorrow. How is this suddenly my problem again? Vanessa? Vanessa, I won't go. Vanessa, can't you be a little nicer to me, please? Vanessa? Beep, beep, beep. The terminal by the bedside suddenly rings. Looking at it, you see that it's a caller with an unknown identity. Hello? The figure on the other end of the call hears the commotion in the hospital room and furrows their brow. He's still missing an arm. Why is it so noisy? I heard you have lots of visitors every day. Don't you find that annoying? Wait, aren't you with the control court? He notices your keen questioning, goes quiet for 2 seconds, then breaks into a malicious smile. Yeah, they weren't wrong about me. I'm rotten to the core, and I can't stand being controlled, so I escaped. Impossible. Even if that's true, they'll track you down through this call. Okay, no, I didn't escape. Look, I'm still in the hospital room. He holds up the terminal to show his surroundings, then his expression turns serious. I won't run away anymore. I'll cooperate with all investigations and punishments related to me. And Haynes. I've just been feeling restless lately. Stuck in here day after day, confined to this hospital bed. So I figured out a way to get my hands on someone else's terminal. I heard your place is always lively, so I thought I'd join in on the fun. That's all there is to it. It's not too out of line, right? After the investigation and punishment are over, where do you plan to go? No idea. I don't want to stay with Corona. It's not like I have much choice in the matter. Would you like to come back to FOS for a visit? Ah. 1 second. Are we changing subjects that quickly? The new graduation ceremony is coming up. Alumni are welcome to return for it. What am I even... If you are in the top 10, that definitely qualifies you as an excellent student. I'll think about it. I might not get the chance anyway. Amid the chaos at Egret, Tanith falls silent on the other end of the communication. He clutches his empty sleeve, looking somewhat dejected. The investigation related to Haynes is still ongoing. I don't know when all of this will be over. You observe his reaction, and then a new idea suddenly hits you. Well then, Hanif, I've got some good news and some bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The bad news first. How could things possibly get worse? The bad news is, Haynes is bald. He'll probably go bald too. Just give me the good news instead. The good news is, the previous Haynes might have filtered out the baldness gene for you. I shouldn't have asked. Beep. Disconnected. Just as Stranger's call disconnects, Leia, who's clinging to Vanessa like an octopus, suddenly slaps her forehead. Ah! I almost forgot about the important stuff! She rummages through her backpack as it clinks and clatters, pulling out nail polish, small hair clips, earrings, necklaces, before finally finding a small cardboard box, which she hands over. This is your package. It was delivered to the nursing station, and they asked me to bring it to you while I was here. This is for me? Vanessa curiously weighs the package in her hands, feeling something inside rattling noisily as it shifts around. As the box opens, it reveals numerous metal dog tags inside, reflecting the light of the hospital room. Why are there so many dog tags? Taking them out for a closer look, the name on them is... A large pile of dog tags lies silently in Vanessa's palm. Yet every one bears the same engraved name. Lloyd. Well, that's kind of the end. But there's still this. You know what? I've already been here for this long. I might as well finish, right? Although I don't know if anybody's even still here. It's pretty late. I might as well finish. There's only 4 left. Let me look and see. Looks like it might be another hour. Yeah, I'll do it. The good thing is I don't have to wake up early for anything tomorrow. Okay. This last section, Crossroads. Some kind of hero. Captain, what lies beyond the sandstorm? Across the wasteland, a construct squad from Babylonia pushes forward against the billowing sands. This is the barren outskirts of Los Prados. Step 4, 5, 6, 7. We're here. Right, Mako, halt. Captain Mako 1 raises their combat terminal. The previously functional device suddenly displays nothing but static interference. Signal interruption begins exactly 7 standard steps from the red line. Rumors from Babylonia were actually true. The Ferret Fire Team's signal also vanished at this point. Did they cross the red line? The mission red line represents the strict operational boundary everyone must adhere to during ground missions. Babylonia explicitly forbids crossing this line, and according to legend, not a single rule breaker has ever returned successfully. Theories abound, but the most credible explanation currently accepted is that beyond the red line lies an extremely high concentration of punishing, and any construct that crosses over is deeply infected. Captain, what lies beyond the sandstorm? Oh, you look familiar. Mako 3, positioned at the rear of the formation, removes his mask. The wind-blown sand immediately sweeps across his face, tangling with his gray hair. Everyone tacitly acknowledges that Mako 3 is special, yet in this moment, he stares at the desolate wasteland with the same bewilderment as any standard-issue construct. I don't know. The captain lowers his head and begins taking inventory of their equipment. For all the fire teams of Babylonia, what lies ahead represents the ultimate unknown, a veil they've yearned to lift for years. Yearned to lift. Their Grey Mako fire team is no different. But their curiosity remains purely theoretical, with no record of ever having crossed the red line. Something feels off to me. Ferret has never been one to take risks. Why would they suddenly cross the boundary now? Give us your orders, Captain. What should we do? Stay within the safety of the red line and wait for them to return from the sandstorm? Or... Mako 2 boldly voices the daring alternative that Mako 3 had left unspoken. You're thinking about going after them, aren't you? I'm all for it. I haven't even said anything yet. Don't take risks. Do you want your memory data completely wiped again? And get new names and be thrown into different teams? Okay, I'll shut up. I just want to stay in Grey Mako and keep being Mako 2. Mako 2 covers their mouth with one hand while elbowing the ever-silent Mako 3, whispering conspiratorially. Hey, Lloyd, perfect timing. Convince the captain while you can. Ow! The captain delivers a swift karate chop to Mako 2's head. I'm warning you, don't try to drag Lloyd into this either. I think... maybe it's about that competition? Is the competition still on? The quiet team member suddenly speaks up. What competition? The other two team members turn their heads toward Mako 3. Though their faces are hidden behind masks, their voices share the same confusion. You've forgotten again. After every ground mission, someone inspects our memory data and erases any inappropriate content. Which means we involuntarily forget anything that crosses a certain red line. No, I should say you forget. I don't. He brushes aside his messy gray hair and looks at his teammates. I've had this issue from the very beginning, haven't I? All members of the fire support teams had their memories of being human erased when they were converted into constructs. Each construct is assigned a code designation, like Mako 1 and Mako 2. Well, that sounds awful. But Mako 3, Lloyd, is special. He still vaguely remembers his real name. Lloyd. However, his memories of Lloyd's past are also quite hazy. He vaguely recalls opulent entertainment venues, nights when stars couldn't be seen in the sky, and the sound of alarms during the punishing outbreak. Mako 3 doesn't really care about any of it. He doesn't even care about the residual data left after each memory purge, like the competition he arranged with the Ferret fire team. He only just remembered it. What kind of competition did you arrange with them? A race to see who could reach the edge of the sandstorm. I agreed to race with them to see what lies beyond the sandstorm, whether it's the old world destroyed by punishing, or a hidden new world they're keeping from us. Whoever arrived first would discover the truth. You're not usually one to take risks. Why would you agree to such a foolish competition? I thought they were joking, so I agreed. Now their signals have gone dark right here. Mako 3 gazes impassively toward the distant sandstorm. He is simply stating the facts without expressing any opinion. That's enough. Tracking stops here. The mission is complete. Hey, Captain! Once we've confirmed the Ferret fire team's signal disappeared at the edge of the red line, we can abandon the search and classify them as missing. Fall back. Wait, Captain! If even Lloyd admitted it, something must be wrong. Sure, the guys from Ferret team can be jokers, but they've never messed up a mission, and they've always looked after us. According to Lloyd's memory shards, we must have had deeper interactions with them. Why the silence again? Why is everyone afraid to say it? Don't we already know something's being hidden from us? It's like this sandstorm blinding us all, yet no one is willing to tear through it. How many fire teams have disappeared at the red line's edge now? Our memory data was wiped clean, but Lloyd still remembers. Why is everyone turning a blind eye? Mako 2 grabs Lloyd's arm. Lloyd, you understand me, right? Help me convince the captain. Ferret, just... Oh, we can still make it if we go in for now. go in now? What if they haven't gone too deep yet? I'm changing my mind a bit. I think I'm getting tired. I might end here. I know that I wanted to finish before the new WUA update, but if there's only a little bit left, maybe I can just do it tomorrow night before I start the Wuthering Waves update. Alright, yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm gonna get ready to go to bed. Yeah. I think today I'll do without a raid. I think I'll just get ready to go to bed. Alright. Well, no, I should. Yeah, let's go raid JP Nibblecaru again. Okay. Thanks everyone for coming. And I'll see you again tomorrow night to finish up this little bit of story. And then hopefully get into the new WUA update. Okay. Goodbye, everybody.